Hi, everyone, and welcome to the BI Livecast series. My name is Izzy Clavlew, and I am on the client success team here at Brand Innovators. We have a really exceptional lineup of marketing leaders being featured today during our day 3 of Brand Innovators TrendWatch from brands such as Disney Streaming Services, Coty, Rue Inc., and Tool of North America, Casper Sleep, Popeyes, Third Love, RB, PepsiCo, Simple Tire, and Reddit. We encourage you to engage with today's speakers by asking questions through the chat, as well as on Twitter and LinkedIn using the hashtag BILivecast. Before we begin, I would love to share a quick highlight reel of our 3-day Brand Innovators 2021 Kickoff Summit.
Welcome to the official 2021 Kickoff Brand Innovators event. I'm sorry to negate all of that calming energy. We have an amazing program to kick off this year.
Alicia, it's so good to see you.
Meenakshi, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm really excited to chat with Julie.
It's my first event with Brand Innovators this year.
We have 3 days, over 30 main stage speakers, 13 different private roundtable discussions, everything from data-driven advertising to purpose-driven marketing, future of retail, entertainment and streaming, everything that you, the marketer, needs to know to have a successful 2021.
The brand purpose obviously is critical as brand stewards, as communicators, as strategic marketers. We need to understand what brand we're trying to build. As we entered COVID, we knew like this has the potential to be a catalyst and a galvanizing force for our entire operation.
People's psychology about the pandemic obviously changed week by week and month by month, where we had to really focus on safety and sanitation, contactless delivery, contactless carryout early on.
The entire pandemic, we've been working on just making sure that our content is speaking to the times, is sensitive to what people is going through, but is also continuing to evolve.
I'm sure that everyone here has seen babies and families and partners passing behind the Zoom or the Teams calls. And I think the ability to want to keep human and to allow for the integration of personal and professional lives is something that helps a lot and put people at ease.
We are shopping brands that are consistent with our values. We are looking for brands that have a point of view in terms of society and what is happening currently and current events, that are also close and working with our communities, and importantly, of course, that they are sustainable.
I think that's so important for brands right now to really make sure that they're not just sticking to whatever media plan or social plan they might have had before, they think they're supposed to do, or waiting for things to get back to normal. There's not a normal, there's not a thing to get back to. We're really in a place where we can only go forward and really progress.
Every single touch that we have with a consumer is an experience and is a representation of the core of who we are as a brand. And so all of those need to weave together. It's not a new concept. It has been around for years, but now consumers have raised the bar of the expectation of every single experience. The number of experiences in our brand ecosystem has exploded astronomically.
Think about your customers and try to see if you can map their unmet needs that kind of point you in the right direction for the kinds of things that you should be experimenting with. Obviously, testing and iterating kind of new things in a way that makes sense and that give you the confidence to really launch new things at scale.
On my mind, it's just B2C. Like we're on the same side, like their B is my B. What is more important, the structure, the processes, or the culture? I've seen places that have no structure, no process, but it works because the people are a certain type of people and it fits well with what they're trying to accomplish.
What is that story that any of us are telling, and how do we make sure that it's actually satisfying a need? Think about search, think about social advocacy, think about all of these other channels. Like, you need to be relevant and you need to be needed.
Well, the worst thing you can be in our business, as you know better than I, is irrelevant. We certainly are out of that, and now we're starting to see embracement. People have a feeling towards Gillette that's positive. And when you are able to combine love and respect, I think you're able to secure business for a long time.
We focus our PR only around March for Women's History Month and November for Women's Entrepreneurship Month. the closer you keep whatever area of purpose you explore and you dedicate yourself to what your brand stands for, the easier it is.
So that's just a glimpse into what the past year has looked like for us here at Brand Innovators, but you're welcome to view any of the individual live casts on demand through our website or YouTube channel. So without further ado, I'm really excited to kick off the programming for today and welcome our first speakers onto the stage. So welcome Jesse Lascaris, Director of Performance Marketing Operations and Technology at Disney Streaming Services, and Jim D'Antoni, Director of National Media Sales at Dish Media.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Hi, welcome.
Thanks. Hi, Izzy. How are you?
Good. How are you? Great to see you guys.
Yeah, thrilled to be here. Good morning to you, and good morning, Jesse, and good morning to everyone out there. Looking forward to today's session. Just real quick, again, Jim D'Antoni, Director of National Sales at Dish Media, and Dish Media specializes in data-driven television solutions for advertisers. We're a leader in the addressable advertising space, and we helped launch that 8 years ago, and we've developed a very unique expertise in that area. And when we execute addressable, we typically execute it and run it across both Dish and Sling TV. We own and operate Sling TV, and we have a best-in-class OTT programmatic solution for the marketplace as well. Happy to speak to anyone on those fronts offline. But enough about me. I am thrilled to be joined by Jesse today. He works at Disney Streaming. I'm going to let him introduce himself, and Jesse will take it away.
Thanks, Jim. So Jesse Lascaris, I lead the Performance Marketing Operations and Technology team. That's quite the mouthful. For Disney Streaming, that's Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, as well as some of the new global products, Star and Star Plus. We're focused on acquisition and overall growth of our portfolio of products. My team specifically supports our in-house media buying and creative teams with technology, processes, and data to make everything run smoothly and hit our goals.
Terrific. Yeah, we're going to get into a number of subjects today. iOS 14, Google, and preparing for a cookieless world. A number of areas and the impact they're having on the marketplace as well as Disney. But I'd like to start first with just getting into a little bit more of your team structure. You just kind of gave us a little bit of an overview of that. But so you're overseeing a number of areas, a number of lines of business. But why don't we start with how have you seen the overall digital marketplace, kind of change, and how has that affected your team?
Sure.
And why don't we start with that?
Yeah. So the structure of my team, again, we're kind of a service layer that sits underneath all of our different channels, creative, analytics, and kind of like all the frontline teams. Our focus areas are, audiences, so strategy, working with our data teams, working with data platform partners and DMPs to execute all of our campaigns globally. One of the others is just overall ad tech, both working third parties out, the DSPs, social platforms, but also what our internal product teams can build for us as well. And then, kind of the boring back of the house stuff, but more traditional operations, legal, privacy, risk assessment, security, requirements gathering. When you kind of bring all of those together, we kind of do look at technology and data end to end from both, the use cases and business strategies that we're trying to execute, the partner ecosystem that we need to bring in to help us do that, contracts, privacy reviews, what it means from an overall business impact perspective, and then execution and delivery, either 100% on my team or in partnership with our channel or analytics teams, or any of our stakeholders. And so we kind of do see what exists kind of underneath and kind of support bring things in and execution.
Yeah, I mean, you're the backbone, to make sure the trains are running, on time.
On time, yeah.
Of course. And so, so in terms of, OTT, you guys are, part of, because it's social, there's search, there's OTT. How have you seen OTT develop? Obviously, there was an acceleration, eyeballs were going there, ad dollars were going there before COVID, but there was acceleration of that in 2020, obviously. Just give us a little bit of your opinion on that and perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously we're focused on kind of digital and addressable channels overall. When we look at our full media plan, you hit on, programmatic, social, search, and then kind of, broader CTV and OTT. And so, we're in a unique position because we work very closely to ensure that our services are preloaded on a lot of the operating systems of providers that offer OTT-like services. But then, we're also a sophisticated media organization where we do want to be able to, buy more programmatically. And to your point, like, where are the eyeballs? And for us, it's where are people going to engage with our products and services? And that's really kind of the convergence of those types of players on smart TVs or other connected devices that, one, people can engage with our products and more likely will convert, given we're focused on acquisition, just the experience is so much better. We hope that there's a much greater likelihood to convert on the device that they would actually view. So you have a nice big smart TV hanging on your wall versus on your phone. It's a fundamentally different experience. But it has changed. Again, eyeballs are there, as well as the data and capabilities necessary for an advertiser to engage with those types of platforms.
Great. That's great perspective. And then in terms of social, has that evolved? Has that changed from, you've been there about a year or so has that evolved over the?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's, I'm certainly not bringing up anything new, but obviously with all the walled gardens and social providers, there's, in my opinion, things are kind of condensing a little bit more. There's a lot greater view on privacy, both in terms of, let's say what the government is mandating, but also what, Apple and others are forcing upon us. And so that is, while there's a great opportunity, more people are obviously engaging on social platforms. It's a great place to deliver ads, deliver experiences, and hopefully convert. There's a lot more restrictions that we now have to navigate successfully to kind of either keep on par with what we've been doing traditionally, or figure out a new operating model in general. But it's more so with Facebook than anyone else. But
Sure, and we'll get to Google. We'll get to Google and cookieless, kind of reality that we're all kind of heading towards. But let's start with iOS 14 and the impact that that's had on broader marketplace, if you'd like, and certainly your world.
Yeah, I mean, this is something, if you kind of, there's plenty of those kind of timeline slides that exist, and various changes, ITP, last year, and not, most of them have, in my opinion, at least, have not had too big of an impact on the way we operate from an advertising perspective. I think with iOS 14, it's pretty different at this, and at least what's expected to come out and what the impact that both is being talked about in the marketplace, but also based off of some of the assessments that we've done. There are kind of critical areas that we think will have an impact, whether it be targeting or analytics or, just engagement with our apps on iOS. And so, I mean, I think the greater good that Apple, me as a consumer loves what Apple's doing. I don't want apps and developers and others sharing my data for things that I don't want to do. As a marketer, it's a big pain in the butt. And so, there's the fine balancing act of the two. And so, for us, we are kind of going through a pretty major impact assessment. We're breaking down, I'll just say, our media supply chain, from strategy and planning to building and distributing audiences to how we use third-party or in-platform data, how we analyze and measure and attribute success, and really looking, at every link of that chain to understand what it means and what are we going to have to potentially do differently. And so, that's been a process. It's cross-functional, from legal and privacy and compliance to our marketing teams, to our data teams, to, kind of program and project management and product, and really it's been a pretty interesting cross-functional endeavor that we've kind of taken to look at what it means for Disney streaming services and our, paid media efforts. And, for good or for bad, some things we've been able to kind of check off and say, you know what, we're actually good. In other cases, we are going to be seeing, an impact, and obviously we're trying to figure out what we can do to ensure that those, technical or data impacts do not impact our business. So it's a fine balancing act.
Sure. I'm sure it's, it's testing, evaluating, give us a little bit on that.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's take, our, how we, focus on audiences as an example. We've looked at, and obviously we're global, so there are kind of country and region specific nuances that we have. But just looking at the U.S., for example, we are, essentially evaluating the data that we have, the data that we store, the TMPs, our DMP platform ecosystem, how we send data, how do we capture consent, and really looking at data sources and our media strategy and how we use it, and are realizing that we're more likely than not going to have to operate very much like our European counterparts within GDPR, as an example. And that's, based off of our interpretation of what's coming out, as well as, our legal and compliance teams are telling us, as well as in terms of working with our, media partners in terms of how we operate their tools for activation. And so, I'm envisioning a lot of, similar impacts and changes in terms of audience size and, addressability and reach to what we, felt during GDPR, as an example. Similarly, on analytics, by implementing the SKAd network, the way we do measurement, and we do MTA, there is a major impact in terms of the granularity that we would normally see, and we're trying to mobilize. And what does that mean for how we report, attribute, budget, given the loss of that granularity? So not all firm answers yet, but that's, to your point, we kind of know what it is. We now have to kind of test into new areas to figure out how to mitigate some of these changes.
Yeah, and just, with capabilities impact, sometimes something that's impacted, it's like, I didn't really want that, or I didn't use that. That wasn't a big priority. But other things that are impacted, that's not gonna work. So I'm sure there's some things you'll miss and some things you'll miss more than others. But are there, any insight on that?
I mean, like I said, we're, it's only a couple of weeks away, so, unfortunately, but, we are still in kind of the discovery phase. And even though we kind of know where we want to get to for certain areas more than others, we do not have a full POV. And I think most brands are probably in similar boats, given a lot of the feedback and information that, both Apple as well as media partners have put out there to navigate this. But it's kind of, a lot, there are some things that I think are very clear, but there's a huge amount of gray area in the middle that, we're going to have to figure out what to do around.
Sure. Okay, let's, why don't we, I don't know if there's anything else on iOS 14 you want to share?
No, I think that's pretty
cool. figured we'd toggle over to, just talk about, the changes. Again, we got a little time to prepare, a little more time, but with with cookies going away, and overall, what is your, and you have some time to prepare, but what kind of some of your bigger concerns there, or what are you, where are your team kind of looking to do, adapt? I'm sure there's testing going on there as well, and et cetera. Love to hear your point of view on that.
Yeah, I mean, the timing was, right in the middle of a lot of craziness, obviously, but our approach right now, at least, is obviously we have to get through the iOS 14 change and then quickly pivot to reacting to Google. Like most big brands, the Google stack and the Google ecosystem plays a major role in our overall advertising and analytics, whether it be using DV360, all search tools, PCM, Google Cloud if you use it. And so it's quite, and then obviously everything on the pub side as well. So, we're going to take a lot of the way that we've thought about the impact to kind of our core use cases with Apple, and we'll now apply that to Google. And so, we have a lot more time. I mean, I think most of us, Google has put a lot of these types of things out there, and it's changed drastically over time. So, my point of view is, we kind of have a loose date, at some point next year that something is going to happen. I don't believe what has been put out into the marketplace now will be exactly what it looks like in a year. That being said, we still do have to do our due diligence. As we think about, the privacy sandbox, flocks, and things like that. To my point before, if we look at audiences, again, like flocks drastically changes how we target. If you're used to doing kind of like precision marketing, very unique audiences, and obviously like the setup from a targeting perspective, flocks drastically change that. If I want to build an audience that, based off of, you watched this program, you watch WandaVision or Mandalorian for us, if that's going to be kind of blended by Google, my accuracy is going to go down the toilet, and I'm going to have to assume that performance will as well. So we're going to have to figure out how to navigate that. I think even though having great first party data, which I feel we do, it helps. It could still have a negative impact once it gets out into the ecosystem, if it starts to get modeled or didn't used to, and things like that. And then on the analytics side, we're used to my point before, like we're doing MTA, we're talking about, how do the data feeds and the information that we use for measurement and reporting purposes, what is that going to look like? Do we completely need to rebuild our analytics ecosystem? If we do, thank goodness we have a year to figure that out. If we don't, and it's more of like small mitigations here and there, it still stinks, but it's more manageable and reasonable. But like I said, we're going to look at the way we operate today. We're going to look at what's been put into the marketplace now and start prepping. Again, I'm going to assume it's going to change over time, and we'll be nimble enough to to navigate that.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. There's some questions coming in, but before we get into that, I want to just kind of pivot to maybe some leadership. You've got an awesome background, LiveRamp, Samsung, Verizon, American Express, but I think this is the first time you ever onboarded remotely. And that's a whole new experience, not as an individual contributor, but particularly when you're managing people. And take us back to last March. You joined Disney. You come. What was that experience like?
Yeah, Tuesday was actually my 1 year mark, so it's kind of quite timely. So it was weird. I had interviewed in person. So went into the office, met my boss. We were building out. I was the first hire for this new team, and my job was to hire people. And obviously, this is before the COVID was a thing, but we had not really kind of locked down. Personally, no better time to get into streaming, but separate conversation. But it was weird. The Friday before my first day, I thought I'd be going into the office. I get a call from HR. Actually, we're shipping you your laptop, and you have a call with IT at 9 a.m. to be able to access it, and then we'll figure it all out after that. So super weird, super interesting though. I think a lot of what you would take for granted as part of being in the office and onboarding appropriately, you have to add, a month on that would maybe take a week normally. I've had to build out a team. I've been lucky that we have been able to hire, but it's very strange. I've never met in person anyone that I've actually reports into me. It's very strange. And for the type of work that we do, in a non-COVID world, it's quite collaborative. It's the type of thing that you'd get into a conference room and whiteboard a bunch of stuff out. Without being able to do that, I find it very difficult to do remotely, doing like true, team-wide collaboration, through Zoom. The tools don't really work. It's a little wonky. And I think, unfortunately, it's a new way of working, hopefully one that, we can go back to normal eventually, but it's certainly challenging and very strange overall, both as being a new hire as well as being a leader and bringing more people onto the team. Yeah, we're all adapting that, but just, starting, remotely must have been, it definitely is a unique experience, to say the least. So why don't we jump into some of the questions? There's a number of them that are coming in. How are you measuring ROI in your media investments? How is it evolving? Yeah, so we have a in-house MTA solution. It's been built over the past couple of years, even before I joined, and so we've built the capability, built out the processes, both our channel teams, our budget and planning teams, what executives look at, and have integrated that. How is it changing? Obviously, it's very hard to maintain with so many technical changes. Again, you build data feeds, that in some cases the data isn't flowing as well, and so we're in this constant. I don't want to call it a spin, but just a constant state of ensuring that business as usual can still run with the changes happening. So I'd say it's constant iteration and constant oversight to ensure that the way we operate, but it is MTA with using an in-house tool. Excellent. All right, next question. What roles do digital video and OTT play in your media mix? How are you thinking about cross-channel campaigns with consumption across screens increasing? So video plays a role. Obviously, again, we have, when it comes to connected devices in general, we usually, buy either as part of a partnership with the OEM or through kind of more programmatic purchasing, unique video inventory, depending on what the offerings are, and then within social, a broader social, like video plays a critical role in that. But it's a fine balance between static assets as well. We have so many titles, we have so many products, there's localization that needs to happen globally, that it's a fine balance between what's coming through our studios down to our in-house creative teams and what can really be produced and put out there. In terms of cross-channel, we try to where it's technically possible. Not all channels really integrate well, and so I think between some of the more traditional digital channels, we try to execute that way. We set up campaigns where possible. We link and optimize appropriately, but unfortunately, it's not a perfect science, just given some of the constraints of the different channels that we operate within. Good stuff. So next question here is, what innovations and technologies are you utilizing to execute your strategies? We have, when I think of our tech stack, it's a good blend of kind of build versus buy. And, I think, there's a couple, kind of key areas where those two things really kind of come together. So, I've mentioned audiences quite a bit. We do have kind of an in-house segmentation tool, but then we still leverage, LiveRamp as well as other technologies to kind of get it out into the ecosystem. I mentioned our in-house MTA tool, which I think is, it's kind of a blend of some best-in-class, external tools with, modified to accommodate our in-house needs. And then, we're really trying to figure out are there custom algorithms to help us understand, likelihood to convert or likelihood to engage, as well as just looking across the broader Disney ecosystem. There's such a wealth of really interesting and innovative technology, data, creative, that, it's great. Disney streaming is still kind of a baby within, the Disney breadth of brands. And so obviously a lot of, we do try to lead our own way, but it's great that we can rely on some of the Disney mothership to help us innovate on top of that.
Good stuff. Here's one. What do you wish you were doing more of, and what's preventing you from getting there?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just started on this journey, but we're really eager and excited to start doing more DCO. If to my point earlier, the amount of new content that we have launching, we have 10 new Star Wars series, I think 10 more Marvel. There's a bunch of Pixar. We're launching in new countries, and then we're going to have new streaming products in certain countries. Just the way we operate today is just not scalable without some, aspects of DCO built into the way we operate, whether it's helping our creative team, dynamically assemble ads, to supporting our ad ops and channel teams in terms of trafficking, and then, how can we get smarter around who to deliver ads to? And so, for us, that's something is absolutely on our kind of strategic roadmaps for this year. The reality of what's holding us back is, we're just been so heads down with launching things, and so there's time, but then there's also this does fundamentally change the way we operate. And so it's less of a technology thing and more of the internal change management necessary for teams to think differently and operate differently, and just trying to find the right time to make those changes.
Good stuff. Great. All right. Here's another question. Are you prioritizing changes in the use of technology to accelerate your agility and ability to respond to consumer behavior?
Yeah, I mean, DCO is a component, and I'm just using the acronym because it means so many things underneath it. But another one is, again, a broad term, but I'll go into more details. We are truly thinking about ways to automate the thing, both the tasks that our teams do, right? Across all those channels, creative, approvals, if you think about everything that goes into launching a campaign. We are thinking about, we're looking at the way we operate today, and, trying to figure out, bring on new, whether it's people, process, or technology, figuring out ways to get smarter, both in terms of consumer engagement, but also what's happening in the back end in terms of how we operate to react to that. There's a lot of things that we're just not nimble enough right now to react, on a turn of a dime. Obviously, I think every brand wants to be able to do that, but we're prioritizing, figure out how we can. And so that's another bigger initiative that kicked off for us this year. But we do envision that a good amount of the technology will need to be brought in to help us do that.
Excellent. Here's one that may you may still be formulating your answer on this one, but what would you say the new normal will be for your marketing programs?
It's an interesting one. I mean, I think, again, I always hate saying this, but like we've been very lucky the past year. There's no better time to be in streaming. I think for us in general, for Disney streaming, Disney Plus, and there's going to be, obviously, as people are not stuck at home and we are expecting a change in consumption, as well as how and where and when people are engaging both with our advertising and marketing, but also with our service. And so we are trying to figure out what do the new dynamics look like, around those things. At an industry perspective, and I hit on some of these points earlier, the new normal is going to be very different than the current state, with some of these changes. I believe that there will be kind of more consolidation within data and ad tech. And I think, precision marketing is going to have to get a little bit more broad, for both, in some cases, the right reasons, consumer privacy, but also in some cases for the wrong reasons, ad tech consolidation. There's in some cases the right forcing hand, and then there's other cases where there's not. And so I think that will also impact what the new normal will be, irrespective of COVID and everything going on.
Great. And here's a question: is because again, for some people the sky's falling almost, but like here's an interesting: how do we continue to focus on the silver linings of the past year? How do we continue to build on the momentum we've started? Because we've pivoted as an industry, and there are still headwinds. And then how do we continue to put the consumer and our employees at the center of everything we do?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, our focus always has been obviously getting people to enjoy and love our content, and obviously like Disney the brand and the overall, again, that's kind of built in for many of us already, and obviously layering on more relevant things for consumers to continue to enjoy engaging with our brand is absolutely critical. And so it's not just acquiring them, but keeping them happy. And I think there's so many ways that we can go about doing that. I think, when it comes to just your, marketing in general, it's understanding behavior, consumer behavior, and that can be done, digitally and, through kind of like the broader digital touch points. That could be through more traditional research. And obviously there's a lot of things, ways of balancing those two types. But I think it's really about bringing those two things together, both in terms of having a product that, consumers want to engage with, and, picking up on the signals that they give off, good or bad, to make sure that you can kind of modify, but also, take into account, again, the research or the insights that you can prior to engaging them to make it more relevant.
Great. So we have about 2 minutes left. There's a question here that, and then this might just dovetail into a question I have for you, which is what is top of mind as you prepare for the back half of 2021?
Yeah. I mean, everything I hit on before, obviously, like we want to make sure that we are compliant, adhering to everything that we have to as a brand and as an advertiser. But also, like, that's not the fun, like personally, like I don't think anybody enjoys having to do this stuff. So it's really about balance, making sure you're good on that front, but also figuring out the right types of marketing, getting behind this type of thing. Where do we want to get to? So I'm kicking off long-term planning now, which is more of like a year out, and trying to figure out the right building blocks, to handle, privacy and compliance, but also the right type of ad tech, data strategy, and just, making things easier for our marketers to operate in a global capacity.
Great. Thanks for that. And then I know, Izzy, we're down to it, but just real quick, any predictions for the broader industry in the whether it be 21 or 22?
Yeah, I mean, I think I personally believe that there will be more consolidation, whether it be smaller players getting bought up. There's obviously, just reading an article yesterday, more going public. I'm not sure, if they should or not, but, they are. And I think that will fundamentally change some of the offerings. I think there are a lot of small players that can be more nimble in working with a brand versus, your big, huge enterprise players. And, we're going to lose some of that flexibility as companies go public or as they get acquired. And so I think, navigating that, looking at your partner ecosystem and ensuring they give you the things that you need. But I do expect more consolidation and kind of fundamental changes in terms of the products that are being put out there.
Terrific. Well, this has been great. I think we are at our close, but I really enjoyed it. Great insight, Jesse, and good luck to you the rest of the year, and as you as well, Izzy.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks so much, Jim and Jesse. Super interesting to hear about how you're dealing with the various iOS changes, and as well as your outlook on a cookieless future and just how streaming has evolved. So, quick side note, for those of you who have not seen WandaVision yet, I highly recommend. Absolutely loved it.
It is great.
Yeah, it's
Falcon
really
Winter
good.
Soldier is premiering Friday. Quick plug.
Ooh,
So,
good shout out.
More Marvel. More Marvel.
Love it. Well, thank you both for your time and your conversation today.
Thank you.
It was
Perfect.
Really, thank you.
Bye.
So next up, I'm excited to welcome to the stage Nilu De Silva, Head of Digital Marketing and Content Strategy at Calvin Klein Fragrances at Coty, and Leah Jones, Co-Head of Diversity Leadership at Quantcast. Welcome to the stage, Leah and Nilu.
Thank you so much. So excited to be here.
We're excited to have you. Pass it off to.
Thank you so much, Izzy. So I just want to first off just say hi, everyone. Welcome to the Brand Innovators session, which is going to be focusing on leading with cultural relevance, inspiring and connecting with consumers on a deeper level with Nilu De Silva, Head of Digital Marketing and Content Strategy at Calvin Klein Fragrances at Coty. Thank you, Nilu, once again for taking the time to speak with me today. Before diving into Nilu's background, as well as doing a Q&A, I just wanted to introduce myself again. I'm Leah Jones. I work at Quantcast. This is not a sales pitch whatsoever, but for those who may not be aware of what Quantcast is or what we do, we are the creators of a new and innovative intelligent audience platform that empowers brands, agencies, and publishers to know and grow their audiences, reaching people in the right place at the right time. Before we dive into the conversation, I wanted to talk a little bit about Nilu's background. So Nilu is a global and digital integrated marketing strategist with a passion for connecting with audiences and creating content. During her more than 10 years experience, she has led successful social and digital campaigns and influencer marketing efforts, guiding overall brand marketing and growth strategy across multiple industries, including beauty, fragrance, travel, and spirits. Nilu has worked with brands such as Bacardi Spirits, which I love, Estee Lauder, Urban Decay, as well as Bare Minerals. Nilu, before we dive into any questions, do you want to say anything before we dive into our conversation?
Course. Yes, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for hosting me. And I'm so thrilled that we are connecting as well, Leah.
Oh, perfect. Nilu and I got to speak a little bit before this session. So if I am referencing our conversation, that's just a little hindsight for everyone joining as well. So my first question for you, Nilu, is leading with cultural relevance is an important topic that needs to be discussed. Cultural relevance can be defined as empowering people, such as colleagues, intellectually, socially, emotionally, and politically by using cultural references to impart knowledge, skills, and attitudes. And this whole, piece was created by this woman, Gloria Billings. So what does leading with cultural relevance mean to you? And also, what does it mean in terms of the work you produce?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, culture can mean so many different things, right? And we're in this very interesting time in the world as well. So it's a given that culture transcends boundaries. It's geographical, it's socioeconomic. It's not just limited to race or ethnic backgrounds. There's so much that really builds what culture means for individual as a marketer, and then also within the environment that you instill in your team and in your company. So for me, as a leader, that's how I approach what cultural relevance means and how I look to building what that is within my team. So it's really maintaining that global mindset, and it's really instilling and embedding that way of thinking, that diversity of thought into your team and culture. And that's really how, in this global world, you're going to be able to successfully connect and create campaigns that are relevant for all the various different audiences that we're hoping to reach. And so that's how that's what that means to me. That's how I approach it. And even as I think about my own background, I grew up in Sri Lanka, which is a very different place. I've lived and traveled abroad as a kid. I also lived in South Africa. So, all of those experiences make me who I am as an individual, and the way I approach my work and the way I approach looking at how to fine tune campaigns, how to connect with individuals, how to learn about them. And so that kind of curiosity is what I also look at people. And I look to bring them into the marketing campaigns that we develop.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful how you take your background and your experiences and apply it to your work as well as the campaigns you develop. I think that is a really important approach that you take. And I know we'll dive into a little bit deeper, a little bit further in our questioning. So I'll hold off for that one. But the next question I had for you is, Women's Wear Daily, WWD, reports that Black women spend $7.5 billion per year on beauty products. I can attest to that. On average, women of color spend 80% more money on cosmetics and twice as much on skincare than the general women's market. Although historically women of color have been ignored in this industry, let's think forward and acknowledge the progress we made to date. As someone who's been working in the beauty and fragrance industry for the past decade, what are your thoughts on the industry's recent movement toward becoming more inclusive with shade range expansion and diverse beauty campaigns?
It's exactly what you referenced, Leah. I think it's very important to acknowledge and celebrate the progress. I know it can be disheartening to some, I'm sure, that it's taken us this long to get here, but the good thing is that we're here. We have a platform, and now it's about how we are looking to use this platform and create that much needed change. So many people in the beauty industry, outside of the beauty industry, have advocated for this level of change. And I think it's also looking at not just product creation. So from a shade range perspective, I think it's about representation across all forms, right? Who are you, who are the creators of who's your creator community? Who's creating that content for you? Who's in these campaigns representing and speaking on behalf of your brand? And I think it's also about creating campaigns and creating work that's an accurate representation of the audience, the society we live in this global world. And that also comes from who's behind the scenes and being able to create that authentic, genuine conversation and dialogue. So I think we're all really happy that we're here because it's taken a lot of work. And I think it's more about how we establishing change to make sure this progress is not short-lived and it's going to happen throughout time. And we need to hold ourselves accountable for that change that's going to happen as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you in holding people accountable. I know this isn't the next question, but comment is, I'm sure you know too, when Rihanna came out with her Fenty Beauty line and she had all these different skin complexions and tones, and everyone was so excited because they were like, I can't believe I'm seeing a representation of my complexion through a beauty brand. So I think to your point, you don't want that to be a one-time thing. You want that to be like a continuous progress that keeps going.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of people in the beauty industry have referenced that, right? Like it took someone like Rihanna, it took, not that long ago, a couple of years ago was when Fenty launched. So it, that was, I think, an eye-opening event for so many people in the beauty industry and just in general too. But that's what it takes, right? Like, it takes one brave soul to be able to do something like that. I mean, it's Rihanna. So, and then that also helps other individuals be given a platform. And then it also helps brands, leaders, and marketers look inward and understand, how do we create product that caters to our community? How do we authentically represent and create a dialogue with our community? And I think one of the things we do see, especially with the younger generation, is they do hold brands accountable. And so I think a lot of brands have started responding to this younger generation, and we're very grateful that this is the path forward.
Yeah, I am totally aligned with that. I love the fact that younger generations are just like holding people accountable. I think it's great. And I know we'll like dive more into that later as well, which is great. My next question is for you, is how do you think about diversity when it comes to building your team and ensuring that you're really bringing in those different voices and perspectives?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's building on what I said before. I think it's a lot about, looking at people and not resumes so much. Don't get me wrong, resumes are very important. But I also work in social and digital, where you have to be creative, and ideas come from lots of different places at different times, and there's no formula, especially if you're trying to push the boundary and create some really innovative work, right? So aside from what's just on paper and your industry experience, I also want to look at people that have different types of experiences, that have tested and solved different types of problems, because all of that, your curiosity, the way you think about how to solve problems, all of that really is, I think, having contributes to a different and I think a diverse group of people. And that's what's important to me, outside of the traditional sense of how we look at diversity, right? Like, of course, we want people of different ethnic groups and different backgrounds and all of that, as I mentioned. So people from all walks of life, in addition to how you are looking at your work and how you're looking at solving problems, curiosity, all of that. I think, how do you tell stories beautifully? Like, all of that, especially as a storyteller myself, that's really important. And that's how I also look at building teams. I think one of the other things that I always try to do is really, it's almost like having an inspiration corner. It's really getting people to look outside of their role or their industry, even learn from other individuals, learn from other industries, because there's so much out there. And right now, especially, people are doing some fantastic work. So I think it's a lot about who you are as a person and how you consume that information and how you kind of apply it to your everyday life within the professional setting and even personal. So I think that's how I kind of look at my team and go about building a diverse team, if you will.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good approach that you take, because it sounds like you're saying also too that diverse teams build diverse thinking, right? Like, you get perspectives that may not be those like traditional perspectives that you would get from someone who, went to college and had a more linear path. And some people with a different path, to your point, can help bring a new idea that you just may have not thought of. So I think that.
Yeah, definitely. And you want a team that can balance, right? Just like any relationship, because teams are essentially relationships. You spend so much time at work. You need to find a group of individuals that also challenge you. Myself as a leader, I want to be challenged by my team, and I want to be able to challenge my team and help them develop and help them grow as well. So it's a two-way street. it's a two-way relationship, and so I'm not looking for people that are exactly like me, but I am looking for people that are open to learning and growing. And I think that's really important, especially now more than ever. I think that kind of way of thinking.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that's really great to hear. And I'm sure people here are also like excited to hear that as well. So another question that I have, and I know a little bit later we'll kind of get into the Q&A, but as you know, Sharon Shooter, so apologies if I'm mispronouncing her last name, who has the brand Uma Beauty, created the Pull Up or Shut Up initiative, which challenges brands to share the number of Black employees currently employed at the corporate and executive level, many of them rising to the occasion. And as we speak, there are a lot of efforts on how we can also support the AAPI community as well. Based on your experience as a marketer and leader in the beauty industry and beauty and fragrance industry, how has this impacted your perspective as a marketer? And how would you advise brands, corporations to support their employees?
Listen, Sharon is a very brave soul. And she started this initiative, I believe last year, at a very pivotal time in the world, in the US, and also specifically, of course, in the beauty industry, right? And we need a lot of people that are willing to stand up and, as I mentioned before, do that work and hold people and brands and marketers like myself even accountable, right? Like we're all accountable for the change that we want to see and we want to make in this industry and just in our society. So I think that initiative, like so many others that came after, and all the dialogue and conversations that happened this past year onto this year, it's just been eye-opening, right? I think it's creating a platform for these underrepresented communities, for people that have been systematically silenced, to be able to come forward and have these honest conversations. And I think it's given brands, it's given brand leaders and brands were given the opportunity to look inside and understand, how are we structured? What does representation really truly look like? Because a lot of the times, people aren't given a seat at the table where decisions are being made. And that's really where you need to be, and you need to be able to create change, right? So I think that was a big takeaway for so many. And we're still seeing that happen today. It's been such a difficult couple of weeks and for so many people in the Asian American community as well. So it's also about creating a safe space as a leader to be able to support your employees, having that empathy and creating and really being an ally, right? And I know, I'm sure that word is thrown around a lot right now, but being able to really truly advocate for your employees, advocate for their mental health, creating a safe space so people can come to work and just be who they are. So it's being able to bring your authentic self to work as well. And I think that is something that might have, been missing. And that's why we needed all of these kinds of initiatives to bring those things to life. And the good thing, as I mentioned before, is we have that platform now. It's slow, but change is happening. So I think it's more about, how are we looking forward, and what are those steps that we're taking to make sure this is not a one-time thing, that this change is here to stay, and what does that look like?
Yeah, I think to your point, like making sure that this change is here to stay, but also creating a safe space, because everything that has been going on within the Asian community the past few weeks, like employees need a safe space, to your point, and they need to feel like their voices are being heard. That actually kind of ties into my next question as well, is like, there has been a lot of attention to certain issues within the Asian community, within the Black community as well, with just more recent events. So when did you start feeling more comfortable speaking to cultural relevance and just these kind of issues at work, and what factored into your decision?
I think this is one of those instances. I'm here now speaking about what it really means to bring in all different types of cultures in all senses of the word. But I think, you spend a lot of time in this industry, or just in your professional life, and you want to be able to be your authentic self. So at some point, I realized that's when you produce the best work. That's when you become the best leader. That's when you really thrive, and you can help your team as well. And so you have to be able to be strong enough to make those changes yourself, but you also have to have other people that are advocating for you and creating that safe space as well. And so those are things that just came together for me, and I felt like it was important to be able to, if I can inspire anyone, or if I can help mentor or give some sort of strength or confidence to especially any other woman of color, that I want to be able to do that. And so it was that sort of how I made that decision. And I think, we're all getting comfortable more and more every day. So it's a work in progress.
I mean, I totally hear you on that. I want to say I'm glad that you are getting more comfortable, and I'm glad that we're just getting this opportunity as two women of color to speak on the stage. Yeah. And so, yeah, I'm glad that you're doing that too. And I'm sure the people around you are happy to see it as well.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, you too.
Can you share some examples of how you felt inspired by content that you and your team created that led to connecting with diverse audiences?
Yeah, I think throughout my career, I've always tried to align myself with brands that embody my personal values as well. I think having being able to work for brands like Urban Decay or even Bare Minerals, they have such strong, authentic representation of what it means to be a woman. And I mean, this is beauty. It's all about self-care. It's all about making you feel good as well. But beauty brands have a big responsibility, because they are also the first brands that we, especially as children, connect to, right? We're always in our moms' purses or what have you. So they do leave a lasting impression, and you always remember the first beauty product that you purchased or what have you. So there is that responsibility. So for me, one of the things that I worked on at Urban Decay was we were one of the first brands to, I believe, put unretouched images on Instagram, which I think was like a huge effort on our part to be able to inspire and encourage people that you are beautiful, and just the way you are, and that kind of taking a step like that from a big beauty brand is huge, right? Even now at my work specifically on Calvin Klein fragrances, one of the coolest campaigns I was a part of was developing our CK Everyone scent. It's a genderless scent. It's vegan, so there's a big sustainability initiative tied to it. It's really about self-expression and celebrating your individuality. And so it's really, again, connecting to audiences where they are, how they see themselves, and encouraging them. And I think, and that was really the platform for our entire campaign as well. So being able to create these types of campaigns, encourage people to have these dialogues, I think has been hugely important for me as a marketer, especially in the beauty industry right now.
Yeah, I think to your point, like creating a genderless scent, like that's huge, and just campaigning that, and also untouched photos on Instagram. Like, oh, I love that. Like, love that. Like, no, like for real. Cause like as a woman, think about it. Like, how long does it take you to like really post a photo on Instagram? Or like, hold on, I have to like add a filter. Or like, let me retouch this part and then let me post it so it looks perfect. But to your point, like tying into being your authentic self and like posting untouched filters, that makes, people feel better about themselves also too as well.
Right, exactly. So it's more about celebrating who you are. It's about self-care. It's about being able to express your beautiful self the way you want to. And I think that's a big platform, and that's a big change from where I think the beauty industry was not that long ago.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I feel like a lot of the things that I've seen in the beauty and fragrance industry over the past year definitely has been different than what I've seen in the past. And then I just have one last question for you before I go to our Q&A, because our Q&A is so great. We have all these questions already. So I want to make sure we're able to get to them. So my one last question, and it kind of ties into our earlier conversation talking about younger generations. You and I talked about this one-on-one, how like growing up, we didn't see a lot of, Black and brown people in commercials and everything else. So I think with the younger generations and driving inspiration, seeing someone who looks like them and creating beauty from within is important. So in your opinion, how does the beauty industry impact younger generations?
I think, the impact is huge, right? We are always looking for role models, even as adults. That's something we constantly gravitate to. And this is a hot topic, especially this past couple of years or two, or it feels like 20 in this COVID world. But yeah, it's, so I think, beauty brands especially have a responsibility to be able to give that platform to individuals that haven't had that representation right before. And I think more and more brands are doing that. And that's something that I advocate for as a marketer as well. We're also seeing other brands, even outside of beauty, like Mattel created the first, African-American Barbie doll. And I think they also created a Barbie doll that had a different body shape. So I think it's all about representation across every single way you can imagine, right? And I think that's something that's so huge. And again, I think beauty brands especially have realized that. And I think they're making that change, and they're creating these, even whether it's visual or dialogues or what have you, they're trying their best, I think, to be able to accurately represent the communities that we live in. And we're starting to see all of those trickle down in terms of the campaigns that have come to life, right? I mean, CoverGirl, for example, they had a model that was over 50 years old, which I think was, yeah, and I mean, Dove, like all these brands, I mean, they're really, really pushing the boundaries in all senses of the way. And these are really important work for, I think, across the board. And I can only imagine that the younger generation is going to grow up with all these different types of role models that, sadly, some of us didn't get to, but that's what progress is, right? And that's what taking steps in the right direction means.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I also would say, like, it's never too late to see some type of progress, right? Like, for me, it's always great to see. I have nephew and nieces, and it's so nice to see them have dolls that are different colors and different like shades and sizes. And I'm just like, this is nice that they have this.
Right. I think it's also about, normalizing it, right? Like we're at a time where we are celebrating a lot of firsts. Like we celebrate the first female vice president. We celebrate when women are CEOs or when they're on boards, or I work for a company that has an incredible female CEO as well, and we're celebrating all these momentous occasions, as we should. But I think the next step is to normalize it, so we're no longer celebrating the first, we're celebrating just collectively the next steps, and all these female leaders and all these young girls that can, or boys or girls or whoever that can, these kids that can grow up and see these people as leaders.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I am dreaming of that day. I know it will happen where, we'll just be used to everything. So Nilu, I'm going to start reading a few questions that we got through. So one of the questions we got was, what heritage or older beauty brands do you think have done a good job in changing their products to be more inclusive? This person said, I'm thinking of older brands like, Bobbi Brown. Yeah, I remember that. And Estee Lauder as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The question was, what brands have been doing a great job?
Yeah, just what brands have been doing a good job being like more inclusive.
I mean, I think that definitely those two brands, but I think a lot of brands, especially right now, are trying to create that change, right? I mean, we just saw how even a ton of Unilever brands were asked to take out, creating like lightning effects, things like that, that are very alarming and hurtful for women and people trying to use these products. I mean, they're mostly targeted to women. So I think across the board, companies and brands are trying to make these changes. And it's also from a product, it's not just marketing, right? It's also product innovation. So there's so many individuals and so many processes that have to be affected to truly make these changes, because I think at some point, the messaging, the visual messaging or the dialogue that you have on your social media platforms or what have you, those are sometimes the easy changes to create. So I think across the board, brands are trying to make these changes. And I think there's a lot of new brands that are coming up, like Lip Tinted, Kulfi, like all of these brands are coming up that are also run by people of color. And they're really creating these products with the community that they want to represent. And so I think it's a lot about also supporting those brands as well.
Yeah, I think that's great. Another question that came through was, how can you inspire consumers to have emotional connection with your content?
I think, emotional content and emotional connection comes from accurate representation and genuine, showing your genuine brand values, right? I think we are seeing a lot of brands really quickly pivot their marketing strategy, and they're putting all sorts of different people and messages, and I know it's probably really overwhelming as a consumer too, to be like, oh great, here's another campaign from all these brands. So I think it's all about showing those brand values, and not having sort of a material connection either. It's about also accurately maybe giving the right creators the opportunity, the platform and the opportunity to create content on your behalf. It's about hiring the right people so they can accurately represent your brand. I think it's a lot of those kinds of changes. They're not going to happen overnight, but I think people have recognized it, and it's starting to make waves.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And part of your answer kind of ties into like another question that was asked, where someone said the space is becoming more and more saturated with celebrities and influencers starting their own beauty brands. Yeah. And they were saying like, how is this changing the industry, if at all? So I do think like you touched a little bit upon that in the question you just answered, in terms of like hiring people like who are authentic, and it's making beauty brands become more innovative. But I still wanted to ask this person's question live to see if there was anything else you'd like to add to that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think, there's always going to be an evolution, and I think the good thing is you have a lot of choices now, or at least that's what I would hope that is coming from all of these various brands that are created by so many different individuals, whether it's celebrities, established brands, or even influencers. I think having choice, especially right now, is great. But sure, it is a very saturated market. And I think we are seeing even the influencer community shift and change, right? We had all these like really amazing influencers come to life. And now we are gearing towards like having our communities and our consumers really help with that product innovation standpoint. So I think it's always going to be evolving. But the great thing is that it's giving everyone a chance to connect with the brand a little bit more closely, and you're going to have more choices, which means that hopefully you can get that right product for you.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like oftentimes, I don't know if you feel this way, but I feel like sometimes people are like, oh, there's too many choices. But I'm also like, there's so many people in the world. Like we all need, like, there's so many choices because there's so many people in the world. And I'm sure you do too. You use multiple brands and beauty products. Like I don't use just like one specific brand. I'll like switch between a few. And I feel like a lot of people are like that. So I don't think having a lot of choices is a bad thing, unless you feel otherwise. That's fine.
Nope. I think, being able to that's when you also get really great products, right? And you can like push innovation. So I think it's not a bad thing. And to your point, it gives you the opportunity to experiment, which we know from consumer trends is something that people are doing more of now. I think gone are the days where you buy that one product and that's it for life. And to your point, and we've just discussed this so much, we're all so different and our needs are so different. We need a lot of those different kinds of products. So it's also about, so what I hope is happening is also that these individuals and brands are creating products to cater to this very global world that we live in.
No, I totally agree with that. Another question we got was, where and how does content creation start for you? The person said message, objective first, audience first, or channel first?
It's definitely, I think, looking at what your objectives are, right? Who are you trying to reach? How are you trying to reach? What are you even marketing? Is it an existing product? Is it a brand new product? Is it where in the life cycle is the product messaging that you're trying to develop, and why? So all of those objectives help you fine tune the messaging and the creative that you're developing for the audiences and then for the channels, and then how you continuously reach them across all various different consumer touch points as well. So I would, mostly start with that objective of like who, what, why, all of those questions that you need answered.
Yeah, that's a really good point as well, in terms of like, you need to know who, what, like what you're trying to do before you kind of like dig into it. So that's great to hear your perspective on that. Another question we have is, what principles have your teams learned about authentic communication during this time? Have you had to adjust your messaging and tone, and does it vary by channel?
Yes, of course. I think, goes without saying that we, like so many other brands, we all had to look at internally, how are we approaching this communication? What does it mean to even have a presence during this time? Like, who are we as a brand to be able to speak during this time? And what does it mean if we, like, how are we saying it? What are those key messages? And again, it all goes back to your brand values as well. I think it's not such a reach if you already are a brand that talks about representation or talks about inclusivity, and it's a very natural, organic kind of connection to your brand, right? I think lately consumers have felt a disconnect because some of these brands are coming out of nowhere. And yes, short answer, it does change based on platforms as well.
Okay. No, that's really good to know as well. I know we do have Izzy back. Izzy, do we have time for one question? If not, I can definitely hand it back over to you.
We can do one more question.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you so much. This one person said, how are you using data to plan, evaluate, and make decisions around your marketing efforts?
Yeah, I mean, data is across all touch points. And I think we've all been at the helm of like, what does data even look like right now, right, with all the challenges that social media platforms are having, and access to the right type of data. But data does drive a lot of our content decisions and how we reach people, where we reach them, what type of content that we're developing, and how are we optimizing it. It's all audience-based insights, just like everyone else. But on top of that, we have also looked at how to create the right type of content for our brand so that we are able to give our consumers, our audiences, a really great view into who we are as a brand as well, which is, I think, really key right now. And that's how you have that emotional connection. And then on top of that, we leverage data to reach consumers at the right time when they're shopping at various different ways. And we're also testing and learning different platforms and reaching new consumers that we haven't spoken to before. So all of those things are definitely in play, especially now more than ever. I mean, I also try to sell fragrance, which is all about your sensorial self, and it's smelling the fragrance and playing with the bottle and like really having that connection, which is challenging in this virtual world. So really pushing the boundaries of how can you get your scent across to people during this challenging time. So we definitely try a lot of different, we're testing and learning a lot of different technologies as well. But all of those are data points that we can leverage and continue to leverage beyond this pandemic.
Yeah, that's really good information to know. Thank you so much, Nilu, for taking the time to speak with me, like talking about, diversity, inclusion, specifically in the beauty industry, but just also overall. Also, thank you, Brand Innovators, for just giving me the platform to moderate this session. Just handing it back over to you, Izzy. Thanks for letting me ask one more question. I know we're like right on time, so
thank you so much. And Leah, it was so lovely to have you moderate the session. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Both. I thoroughly enjoyed your conversation and just the importance of cultural relevance within the workplace, as well as in your campaigns you create and how that truly impacts the audience and your consumers. As I'm a Cuban American myself, so authentic representation is really key. And it was really great to hear the two of you having this discussion on our stage. So thank you. It was great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great to be here.
Yeah, so I'm now happy to introduce our next speakers, Kelly Ruoff, Chief Brand Officer at Root Inc., and Wellesley Walker, Film Director at Tool of North America. We'll be speaking with Deirdre Lester, the Chief Revenue Officer at Barstool Sports. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do we have Wesley here? I don't see him.
I don't think so yet.
Okay, give him a quick note.
Make sure. Oh, here we go.
All right, nice.
Hey, there we are. Hi guys, how are you? I'm here. I just had to raise my hand in the webinar. Good morning. How are you?
I like your nice bright background there. That's awesome.
Oh, it's our branded background, it was asked of us. So.
Cool. Well, hi everyone that's attending and tuning in. I'm Deirdre Lester, Chief Revenue Officer at Barstool Sports. Really excited to be here today with Kelly and Wes to talk about some really important recent work they did. I have been here at Barstool Sports for 3.5 years, oversee all of our marketing and brand partnerships, sponsorships, and licensing. I thought it'd be just really great for folks that are here to just hear a quick intro from both Kelly and Wes on their background and what they currently do at Tool North America and at Root Insurance.
Sure, I'll go ahead and start. I'm Kelly Ruff, Chief Brand Officer of Root Insurance. We are a technology company that is unbreaking the archaic industry of car insurance, using technology from a smartphone to determine and judge your rate based on how you drive, not traditional demographic factors about who you are.
Awesome. And I'm Leslie Walker, director at Tool of North America. And so I've directed work for Nike, Adidas, Tesla, Root Insurance as well. Recently just finished a project for Disney. So I love filmmaking so much. And so it's been an honor to actually be a part of this project, alongside Kelly.
Awesome. So to give everyone context, the conversation we're having is really surrounding the making of what Kelly and Wes refer to as a brand film versus really a commercial spot. It's 75 seconds, I believe, is that right? And it really is, it features Bubba Wallace, who's a very prominent NASCAR driver who also happens to be Black. And they embarked on this project this summer during the peak of the social injustice movement that really came, to the light in a very big way around June, I believe. And this spot was released on, I believe, October 22nd. So pretty rapid timeline. And I do want to talk about that timeline, but I think first and foremost would be really great is for everyone watching to get an opportunity to lean back and watch this amazing film.
Bubba Wallace asks for a ban on Confederate flags in NASCAR event. The President of the United States puts out a tweet to Bubba Wallace asking an apology.
Flag had not been banned.
We saw a hoax. Is there really a tweet to Bubba Wallace asking an apology?
Flag had not been banned.
We saw a hoax.
Bubba, will you apologize?
They're running you low coming out of 3 and 4. You're losing your momentum. I need you to stay high.
Being the face of the Black Lives Matter movement for NASCAR, does it feel like...
What do you think about the Confederate flag in the NASCAR event? Is there really a problem with racism in America?
Bubba Wallace asked for a ban.
Bubba Wallace's car has Black Lives Matter painted across the hood and marked. There's a lot of people in the media who need an apology.
How do you respond to the request that you apologize?
Awesome. Kelly, thank you for showing that. Glad it worked. It's always tricky with
Yeah,
video.
sorry, there's a little blip in there, but I hope everyone could catch it.
Yeah, and it's obviously available on YouTube for anyone who wants to go, watch it again. I know I've watched it several times since you guys first sent it over to me last week. There's something amazing about a good NASCAR commercial. Just like we'll start with that because I became a big fan of NASCAR only fairly recently. At Barstool, we have a pretty big partnership with them as well. And so, getting familiar with them, but then seeing kind of everything you guys have done here, there's so much to talk about. I do think that the timeline is something I did want to just have you touch on a little bit because I was reviewing it again this morning and like, wow, after everything we discussed, on the value and importance of the message here and why Root Inc. felt it was the right message for your brand to be engaging in and embarking on this story. And then the how you did that. I think one of the things that's fascinating is how quickly it came about. And it looks like it started with an outreach from Bubba's agent directly to you guys to looking for sponsors. And then from that timeline, can you talk about, how quickly you guys turned and leaned into this message from a brand perspective?
Sure. Yeah, I think timing is one of the most important parts of this story because this wasn't putting this message together was incredibly important, but getting it out into the world at this time was equally important. And we knew that we were up against an election. We knew that we were up against increasing racial tension across the country. And we needed to share this story and this perspective kind of in the heart of it. And a question we kept asking was, did we miss the moment on this? But things kept escalating. And just when you thought, okay, we're making progress, we were seeing a lack of progress across so many fronts. So what's interesting is that message is still incredibly relevant today and this week, right? It's wild how we think that we're making progress on this, but there's still a long way to go. I guess his agent had reached out to us in June. In June, Bubba Wallace, NASCAR's only Black driver, had made a statement in a press interview calling for all Confederate flags to be removed from NASCAR races. And that kind of thrust him into this activist spotlight. From then, that's really how we took notice of him. They had been looking for sponsors and hadn't really picked up a lot of momentum in finding sponsors, even as his media profile and activist profile was rising. We decided to have a call and really just get to know them based on a simple headline. It was in a Tampa newspaper that said, Bubba Wallace finds his voice even if he's not finding sponsors, potential new sponsors. And it was that line, we are a 6-year-old company. We are a fast-growing technology company. When you look at the maturity level, we probably aren't at a spot where a traditional company would dive into sports sponsorship, but it was seeing, right, no one else is coming in to stand up and support and celebrate this human who's really doing amazing things in a sport that hasn't had a voice like his before. We, as Root, we stand for progress and change in archaic industries. And there was so much alignment. We thought, well, if no one else is doing it, why not us, right? And that's really how we started to have those conversations in early June. As those conversations, right in the middle of them happening, a new shaped rope was found in his stall. A hate crime investigation was launched by the FBI. It was found to not be a hate crime. And that very next day, while it was being investigated, all of the NASCAR drivers came out to support Bubba. They actually pushed his car to the very front of the line. The next day, Trump tweeted at him an aggressive tweet, kind of demanding an apology, saying, you're stirring this up, you're creating a hoax. And I think we had a call with him even that afternoon. I mean, how bizarre to just have a call set up that we just want to talk about entering a sponsorship. And the president just tweeted this aggressive tweet at you this morning when you woke up. That's the first thing you found.
It's pretty
So
wild.
that's really when we thought, okay, let's do this. And we moved pretty aggressively from there, connecting with Wes, finding the right partner to tell this story. And then we went into go mode pretty aggressively. Shooting, we really took the time. We spent a lot of time getting the story right before going right into shooting, but we had a tight schedule to get this all out before the election.
Yeah. I want to talk about how you connected with Wes and the significance of that. And one thing I just want to add to the timeline for people to have perspective is Root went public, IPO'd on October 28th. So with this work coming fast and furious and you guys working through the summer and the fall to get this launched, the company is also, preparing for a pretty massive IPO. So pretty interesting in terms of like weighing how impactful this could be, the risk factor of it all. I'm sure there was a lot of conversations discussing, is this the right time for us to get involved in such a powerful statement of a message as a brand?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of conversation. Not even, is this the right time? Are you crazy? This is, we're about to IPO. There's a person in office who could potentially affect that. We're 14 days away from the election, 7 days away from an IPO. And we are trying so fast and fiercely to get this out. And it turns out making that spot wasn't wasn't necessarily the hard part. It was getting everyone's approval to put it out into the world. And that's what was holding up a lot of that timing. In the end, we made a lot of people nervous with this, not only even on, within our company on regulatory side of things, but also within NASCAR, within Bubba's organization, of how this is, when you look at traditional NASCAR spots, this stands out, right? A brand hasn't broached this subject before. Most NASCAR spots are cheeky and clever and lean on humor, or flashy, and this was quite different. So the rush of timing at the end, one was us completing it, but us making sure that this was a spot that all of those parties I mentioned supported, without Wes and I compromising the integrity and the power of the message that we fought to the very end to make sure was still within this.
Yeah, and you bring up a really great point, and we think about this a lot at Barstool Sports. And we are a comedy brand first and foremost, almost more than we are a sports brand. We are heavily leaned into sports, and we have this partnership with NASCAR. So, first when, after we were at the Daytona 500, then all the races were canceled. So we were basically on pause with our partnership anyway, when all of this stuff ignited with Bubba and in general. And we had to talk to them about what's the plan here? And is there anything we can do to support you guys? Does Bubba want to come to Barstool headquarters and go on some of our different podcasts and talk about this experience? But that felt really forced in our very comedic toned environment. So we just decided, let's just pump the brakes, and we'll see you around the playoffs and see what's going on then. So we made a very different decision in terms of how we could lean into that. We have other ways we're leaning into this movement, this message, but that moment didn't feel right for us. And I think you guys took a really bold position, but then how you did that is really important. And I think that's where enter in, the importance of Wes and his role here, and representation of, who's making this film, who are you working with to produce and direct it. So I'd love for you guys to talk about that, the decision, how you came together, and kind of how important that was throughout the process.
Sure, I can kind of open up, and I'll turn it over to Wes. It was very clear, we made the intentional decision to not go through a traditional creative agency partnership in making this. When we look out into the world, there's no shortage of brands that have tried to put out a social good message and failed. And when we tried to identify where do those brands go wrong, how did that happen? And it seemed like one thread we could see throughout that was that it almost seemed like, okay, go away, make something amazing, and come back and this big reveal. And we knew that we needed to be involved in this every step of the way, making sure that at any point we didn't veer off into being too promotional or too much of the brand. We made the decision early on that we were celebrating and supporting this story, not inserting our brand into it. And I think to find a partner who would work with us in that capacity, allow us to collaborate and be in docs together, working late, having calls nonstop to really figure out the right message was the most important thing. And then as the leader on this project, the lens in which we told this story, I knew needed to be reflected in the type of person Bubba was. And it was so important for me to have a young Black male lens on this work. And once understanding more about Wes's background, which I'll let him share, but if he doesn't, I'm going to brag on him because it's pretty impressive. Once we really learned about who he was as a person, we knew he was the right person to help us navigate this. Wes, tell him why you're so impressed.
Awesome. Thank you, Kelly. Really happy to be here, guys. And so, it was, to sum it up, it was an intensive process. It was weeks of work, a lot of back and forth. There were so many difficult conversations. So at the beginning, it was a creative generation process between Kelly, the team at Root, myself, and Mark, our creative director, and just incredibly difficult conversations, right? Like, questioning all of our bias, checking our ego at the door, and really just getting down to, like, what are we really trying to say? What does it mean to really be authentic in this industry? Because every brand says it, And, but at the same time, you also have a lot of brands that don't actually care or have the follow through or do any of the actual work within these communities that we're trying to like market to. And so that was something that we were really trying to figure out, is like, our why, our big why together as a group. Why are we doing this? Why does this matter? Whose story are we telling? How are we telling that story? And so when it came to Bubba, it was just so important that we made sure that like, that there was a lot of overlap. Bubba and I are very similar, both mixed race. I'm half Black, half Mexican. My degrees are in psychology and neuroscience from Stanford University. And so a lot of what we were trying to figure out was, how do we get into the mind of Bubba Wallace? And so oftentimes, when brands approach these sorts of things, it's like, we're going to project and place a story onto you. And instead what we said, Bubba, get involved. What does your mind feel like? What's keeping you up late at night? What's making you not sleep? What is the swirl of emotion that takes place within you? And can we represent that in a way that feels honest to you? Because that was another difficult aspect as well. It's like, where do we put the politics of this particular piece? Like how far to the left do we go? Is that really Bubba's politics? Bubba is very, he's very humanistic. He believes in respect towards everyone and everyone, but all of us, but he wasn't also like this very hard, nosed, intense kind of activist guy as well either. So we couldn't push it that direction. So we had to find kind of a middle ground that felt true to him, true to his brand, true to Root, and then also, made sure that we weren't, overstepping what we needed to say. So I think that was the key. I mean, just really, really important was getting involved with just crews of color, casting just so many different people that, are actually of this community, and sharing the work with people from our community. So sharing with like aunts and family and friends to make sure that it read for them, so that way when we finished this project, we were like, yeah, I think we did a really good job, a really, really good job. So it's difficult. This type of work is very difficult. And I'll let Kelly speak to some more of that as well too, just the back and forth that we had to go through.
Yeah, I think so much of this was, as Wes is alluding, a collaboration. And part of that collaboration, if we hadn't kind of identified these individual partners in Mark and Wes to work with, we couldn't be as open and honest. I think sometimes you look at these social good spots and you think, gosh, didn't they have a big group doing this to come up with this? How did they miss the mark, right?
That's so bad.
How did the Kendall Jenner Pepsi commercial end up like that, right? Wasn't there a big room? And I think in this case, we made our room small, and because it was small, we could go deep. And going deep meant calling each other out on privilege and bias and how aggressive is this story. And this is still a brand message. So where does the brand come in? And we could have those conversations because we were such a small, tight-knit group doing this, of individuals versus this big, trying to please a lot of different parties and trying to tell so many different stories. So small and deep is what made this work what it is.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. And then I mean, what got a little bit difficult at the end as well too is just seeing, once we actually had this piece of work really well crafted, was just how many other stakeholders were involved and how we had to negotiate to make sure that the message remained true. So Bubba Wallace was, recently picked up by Michael Jordan's racing team as well too. So we had, more people that we had to make sure felt aligned with the message in this. And so I think, for us, it was just so important to make sure that the values were reflective of Root, the, values of change, values of fairness, these elements that are so central to Root's brand, but also just really human values that, Bubba also stands behind. Like the fact that, he did get the Confederate flag banned. I mean, he's just saying, let's respect each other, these really basic values. But so we had to orient the piece around that and continue to negotiate around those values. So like, I mean, those aren't values you can really disagree with if you're a thoughtful, conscious human being, and so once we were able to negotiate around that, with so many people, I mean, heads of NASCAR, as well as Bubba's team, Michael Jordan's team, and then our own, internal negotiations as well too. So that was really like the work of this piece. There were so many times this brand was almost banned, honestly. And so we should probably talk about that too. That was also interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to hear more about that. That's fascinating.
Kelly,
you want to dive into the different conversations or how this almost didn't come to life?
Yeah. I mean, I think you're saying like there's so many different stakeholders that had to weigh in. It's such an important message at such a heightened time of heightened sensitivity within all aspects of society, and you're dealing with like Bubba wanting to be something that's really representative of him. You've got NASCAR that's on their heels in terms of this situation with the Confederate flag, and I'm sure that there just had to have been a lot of moments where this was tenuous and you're doing all this work. Talk about how it maybe almost didn't make it.
Yes, I would say tenuous is an understatement. And there's, as you watch brands wade into this, you saw almost every brand issue a statement, right at the onset of the Black Lives Matter movement. You saw brands putting the black square up on their social feeds. We made the decision early on to do something deeper and to do that through support of this individual and a movement in this way. That's something that was ours, was Root's decision to do that. But as we're saying, there are many other groups involved in this, and for NASCAR, and we have a great relationship with them now, and are even in discussions of how we can further D&I messaging within the sport. But this was this their kind of question was, what does this say? What are you saying about our current fans, right? What Wes and I kept coming back to was, we are reporting back a story. We're doing it in a stylized way, but we're just sharing, these are historical things that happened, right? We had to quickly identify kind of some bargaining chips within this creative. We had a scene where we showed more of the angry fans. When Bubba, particularly last year, would come out, he would be booed, right? If he crashed at a race and people cheered, right? He was bringing a lot of change and disruption to a sport that some fans weren't supportive of. And Wes and I were just trying to tell that story. So there was conversation with NASCAR, how much editorializing or how much of this story needs to still be told. We're saying, well, we've really worked past that. Our perspective was, you haven't worked past it. And even if you have, we need to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And that's why we need to tell these stories. And I think as we worked with NASCAR to understand, okay, we will switch out some images, but we're going to put in just as tense. We have these kind of intense moments throughout that he's kind of flashing back through, and we needed to make sure that intensity was there. So we worked with them to find a level of how many times are we showing the Confederate flag? We show the new shape rope. We show the quick flash of Trump's tweet. We show the Confederate flag the huge one that someone brought to pull behind a plane over above one of the races. We show that footage to make sure that we kept those tension points, but we had to do a little bargaining to switch out what those tension points were. Part of it also, the Jordan organization, we were so excited. I mean, it's a dream come true. You take a bet on an athlete, and you take a bet on him when he openly said, hey, I'm in the middle of a transition here in terms of ownership, team ownership. I don't know where we're headed. And then in comes Michael Jordan to join the sport. That's amazing, right? That never happens. But I think they joined. We had our first call with them the night we started shooting. And I introduced myself as fellow members of my executive team and say, hi, I'm Kelly. We're with Root. Here's what we're all about. We're about to go shoot a commercial. The fog machine has already started, the racetrack, the test drivers out warming up the track, and we're going to go film a spot that makes a political statement. And these are the kind of images that are going to be in this spot. And I think it gave them pause to think, we just met and we just signed into this, and what are you doing? So we tried to also understand where everyone else was coming from, and make sure that we were bringing them along, not just kind of throwing this boldly at them. And I think that was an important part, was making sure that those stakeholders had time to review, even though it was very quick, understood that there were some elements we could change, but also we had a hard line that if at the end of the day, we still couldn't support this message of unapologetic progress. If we started apologizing for the progress, then we were walking away from the project completely. And we knew we had a little bit of bargaining power there, because this was a new young team and we wanted to tell this story correctly. Rightfully so, they were nervous of how other sponsors, right? They're trying to pick up new sponsors. And if you've got this, young hotshot tech company out of the Midwest coming in with this bold brand that they're attaching with this potential, this person looking for sponsors. How does that affect other sponsors? Those were all questions that came into play. And yeah, Wes is right. There was a point when this it reached a point where we thought the creative was being compromised too much, that we were willing to walk away from it.
Fascinating. I think, you said it early in the conversation, and I think it ties back to everything you're talking about now, Kelly, which is like, thinking about like there was this moment in the summer, and then did we miss the moment? It's like, well, if it's only a moment, then no progress will happen. If it's a moment and then it dies off and goes away and everybody stops trying to make progress, then what was it all for, right? So I think the continued story is important. And to your point, the moment continues anyway, so you didn't miss anything. But I also think the importance of carrying it through and deciding as a brand, how are you going to do something here, and then committing to it. For us, like I said, at the moment for us with NASCAR, it didn't make sense just because of who we are. And while we're unapologetic, our tone is very comedic. And what we ended up doing, which you and I talked about, was partnering with Deion Sanders, because he fits our bill. He's big and bold, Coach Prime, unapologetic, very authentic, kind of slid right into the Barstool universe in a way that is really authentic. And we're currently producing a docu-series with him around his experience as the new head coach of Jackson State in Mississippi. So again, it'll have, some important messages about shining a much needed light on HBCUs and the experience of the athletes at those schools. And, with Coach Prime in the middle of all of that. And then we're working on like, well, how do we have a brand partner on that? And how do we weave that in a way that's authentic and not forced? And we're not making, basically branded commercials for our particular partner. So everything you say has resonated. And I think one of the things in the Q&A from the audience that I think, I know I'd love to hear from both of you guys, and it is a question right here in the Q&A, is like, what advice would you give to other brands that are, thinking about and trying to make, a statement or create a message tied to, social progress, social injustice? Were there things you learned that you look back and you say would do it differently, or any advice you would give to your fellow marketers who are listening in?
Sure, I can jump in just really quickly. For me, just as a filmmaker, also, being at the other side of it, which is brands will request, me to actually go and create these messages. For me, the most important thing is, does the brand actually care? Does the brand actually care about what it is they're talking about? In Root's case, they do. I mean, Root is working really, really hard to upend the entire insurance industry and get rid of factors that are discriminatory in insurance pricing. And so when I saw that, I was like, okay, cool. This is an actual, there's weight behind the statement, as opposed to just, hi, we're a brand, we want to make a statement so we feel better about ourselves, as opposed to actually doing anything of value in the world. And I think that's just so critical. For me, that's the main factor that I look at. And so many brands don't care. And it's, they're businesses, and I understand that. But I mean, it's better not to wade into those statements if there is no follow through. And so I think that's something else, Kelly and the team have done as well too. There's just so much follow through with Bubba. He's very involved in the company, very involved in a lot of the initiatives that he cares about. And there's also like a ton of involvement with Bubba himself. Bubba, what do you care about? What do you think? Where should this go? I think that's so important to actually center the person that you're working with and center the movement that you're working with as well.
Yeah, yep, agree with all. I think one important starting point for any brand kind of navigating this, Jill Neely, our VP of Creative, created a rubric early on that I love, that we said, okay, we want to make a bold statement, but what are we making a statement about? Are we making a statement about the industry? Are we making a statement about the product? Are we making a statement about our value system? And at any given point, we kind of had concepts that hinted at each of those. And once we were able to say, okay, right, by product, fairness is a big part of our platform. So are we diving into the fairness element of our product? Or are we calling out systemic bias within the industry, right? Or are we going to lean on our values, these ideas, this love of change and progress? And eventually that's where we netted out. And so that was really important for us to go through that exercise, because that made sure that we stayed in the lane of values. And from there, we could identify what's the ratio of Bubba versus Root in this story. And we knew early on, we were very careful about making sure we were not appropriating his story, right? Where do we insert ourselves into this that doesn't take over his story? And I think, right, to keep using that, like, we don't want the Pepsi can shot at the end and the Kendall Jenner smile, right? We needed to make sure that we celebrated and told his story, that we told his story and then showed our support of it at the end. And that this partnership didn't just end with this 75-second film, that we not only work with him to tell a deeper story on some other extensions within our marketing assets, but as Wes said, make sure that our platform supports this, right? We continue to be committed to fairness. We are working on trying to remove credit score as a rating factor from this industry, right? There's other elements of what we're trying to do that still support this idea of progress and change. Otherwise, it would have just fallen flat. So any extensions, as you dive in deeper to this work, as you go onto our site, you can then start to see, okay, these are the elements that still tie into this message. And I think that's how we were able to make sure, that's the advice I would give, would be identify the rubric of the space you're playing in, and then really put the outlines and identify exactly where your brand is inserted and where you're celebrating and supporting a story, and make sure that those lines don't get crossed.
Got it. That's awesome advice. One of the other questions that I see here, and I had to ask as well, is like, what is next for Root and Bubba, and how does this partnership continue? What can people expect to see from you guys this upcoming year? And do you continue to support him? Do you lean into that? You mentioned NASCAR. Where do you take it from here?
I think what's interesting is a traditional NASCAR sponsorship so much is about the paint scheme, what they call, right? It's how you're branded on the hood of the car for a number of races. And we entered this with such a naive understanding of the sport, of sponsorship within the sport. We just really wanted to tell this story, right? And that's been a funny part of once we made this film, and then they said, okay, now we're moving to the sponsorship part. And it was kind of to us, well, didn't we just do that? And they're like, no, right? Here's how are you showing up at these races in a way that this is when we're giving back to him and supporting his team, right? The more sponsors he has, obviously, the better that they can race. So we continue to work with Bubba. We have a couple key races where we'll be the lead sponsor, but we continue to work with him on issue-based marketing assets. We're working with him on distracted driving, for example. Because we measure how you drive via your phone, we can tell who's texting and driving. We know through the vibrations of the phone if you're interacting with the phone and how you're using it. So we're able to really accurately predict and measure that, and making sure that we continue to leverage his partnership on issues that matter, issues around safety, around technology. You'll see him coming up in more and more of our materials throughout the year on that, as well as you'll see our name on race cars across the country as the season continues. One interesting thing that we're potentially working on with NASCAR is maybe even doing a NASCAR 101 series, because we have brought new fans to this sport. Bubba has brought new fans to the sport. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to educate. And there's not really an entry point for people to come in to understand a lot of this. So we'll be working with them on that. We're also the sponsor of every year they have a traditional kind of throwback race where people kind of do retro car designs. Our design for that event will not be a retro throwback to our 6-year-old brand, right? We can't exactly be retro. We'll be sponsoring, or we'll be sharing the story of Wendell Scott, the first Black NASCAR driver. So we're just making sure that all of our interactions are still based in mission-driven activities that still push forward our ideas of change and progress.
I love that. Yeah, we're, again, so different, but our whole partnership with NASCAR is about bringing new fans to the sport that wouldn't have otherwise tuned in. So the whole idea with us was put a Barstool paint scheme on a car and have all the Barstool personalities tuning in and cheering for our own car, and kind of showing through our own live stream, watching the sport, that we don't really know how it works, but we're figuring it out because we want our car to win. And we did that last year for a number of races. And then now, we're doing a whole lot of different stuff with them again, but it is all about bringing new fans in, and sort of new, sometimes naive fans that are just like learning the sport. I can't wait to get back on the ground and be actually physically able to go to a NASCAR event, because obviously that has been a no fan experience for a while. And hopefully, I don't know if you've been to a race, Kelly or Wes, but it's a pretty remarkable experience.
Yeah.
Yes, I think they've said some places are opening up 50% capacity later this summer, June, I think. So we'll be able to get to one.
Cool. Well, thank you guys so much. I see Izzy jump back in here, so we're probably at our time, but incredibly impactful message. A lot of comments in the chat about people having goosebumps and chills, and how poignant and on point this message was, and sort of how brave and bold it was for you guys to jump in as a young brand, partner with Wes and create this really bold message at a time where, that could be risky. And again, you mentioned other brands, you could get it wrong and that could have, a very negative result from a PR perspective. So kudos to you guys for one, leaning into this, and two, really making the effort to get it right by having the right partners in place and having the hard conversations that need to be had along the way to make it work. Pretty impressive.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Deirdre.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us and for your conversation. As mentioned, it was really interesting to hear just the overall campaign and the message behind it, as well as just all the hard work that went in behind the scenes to create such a powerful piece. So thank you. We really appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Izzy.
Thank you. So next up, I'm happy to introduce our next live cast, Lisa Marie Paulette, the Chief Marketing Officer at Casper Sleep, and Jill Metcalf, the Client Operations Lead for the Americas at Essence. Welcome, Lisa and Jill.
Hi, thanks, Izzy.
Hi, Izzy.
Welcome. Jill, I'll hand it off to you.
All right, great. Lisa, nice to see you again. Thanks so much for joining me. I'm excited to chat.
Me too. Good to see you again, Jill.
Great. All right, well, let's dive right in. So Lisa, I shared with you yesterday that at Essence, we have a tradition of sharing a quirky fact about ourselves when we welcome new people to the company. So to kick us off, I would love to hear your quirky fact.
And I actually deliberated probably over this question, probably more than any other question. So what's interesting is that, especially becoming a CMO, this was not my original even field of choice when I had started. Actually, when I had started, I was much younger. I was getting a doctorate in clinical psychology, thinking I was going to be a clinical therapist with a specialty in Eastern philosophy and Western psych. This is like pre-yoga and pre-wellness boom, but certainly my roots were kind of there. And I loved the work. I loved the what was driving motivation, but I certainly craved people. When you're sitting one-on-one and you're sitting with clients, it can be overall kind of an isolating experience, which is, actually triggered some memories with the pandemic. But so it wasn't, until later that I said, I love thinking about what motivates people, what their story is, what the narrative is, and then it really kind of transitioned out from therapy and psychology into brand development, marketing from there. And I've been in the field since.
That's awesome. I really love learning like what people studied in school and what their passions are. And lately have even been having conversations with people about what we all thought we would do when we were 5 years old. And, we've come a long way, and even since college. So that's a really fascinating story about your personal trajectory, which is a great segue to my next question, because I just wanted to hear a little bit more about your career journey, and obviously making a huge transition along the way, as you just articulated. But tell me, maybe in more recent years, about your path to Casper and your current role as CMO.
Well, I think it's funny. When I made the shift to Casper, I think there was a little bit of surprise, but for me, it was a really intuitive evolution. Coming from a perspective of always kind of generating a level of authentic connection with people, I'd always been a part of brands, even though in a different segment, that were either originators, inventors, or really had an authentic place in their area. So if Levi's, Ralph Lauren, Lacoste, literally these were the companies that invented the product or invented the category or invented the experience. So, Levi's by default invented the blue jean. Rene Lacoste actually invented the polo as well as the ball machine. He was truly an inventor. And Ralph Lauren really invented the way that we shopped a lifestyle and we experienced a lifestyle. And so having I admired Casper in that way, because they had a brand and they had invented and reinvented this experience, but that inventor mentality and that inventor status was something that was always meaningful to me from day one, and actually drove a lot of my choices. I think the other reason was all these other brands generate a high level of meaningful cultural relevance. The conversation, whether they're values driven or, as I said, lifestyles driven, these are brands that have been part of cultural lexicon. They're part of the fabric of our lives, literally. And I saw that even in such a young company with Casper. It had such a level of cultural relevance. And now that I've been here for a little bit of time, see how that translates to conversation and how the brand is so primary in that. And then, honestly, the last piece was kind of a personal piece, an anecdote. I had never owned a weighted blanket. And I know this sounds crazy, but I wasn't familiar with the category. I wasn't familiar with the product. It kind of seemed kind of foreign to me. And then my niece asked for one for Christmas. And so I had, asked her, why she was interested in it. And then she said it was something that she just thought would help her relax. And so I have a 6-year-old. And she was having a lot of trouble going to sleep. And so I bought her a Dusty Rose weighted blanket, and I put her to bed, and she started to sleep through the night. And when I made our bedtime better, I made my morning better. And so I really started to kind of see all of these, the benefits and the use case. But certainly it has been a far more natural evolution than it might seem from afar.
No, and I love hearing your personal connection, especially with your daughter too, because I'm a mom to a toddler right now. And one of the things that you learn with a newborn is that they really recommend like weighted sleep sacks to, help the child feel comfortable in their sleep space. So, having a child, it's an entirely new sleep learning system to learn how to coach someone else into that restful state.
Absolutely. And it's also kind of humorous, have you see your child drag their blanket from one room to the other, to see my 6-year-old try and just drag her weighted blanket from the bedroom into the living room at night. So it's actually also just a fun thing to watch them try and maneuver around.
Yeah, part of their routine too.
Exactly.
Well, your daughter is 6 and Casper is 6, about to turn 7 month, big birthday coming up. So you talked about innovation and the history of iconic brands like Lacoste and Ralph Lauren. Casper still being a relatively young company. Talk to me a bit about, from your perspective, the evolution of the brand, which began before your time there as CMO, and kind of where we are today.
Yeah, that's a great question, because again, I think the brand put a huge stake in the ground when it launched, right? And it was addressing a very, very direct need in a very very simple, very, very clear way. the one perfect mattress. It also kind of popped up around the time that the DTC explosion had happened. And so I think that there's a lot of elements of that are incredibly important to the foundation for our evolution, because as you take a few years ahead of time, it's also kind of amazing what the brand has achieved in such a short time. When you think about, we talk about some of our category, and we're talking about brands that have been there 20, 30, 40 years. And Casper is part of the conversation. It's only been in April, it'll be 7 years old. But that evolution has gone from being kind of a single product, single proposition to building on a wider distribution wider distribution of places to shop, but also a broader set of products that are far more geared to individual sleepers and individual sleep needs. So while I see this kind of evolution to broadening, I think it's still based on our core mission, which we are very, very connected to. It comes up in so many of our conversations of awakening the power of a well-rested world and what that means. And so we continue to build upon that. And so that's kind of a continuation of our original story. And I think today what we're still doing is looking at how do we provide the best sleep experiences. We're not talking about a mattress anymore. We're talking about your holistic. This is your holistic life. It's your children. It's your environment. It's your world, and it impacts how you perform and how you feel. And I think we are really far more engaged and connected to that aspect of our brand and the important role that we play to help people feel better every day.
I love that. It's sleep as an industry is just clearly a bigger thing than we realized. And I'm just curious, building on that, when Casper began, did they realize that the mission would evolve from a single product and their focus in mattresses? Was it always a bigger vision to address sleep holistically?
Yes. I mean, from day one, I think the vision has always been there. And so this is just the evolution of that vision. In talking with our CEO, when he's like, imagine if the world was well rested, and I got chills, because you really start to see kind of the impact of this mission. Obviously there's been, a huge boom, a lot of copycats in this area, but from the beginning, Casper has always been very, very connected to their path to improving the lives of people through sleep. I mean, it's always been part of the core identity of the company, for sure.
No, that's fantastic. And you mentioned, a lot of copycats. Casper really revolutionized the sleep industry with the bed in the box, and its innovation obviously inspired a lot of new entrants to come in and do the same thing. But as a company, you're rooted in disruption because you did something different in the category that no one else was doing. And I'd love to hear a little bit about how do you maintain that momentum? And, for a brand born in disruption, how do you challenge and inspire your team to keep innovating and to kind of keep up that pulse of challenging the market?
I mean, I think the disruptor badge is a positive and a negative, because I think people just look at one type of disruption and think that's the only thing that you're disrupting. We did disrupt, and I think the woman who I saw before, we did disrupt the industry, and we disrupted an experience. And I think we're still innovating in those areas, especially in results, to the pandemic, of how we're reaching consumers and how they're shopping and virtual appointments and how we're connecting with them. So I do see that this consistency of disruption and innovation is something, yes, we became kind of famous for, but certainly it certainly continues. That said, product, whether it's been a single mattress or the best mattresses for you, and the experience, these were always rooted in human-centered design, human-centered thought. And so even though it was kind of packaged as disruption, what the company has always been about, and this is what I do think we still continue to do, is create those human experiences. If you shop our stores, You can close the curtains, you can rest on the product. You have a very human experience, and our product, the rigor with which our products are developed, it's rooted in testing. It's rooted in how will a person react to this. And so everything goes through a level of now research to make sure it still kind of has that best in class badge. And so, yes, we were kind of the disruptors, but that really came from a very human place. And that human place is what continues to drive our continual innovation and our continual product excellence. So in that sense, I think we've always been disrupting, and we always will disrupt. It's interesting when you mentioned the teams virtually. I started at Casper in the pandemic. I have a large team. I've probably only met 3 of them in person. And we've spent, I'd say, the first 3 to 4 months of my time, it was a lot of time dedicated to how do we develop a connection? How do we develop a sense of trust, right? Because you want to be in an environment where a lot of the times, if you're trying to do something different, you have to share new ideas with people that you may not know or be comfortable with. And then how do we really get to know each other? So I started with, there's something called the PPPFM, which I was trying to understand from them, who are their people? What's their progress? What are their priorities? What are their fires? And then tell me something about you. And so every single week, I would literally read every single one of these. So I had a chance to, if someone was leaning in, week after week on some of the me elements, I could really tap in and say something's going on with them. Or if it was all about, their progress and how they're crushing it at work, I could open up the dialogue and say, so where are you in the world? What are you doing right now? And so it allowed this foundation of connection with the team, then allowed us to be far more prepared and reactive when things started to become so dynamic in the market, that we feel we had a cohesion that was a real, I guess, blessing for us during the fact that we thought this would be a couple weeks, and it's been over a year now. So that's definitely how we're still doing these things. We still do what's trending, and we still do meetings where it's just all about what are we seeing, feeling, thinking, what's our, data showing us, what should we be paying attention to, just so we're just kind of constantly in a position to react or drive.
It makes a lot of sense that a brand that's really focused on a very human experience would take the same approach with its employees, just in interactions. And I think we've all experienced how strange that is to get to know new team members, and we're all in different places in the world. I completely agree. One of the probably most frequently asked questions with new people is, so where in the world are you? Because some of us aren't in the place that we were a year ago. And we learn about each other in different ways too, and say like, oh, are you in a different room of your house today? Seeing the insides of people's homes, meeting their kids and their dogs. It's definitely a different way of getting to know each other, but in some respects, it's also a more intimate way of getting to know your team members, because you see a different side than you might otherwise.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, pretty much every person on my team knows my daughter, knows Isla, knows when it's her birthday, knows when I have a school appointment. We're very open, and I think it's in some ways been probably more beneficial than if we were in the office, where there would never be that reason. And now we have all these reasons, more reasons to connect, and it's just actually in some respects made us a lot stronger as a team.
That's great to hear. So we started to touch on, the challenges of the pandemic and talking about trends more broadly. The theme for this Brand Innovators Summit is TrendWatch. So I have to ask, with the sleep industry in particular, what trends are you watching? And if you could put some of those in the context of the pandemic, we've already discussed the importance of being well rested and how our well rested selves are our best selves, but is everybody just losing sleep in the past year, and can we do anything about it?
So obviously, sleep wellness has been a topic of conversation for a while now. And I think, like most trends, sleep related or non-sleep related, the pandemic accelerated these trends. And I don't think sleep is any different. Certainly, you know, this is a widely known statistic, but about 34-35% of people are saying that they're not getting quality sleep or as much sleep as they would like. And even, you know, earlier before this, when we had talked to our own community and our own population, it was much, much higher than that. It was like 75%. So we know that this is impacting people's sleep, which is also, you know, a cycle of impacting their mental health, anxiety. And so, you know, whether it's directly related to the pandemic or more broadly, recognizing sleep as wellness is just as valuable as a pillar as diet and nutrition and exercise. That for us, you know, our products and our narrative and story and purpose were kind of, we were kind of there anyway. There's some really interesting trends that have to do with, you know, circadian rhythm and thermal regulation. And I think, again, these sleep trends are rising to the surface because people are talking about what can you do to improve your sleep. So we obviously look at that as we talk about our own products. But yes, it's going to continue to affect that time at night where your brain is active and you can't fall asleep, and you know, not just the pandemic, but multiple social issues. So we're certainly aware of how that's affecting our community, and you know, making sure that we're a company that is responding to that and is empathetic to that, and also we have just great products that work for it. So certainly, yes, it's a huge trend, but it's also a trend outside of the pandemic.
Yeah, that's great insight. And I'm also just realizing we talked about, yesterday we were talking about how this is Sleep Week, right? And I'm also just reflecting that it seems a little unfair or maybe ironic, or maybe it was intentional, that Sleep Week is also the same week as daylight savings and that some of us lost an hour of sleep.
So it's funny, I thought about that during this, you know, for what we did for our community is a couple of things. First of all, everyone started the day around noon. We just knew that the morning would be disrupted. And so we kind of made that accommodation. And then we also, our team created a great partnership with Bluestone, which is a coffee shop around the country. And we created a Casperccino, which had really kind of, it was an energizing, but also calming energy. Combination of coffee with kind of wellness ingredients and elixirs. So we also, you know, put that into the world. And then, you know, in general, we've had a ton of sleep content. You know, we develop about, you know, 225 minutes of sleep content, and have a lot of content and resources for our community and for everyone. And that's been on YouTube and Instagram and Spotify. So we are certainly, you know, we celebrate it, and we also know that it's a time that people can indulge in a bit of self-care.
That is so nice. I would like to have been at Casper on Monday morning, but I'm thinking that you might have to bottle the Bluestone Zen coffee drink and get that out to all of us.
If we were all in person, that would be such an amazing, you know, way to enjoy the TrendWatch, is having your Casperccino.
Definitely, yes. Okay, so we talked about trends in sleep industry, and then if we're to just step back more broadly, you know, we talked about Casper being an innovator in the direct-to-consumer space. More broadly in D2C, are there any trends that you're super excited about, or any that are kind of fatiguing and you're ready to say goodbye to?
You know, I think a lot of the trends have just benefited Casper in general, right? That there's a lot more shopping online, a lot more starting with search. So having a brand that has a high level of awareness is really helpful there. The migration from a lot of people in cities to the suburbs, and the investment in home, and the reality that our single rooms are playing multiple roles, I think is all, you know, these are trends that are just outside sleep, but as a category of furniture or a category of home, it's really benefited. It's been, you know, a benefit to us as people really are looking at their holistic environments. it's very different to look at a single product like a mattress versus to look at how do I create this environment that helps me feel calm, helps me feel relaxed, gives me a sense of sanctuary. And so, all of these kind of shifts have really played very well into, the fact that we are trying to deliver experiences. As I said earlier, we also have, a lot more kind of share-worthy content. And I had shared that around, sleep tips and what are people looking for in terms of guidance and advice. And then it's also helped us kind of really refine, our social strategies and how are we engaging with different parts of our community as the products that we have are kind of becoming more relevant, like furniture. And so we kind of have found this to be an opportunity to work with different types of people that maybe we wouldn't have worked with, first and foremost, like in the interior design space. Now, there's a whole new opportunity and a whole new conversation around, creating that space. And so we've really connected with some of these incredible interior designers and influencers to help us show people how, we can create these spaces for them. So it's certainly, helped us to adapt. But as I said, we were pretty well positioned to respond to all these trends, and whether they were sleep related or whether they were, more generally related.
It's been a really interesting observation, just even people in my own circle spending more time and more investment on home improvement because, we focus on our immediate environments and we're all at home. So what better time than to kind of look around us and, making improvements in our sleep environment as part of a much bigger home improvement scheme is definitely seems to be trending as a result of the pandemic. And then you had a great segue into a question I was going to ask you about social. And, if the other thing that we're doing, if we're not improving our homes, is spending more time on our screens, certainly more time with social media. And you touched on this a little bit, but anything else you'd share around just the marketing landscape more broadly and the importance of social and the kind of shifting dynamics, taking advantage of social trends. You mentioned the use of influencers, like how Casper is thinking about their social media presence and how important that is to your marketing approach.
Outside of what I had said before, I think what I've noticed the most in terms of social is tonality and authenticity of engagement. And so when you saw and we experienced so much unrest in our world outside of the pandemic, across myriad social issues, we were really conscious and probably more conscious than we had been in the past. We've always had a very optimistic brand. We've always had a very friendly and approachable tone. But I think it required us to be far more self-reflective and sensitive to make sure the tonality wasn't coming off in any way as insensitive, and to look at the fact that there's been such general consumer values shifts as a result of what's gone on, not just shifts in behavior, but deeper shifts in values. And so I thought this was kind of a very interesting, every year, I think for the past 10 years, one of the consumer values, the top value had been loyalty. And this is the first time in 10 years that had shifted to equality. And so when we started to talk about that as a team, we really were mindful of the fact that absolutely everybody sleeps. It seems like it's the most democratic thing in the world, but at the same time, it is a privilege. And we wanted to kind of approach that level of sensitivity that not everybody can sleep. Not everybody has the privilege of being relaxed at night. And it's not just, this is the product that will solve that. It's an understanding that there's a lot of differences in terms of how people are experiencing what's going on right now, and not to look at our tonality, our messaging as kind of a one size fits all, is to really be sensitive to that. So I think that's certainly something that we've leaned into and talked a lot about as a team.
Yeah, and that rings very true for Essence as well, and conversations that we had with clients, and we particularly early in the pandemic about, where and how it was appropriate to shift messaging to reflect that empathy, but also sustain a presence, which is important for brands as well, but just to make sure it's coming across in a way that resonates with people in the circumstances that they're facing.
Right, and I heard earlier in the conversation, we've always approached this through the lens of sleep, right? We've approached issues through that lens because that's an authentic lane for us, and that's a real place for us, and that's where we can have a point of view and impact. And it's also knowing when it's not your place, and where you don't want to be perceived as just getting in on any conversation. And so we've also been very mindful of that, to making sure that when we are engaging, we're engaging through the lens that we feel the most passionate about and where we can offer the most value.
And that's great. It's a very intentional strategy, and
absolutely
and rings true with your audience.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk a little bit about your role as a CMO, and I think that a CMO is such a dynamic role in a corporate infrastructure and leadership structure. And CMOs are very different from organization to organization too. So I'd love to hear just a little bit about, from your perspective, what you care about as a CMO in thinking about Casper, and what challenges does a contemporary CMO like yourself face? And I guess despite creating the perfect sleep environment, what keeps you up at night, Lisa?
Again, I because I didn't start out thinking I was going to be a CMO, I'd always kind of approached everything with a, and this is still to this day, a learning mindset. There's so much change in the marketing landscape over the last, what we're facing even in a month or so with iOS 14. I mean, every single moment, whether it's because of the industry or because of the environment or because of the marketing landscape, there's so much change. And so you can't really approach your role as a singular entity. It's requiring so many of us to know how to balance data and also how to balance intuition and apply experience, and having this kind of cocktail, this combination, I think is critical. I think it's funny when I look at marketing also holds so many different roles in different types of organizations. So while you could be a marketer in a marketing and brand-led company, you can also be a marketer in a product-led company, or a marketer in a merchant-led company, or a marketer in a design-led company. And those are all different types of marketers. And so I think it's also, behooved me to be able to recognize how my role played in an organization. So by the time I am a CMO, I've actually drawn upon a lot of those different perspectives of being a marketer where marketing counted more than anything, as opposed to being a marketer when it was a support function. So it's recognizing that trajectory of what role does marketing play in your organization, and then the connection to the insights, the connection to the consumer and the data. Everybody knows this has to be paramount in terms of decision making, but not at the service of intuition also. I mean, not at the detriment to your own gut and your own sense of knowing your community and being human. And so, I still go back to, whether it's the company or it's your career, that level of authenticity and consistency to who you are really needs to be there. I think people who worked for me and in my department 20 years ago versus today would probably say, at my core, is the same person. And so I think that is one of as times change and everything is so dynamic and disruptive, you being a beacon of authenticity and stability is really, really important. And then yet just recognizing that there's a lot of elements that are unprecedented, and not everything is going to be preparable, and that's okay. And it's okay to trial and learn, and that's okay to fail and just fail fast and move on. But just also being recognizing that that's part of the job, is to experiment and to try things and to make sure you understand why it's working and not. And then obviously the last thing that I think is the most critical is just the connection to your consumer. I don't think that's ever changed. You know, I love the level of insights we get when we talk to, we go, like you said, we go into consumers' bedrooms. We understand what their kids' rooms looks like. We're hearing what's, you know, what's troubling them. And so when you said kind of what keeps me up at night is not being able to help them and not being able to find those solutions for them, or that intention not being, you know, clear. And so as a storyteller, you know, as a natural storyteller, it's, you know, that's our job, to make sure that we communicate to people that we understand and we are there and we have a solution and we have a level of availability and a level of authenticity. And so, you know, it's kind of a combination of multiple different elements of you know, of your role. And I'm sure like many, like myself, like many, you own multiple departments, and knowing how to deal with those different departments is very different. I have the creative team and I have the data team. They don't speak the same language all the time. And so you also have to be able to have that level of fluency. So it's the most, I'd say one of the most rewarding roles in an organization, because it's it influences so much of what people experience, and you are, you know, fundamentally connected to that human experience.
Yeah, that's really beautifully articulated. Kind of that constant juggling act of trying to be authentic, but making decisions heavily based in data, and then trying to trust your intuition and take into account, you know, unprecedented factors in our environment. Yeah, I think it's a good thing that you have a good sleep situation, because it sounds like you're firing on all pistons during the day and making a lot of challenging decisions. I think we have just a little bit of time left. So I wanted to ask you a question, something that I'm personally really passionate about. March is International Women's Month, and this year's theme is Choose to Challenge. The theme is really asking women and allies of gender equity to challenge some of the societal norms or misconceptions about women. I'd love to hear if Casper is doing anything in recognition of this month.
We are, and you know, part of what we are doing is talking to women across all levels of the organization, and based on that theme, having them share their story. And so it's giving visibility and the spotlight to, again, someone's personal experience. And so that's going to be a series of conversations that we're doing across the organization. We're also having panelists from external companies that have kind of embodied, you know, a level of success through authenticity, and talking to them and hearing their experience. And, you know, I think it also, you know, celebrating our own community. I'm very, very fortunate to work for, alongside, and have around me a lot of incredibly strong and successful women. Our president and chief commercial officer, our VP head of brand, our VP head of e-com, our VP head of performance, our head of PR. These are all women. And so we are, you know, I feel very, very lucky to have that. And our chief people and diversity officer, you know, have that as part of my direct community. So we're celebrating it, and we're also, you know, really recognizing that we're very fortunate to have our own network within each other that we can talk to and mentor, and I also do that personally on the side as mentor individuals. So we are celebrating it, and it's definitely something important to our community and our company.
That's fantastic. It sounds like a great opportunity for folks at Casper. And yeah, I love hearing that the focus is internal, but also bringing in external perspectives too. I see Izzy's joined us, and we're almost at our time. We talked about Sleep Week and International Women's Month. So just really quickly, Lisa, I wanted to end on tomorrow is World Sleep Day. So there's actually a day within this week of celebration as well. Anything you want to leave us with that we should know about World Sleep Day and how we might celebrate?
Well, I mean, honestly, at the most macro level, you know, first of all, thank you for having me here. This has been fantastic. And in celebration of the sleep day, we're obviously encouraging people to get as much rest as they can. I know that sounds very simple, but if you can do something for yourself, give yourself that hour, give yourself that time, give yourself that permission to try and wind down and focus on your own time in your own moment, because this is, we are heading into spring. We are heading into hopefully a better future. And so, get the rest you need tonight so you can have a much better tomorrow. That's what I can share.
I love that. Lisa, clearly a key part of cementing Casper, cementing sleep as a major pillar of wellness. Thank you so much for sharing everything from your quirky facts to what Casper is up to with us. And thank you, Izzy, and the Brand Innovators for having us today.
Thank you all for having me.
Thanks, Lisa and Jill. I loved hearing about all the recent trends in the sleep industry and how Casper has stepped up and been involved, especially with the Casperccino, I believe it was called.
Yes.
Which I wish I had the chance to try, but it's just interesting to think about the importance of how home life has really become such a big part of our lives. I say more now so than ever over the past year or so. We really appreciate you guys being on our stage today and for your conversation.
Thank you again. It's so
Thank
nice
you
to meet you both.
It's been a pleasure.
Bye.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
So next up, I'm really excited to welcome to the stage Bruno Cardinalini, CMO of North America at Popeyes Louisiana Kitchen, and Jim Gregory, sales lead of QSR at Samsung Ads.
Hey, Izzy, how are you? Good to see you.
Bruno.
Hey, Izzy, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing very well, thanks. I was just jealous of all the sleep everybody's getting with a 6-month-old.
Right?
I have not been getting that sleep, so.
I hear ya.
Gotta take advantage of the sleep day. I guess it's tonight, right? So let's do this.
Yeah. Well, Jim, I'll pass it off to you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Izzy. Bruno, great to see you again. Really appreciate it. I want to welcome everybody. Thanks so much for joining us today for the Brand Innovators TrendWatch Summit. As we all know, COVID-19 was a big impact on the restaurant industry this year. And over this past year, we've seen them adapt, evolve, and innovate through that. And someone who very much enjoys going to restaurants, I'm excited to see what's next on the horizon for them all. So I hope you all can join me in that. Today, I have the pleasure of speaking with Bruno Cardinali, who's the Chief Marketing Officer of Popeyes Louisiana Kitchen. Bruno, I'm super excited to be speaking with you today. Before we dive in, I just want to introduce myself again. I'm Jim Gregory. I'm the National Sales Lead here at Samsung Ads for QSR. So just give you a quick background about Samsung Ads, everybody. We're an advertising ecosystem spanning hundreds of millions of devices across smart TV, mobile, and desktop. Exclusively powered by our brand safe inventory via Samsung Data and Insights, we provide advertisers with the opportunity to engage our consumers at the Samsung household across all those devices and give them opportunity for reach, scale, and precision in every connected moment. Bruno, we've had the chance to speak, prior to this, but I'm really excited to jump in here today and get started with these thoughts that you may have. Are you ready to kick it off?
Yeah, let's do this. And thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
As you guys would say, y'all good? So let's get started with that.
More than ever.
So we saw this summer that Popeyes ignited the chicken wars, among other restaurants. What new and innovative advertising and marketing opportunities did this strategy present for you guys?
Yeah, look, I think it's been a great journey for us to be honest. In the past 18 months or almost 2 years now. The strategy since day one. So I joined the brand Popeyes in March of 2019, actually. So it's been 2 years this month. So the strategy since the day one was to really try to get Popeyes to be more accessible and more relevant to everyone in America, right? So we knew Popeyes had a pretty solid and loyal set of guests. But not the rest of the country was actually, enjoying Popeyes and visiting Popeyes. So we basically developed a whole strategy with the team here on how to go and reach more people, right? So one of the main things that we realized is that we were a chicken place without a chicken sandwich. So it's a pretty basic menu gap that we had back in 2019. So we worked with the culinary team and our operations team to make sure that we could bring that to everyone, right? And as we started to roll out the sandwich, we started to hear and track a lot of hype, a lot of chatter in social media about the sandwich, basically just praising and celebrating how good the sandwich was, or the sandwich is, and people comparing and doing a lot of that conversation that happens naturally on social media. So when we were designing the national launch, we basically just got together with our creative agencies and briefed them with a one single line, which was believe the hype. We wanted to make sure that everyone who had tried the sandwich and were hyped about it, that we could, bring that sentiment, that experience to everyone who hadn't at that time tried the sandwich, and basically incentivize and tell them how good the sandwich was for them to try. That whole strategy sparked a bunch of conversation, a bunch of debate. Of course, I think a lot of news outlets ranked the launch as the most successful launch in QSR history. So a lot of things played into the role of launching chicken sandwich and how we do business currently, right? But I think it's been a great journey. So it's exciting to be here.
That's great. I think for consumers, we win the wars the most because we get to taste test everything. So the more chicken sandwiches, the better. So that's great. That's great to hear that, though. But in that type of engagement and looking outside of that, you had the hype on social media and so on and so forth. How do you continue to stay engaged outside of that, especially during this time, right, where people were staying at home? So what was the most important for you, especially over your 2 years? 1 year was completely different than the other. So how do you kind of balance that and take a look at that?
Yeah, look, I mean, especially in the past year, right? So a lot has changed, of course, right? So in the past year, not only in terms of staying at home orders, but I think, in terms of values and priorities, people really, everyone, I guess, started to prioritize other things or going back to basic sentiments and experiences. And, a lot of those things really popped up in how we talk to our guests, in how we talk to them, physically, but in the last year more so through social media. So what we continue to do is stay very close to our guests. It's really staying close to what they're saying, staying close to pop culture, kind of like right now. What's happening right now in pop culture, not what happened 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago, but really what's happening now, what's popping up right now. And we basically, with the launch of Chicken Sandwich, and basically open up a whole avenue that we call internally as live advertising, which is basically doing advertising live. It's really understanding what's happening in society currently, like today, right now, making sure that we, of course, we spend a lot of time actually with our teams in refining and evolving our brand tone of voice, our approach, our personality, so that when we see those things popping up in pop culture, we can, evaluate if that's a place for us to be, if it makes sense from a brand space territory, if it does so, how should we actually interact in that conversation, right? So that's how we basically keep connected with our consumers. And the fun and excitement really comes from the brand, right? So that's who we are as a brand. That's where we're from. Louisiana, New Orleans is a place that really lives and breathes inner joy. The simple joy of being alive. So I think we want to, in everything that we do, we want to make sure that we communicate and we show that sentiment to everyone.
Definitely keeping that spirit. I don't know if I can come up with an acronym for live advertising, but I think at some point somebody will. So that's great. I really appreciate it. Streaming video and OTT and SVOD and AVOD are all having exponential growth as a result of the pandemic and people staying home. Can you talk a little bit about these platforms and how they've impacted your advertising strategies, and how has your channel strategy changed with the introduction of everybody being home?
Yeah, look, I think it's a great question. I think our strategies they have evolved, big time in the past 12 months. I think that's probably the biggest impact from the past year that we've been through as a society, is that everything just got accelerated, right? So trends that we were starting to see that people were predicting that would take probably, I don't know, X years to become a reality, they just basically became a reality in 4 weeks, right? So we had to adapt our media strategy, our media plan, in everything to be able to accommodate and to be relevant in that new reality, right? So OTT, all those streaming video platforms, all of those, they became way more important than they were, in 2018, 2019. In 2020, they really evolved into becoming more important to us, right? So that's where people are. That's where they're spending time. So we want to make sure that we, not only are present in those platforms, but also we are present in a relevant way, right? So I think everything that we do here, we try to balance media and creative, right? So the message that we're talking matters a lot, not only where we are. So a lot of ideas make more sense in one channel than another, but independently, I think the streaming video platforms, they've been exploded for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Great. Appreciate that. We'll talk a little bit about, consumer trends over the past year, right? Everybody's habits have changed. My habits have changed. Your habits have changed. What have you done to stay engaged with them besides social medias? Have you looked towards more app downloads? What does that look like for you guys?
Yeah, look, I think it changed. I think even if I take like probably 10 steps back, right? So if you look at the QSR industry, it's an industry that it's historically being built over impulse, right? So you have restaurants like QSR restaurants in every single corner of the country, because people, at least in the past or before last year, the decision tree was much more an impulse decision than a planned decision. I think that's a massive change that happened with people staying more at home, right? So they started to plan more their visits to the restaurants. So we had to adjust the way and the moment that we talk to consumers, taking into account that now their decision tree has, of course, it hasn't changed upside down, but it has evolved. The mix between plan and impulse. Now we have more people that basically just shopped beforehand as an impulse visit, now planning their visits to the restaurant. So we kind of like we adjusted the way we talk, how we talk, and when we talk to our guests. And the other pieces which also exploded in the past 12 months is delivery, right? So delivery was a channel again. It was trending, food delivery, right? So delivery as a whole it has been there for a little while, but food delivery was something that was starting to grow in mainstream chains. And now it's something that it's a reality. It's something that it's really there,
Yeah, the game's completely changed with mobile ordering and delivery. I'm super guilty of it. I love ordering from my couch, and I will continue to do so. If there's anything that COVID-19 gave to us, it's faster delivery across our mobile devices. So, in touching on that a little bit more with the mobile marketing and ordering, how do you prioritize that strategically on a regular basis?
I think it's let me see how we are basically, since we see these channels to be the future of the industry, or at least we see ourselves in a moment of transition to where we were to where we're going to. So with that mindset, with that visibility, what we end up doing is over-investing in those channels. So if you look at our current size of the business in e-commerce or mobile ordering, payment, and delivery versus how much we invest, we do over-invest in those channels. But again, more so than just investment, we also invest a lot of time from ourselves and our teams here and our agencies to really think about ways that we can, give our consumers, our guests, a better experience all together, right? So from just, delivering the food to their doors, like what's the best way to do that? What's the best experience, the best packaging, the best type of product. So we're thinking about it in a holistic way, just so we can continue to drive a good experience for our guests. And of course, the experience starts from the moment you're browsing your app, and you see a call to action to Popeyes, or you see something, right? So that whole experience, we're looking from end to end to make sure that we continue to be relevant.
Definitely. That's great. And I want to touch on one more thing before we get into the fun stuff that you and I have spoken about pretty recently. But bringing that all together from the end-to-end solution, what is measurement from a measurement standpoint? What does that look like for Popeyes, and what's on the horizon? How are you tracking all of those mediums and making sure that you have your media in the best place overall?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jim. Look, I think it's again, the QSR industry, right? So if you look at the QSR industry, it's a pretty, it's a legacy industry, right? So it's something that, if you look before the advent, in quotes, of food delivery, the biggest innovation in the industry as a whole was drive-through, right? So that was the last, big innovation. So when we think about the QSR industry, we're really kind of like in a transformation mode here to basically jump into the next, big innovation for the overall industry, And then when you think about that, the measurement, like the media measurements that we put in place, is how do we basically build or leverage all the attribution models that we have in digital channels into other channels, so basically into target, into users or guests that are going to our restaurants, right? So how do we tie and build, as you said, like an ecosystem that it's completely like we can attribute the whole system. Today we can attribute a portion of the system. I think the way things are going, in my opinion, the trend of how people are consuming content, consuming media. I think a lot of the consumer behavior will help to accelerate and get us to a place that we can measure the entire journey end to end, not only a portion that we can attribute 100% of the transactions, the journeys, and the experience.
Definitely a lot of fun stuff ahead, and it's going to be an interesting journey. Excited to see how that plays out. One of the things that you and I discussed, and essentially the future of media, right, and how we're looking at that consumer and how they're ordering and what they're doing. We talked a little bit about the predictive menu board. Would love to hear, what Popeyes is working on from that perspective, how that came about, and what's your grand scheme for this all and goal of how to, leverage this for consumers. And, you and I were joking that I get super excited about this. It's pretty cool stuff. So excited to hear more about it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, I think it's as you said, our master plan to get it there, right? So I think this whole initiative, it's pretty cool, actually. Like it has, like, we're envisioning like two waves or two steps of that journey, right? So the first one is, it's a more basic predictive selling, which is basically looking at past behaviors, and patterns, and translate or group them into different cohorts and be able to predict, like, for instance, if you stop by a Popeyes and you order a chicken sandwich, I know by patterns that you're most likely to order a chicken tenders next, or if you order a chicken tenders, you're most likely to order an apple pie, or like we can understand the behaviors and by different cohorts and be able to give you. So in the end of the day, what's going to happen, what's going to give guests is a better experience, right? Because you're not going to be like sitting there, well, what do I want? Like, we're going to serve and offer you the products that you are most likely to like. The second stage is a more customized experience, right? So it's when you get to the restaurant, I know, hey, Jim, I know it's you. These are your past orders. This is what you like. This is new that we thought you might like. That's the whole, which is more of a, it's a customized experience, not so much based on cohorts and patterns that we see currently. But there are two different stages of this process. It's super exciting because it's it helps in the overall experience, right? So the experience of you going through the drive-through, but also for our restaurants, it's a great incentive for restaurants to operate in a much more efficient way because things just flow much better.
Definitely. With that predicted menu board, and you mentioned going through drive-through, and while certain locations may not have drive-through and some do, how do you see that as the future of you building out your new restaurants, right? Are you looking to drive that more predicted menu board for just a mobile app and pickup and delivery, or how do you kind of see that in the next couple of years?
I think our current system at Popeyes, it's pretty well positioned from a drive-through perspective. So we do have the majority of the restaurants, they do have drive-through because again, it's putting the guests and the consumers first, right? So that's how people, enjoy Popeyes. The majority of the consumers are currently taking Popeyes home to eat with their families. So drive-through makes a ton of sense for us to have. So in the drive-through, we want to have that across the whole country, right? So we want to have that capability of intelligence, of being able to predict the different offers to the whole country. And as we look forward in the future in terms of restaurant formats, we're thinking about different, 4 or 5 different formats that will be, built and tailored to different locations, different demographics, and different, places in the country, or areas in the country that we place those stores. More urban areas, less urban, more. It really varies. So we're trying to create a more, flexible approach to the brand.
Definitely. With leaning in there and being flexible, how much do you lean on the data and analytics portion, and the innovative technologies to help you guys make these decisions?
Ooh, 100%. Look, we have a whole business analytics team that it's constantly looking at every single movement in sales. We get, twice a day formal reports of sales, of how sales are going, the transactions, how many guests are coming to the restaurant. So we lean very heavily on data because, it's a pretty solid kind of like sizable operation, right? So Popeyes currently has more than 2,500 restaurants in the country. So we do like data. It's probably one of our best tools to be able to make informed decisions and get to the best results.
Very cool. It's got to be exciting for live advertising and business analytics, all on the same day. You guys are staying busy down there, so I love seeing it. Bruno, I really appreciate it. We got a couple of questions coming in, so would you like to take some questions?
Yes, let's do this.
All right, awesome. So I'll ask you the first one. So what is the role of the store? What is the role of retail media, and how are they shifting dollars?
Role of the retail merchandising?
Yeah, I believe they might have had a typo, but what is the role of the store? What is the role of the retail media, and how they are shifting dollars? So I think that might have been from the last one that got caught on ours. So I think this is for us. So how are you determining success, and how is your organization set up to use that information to impact future initiatives? Is one of the other ones.
Yeah, can you repeat that question, Jim? Sorry, you cut off.
Yeah, sure. How are you determining success, and how is your organization set up to use that information to impact future initiatives?
Oh, yeah. So we determine success by two. If I look, I'm oversimplifying here, but bear with me for a second. We look at 2 different metrics, right? So the first one is sales. It's really how number of guests coming to the restaurant. And when I say number of guests, I mean number of transactions, right? So if it's 1 transaction per day, or 20 or 30 or whatever is the number, we look at those transactions just so we understand, is there a pattern that it's there that can inform anything. We look a lot at in that bucket of sales. We look a lot of external factors, like for instance, the price of gasoline. Sometimes informs the amount of people or the frequency that people are actually leaving their houses. So a lot of things play into us being able to read the market. And the second piece is the brand, right? So it's building the brand for the long term, right? So we have those. If I was to again oversimplifying, the 2 metrics that we look at is how our sales are performing in the short term. And the second one is how, we're building the brand for the long term, right? So building brand equity, building brand love, building preference, building top of mind. So we're kind of like constantly, balancing those 2 objectives. So we don't, stay 100% in one bucket or 100% in another bucket, because it's not going to be very productive for us.
Definitely continue to innovate and stick and move. That's great. So we have another one here. What do you see as the biggest future challenge for e-commerce, and what's the biggest opportunity for Popeyes?
I think the biggest challenge, I guess, for food e-commerce is making sure that you have the same food experience that you would have in the restaurant, right? So I'm not going to name or list the different products because they will be all my personal opinion, but there are some products that you eat at home and it's delivery, and you don't have the same experience as you have in the restaurant, right? So I think the main challenge here is how do we, again, thinking about the overall end-to-end experience, is how we offer our guests the best experience they can possibly have in terms of the food they have, the type of packaging they receive, how it's packed, the whole experience. I think it's a big challenge that we need to think about, and we need to continue to evolve. And when I say we, I mean the food industry in delivery, and the opportunity. I think it's to reach more households, right? So people will end up staying more at home, right? So we see a lot of companies already issuing, agile working policies. We see that, at least all the experts are saying that we're going to see that shift happening or continue to happen in the next year. So this channel really allows us to, maybe even come out of this situation in a better position, because previously you had to drive to the store. Now you don't have to drive to the store. So, maybe the 1-2 mile radius that you had to drive, now you don't need to drive anymore, and we can actually reach people into the 6 miles radius. So it's a big opportunity for us to get more people to enjoy Popeyes.
Definitely. I think there's a ton of opportunity for the restaurant industry overall, and especially with so many of you innovating within the space right now. I think it's going to be a really exciting time to see what comes out of this overall. And I think this question actually, alludes to it pretty good, is how do you see the future of in-person experiences at physical locations, right? Because there's so many different things happening. So that was a question from one of our attendees here. Yeah, that's a great question, actually. I think it's again, if I was to try to simplify, I think the guests will be looking, or everyone will be looking for like more frictionless, less experiences, right? So trying to remove any friction you can have in that experience, either by ordering ahead and just basically grabbing your food through the locker and just not even having to go inside the store, or maybe if you had to go inside the restaurant, you just go for a quick second, pick up your food. The food is ready to go. So I think that's probably what we are going to see in the future. Especially for QSR, maybe those type of nuances will pop up as we move forward. How do we take those frictions out of that of the experience? That's cool. You got a lot of questions coming in, Bruno, which is pretty crazy. It's a lot of good ones too. So we'll take a few more here. One of the ones is around customer moments, which we just touched upon. You mentioned aligning with customer moments. The QSR space is quite crowded. How are you thinking about media beyond TV, such as music and streaming, audio, specific video moments, as well as content initiatives? Yeah, look, I think we are. That's the big, I guess, challenge that we have as marketers in this moment, right? So it's how do we really break the mold from the past, and challenge ourselves to do new things, to take new avenues. I think the QSR industry has been very, very heavily a TV industry, like a linear TV, a live sports TV type of industry. I think with evolved perception of how people are consuming content and everything else, we are constantly looking at different ways to bring our content to our guests, but also create content that is native to those channels. I think there's always the endless debate, I guess, between the content and the media, right? So I think it's something that we need to make sure that we create the right content to the right channel, so we can really be relevant. Because otherwise, we're gonna end up, the classic, put your TVC on digital. Like it's not, it's not the best practice, so we need to create a digital content to be in the digital space. So that's what we need to be challenging ourselves. If you ask me currently, I don't think we are, as Popeyes, I think we can do much more. I think we can do much more to tap into new channels. This is a big topic of conversation here internally. So thanks for bringing that up in the question, because it certainly reminded me to go back and regain that conversation with the team. That's great. And just from an overarching perspective, you guys just encompass, New Orleans so well and try to get that good feeling all the time. So bringing that to, all of that type of content will just, I think, be exponential for you guys over the next couple of years. But I think we got time for maybe a couple more here. I think this is a good one, just as we, talked about the past year and moving forward, is what have you learned from the crisis that can help your company navigate something like this in the future? Hopefully not, if need be. I think the main
look, I think the crisis or the pandemic, it brought us like two different moments, right? So I think at the beginning was panic, right? So what do we do? Like, because it was completely new circumstance and new, dynamic. Then afterwards, as we look back, I think that's what I was saying at the beginning is like the pandemic actually accelerated a bunch of trends that we were starting to see, So I think the main learning to me is never settle to where you are, where we are as a brand. I think don't never get too comfortable. I think that's it's more of a mindset than anything else, and continue to push the boundaries. I think from a business perspective, that's an important one. And the other piece, which I think it's also I think it's more of a social movement that happened of people, going back to the basics. We were basically like, from the first, I can remember now actually, in the first 1 or 2 weeks of the pandemic, when it hit last year in actually, I think it's a year now today, actually, like today or 2 days ago, one of the main things that we just realized is like guys, like people don't know if the restaurants are open or not. Like we need to go back to the most basic things of saying the restaurants are open. Like I think that's just to exaggerate and tell the message that going back to the basics and understanding that moment of relationship with the guests and how people are feeling about the circumstances of what's happening in society. It's more important than ever. I think we need to be mindful of that.
That's great. Speaking on that and going back to just strictly the basics and just letting people know if the restaurants were open or not, how much of a decision is it, within your tech stack to say, let's move that towards in-app and get that out there, just letting people know, as opposed to doing this big brand awareness campaign across other channels? How much of a focus is that to put that in-app now?
I think that the open message, I think it's people are more comfortable now, right? So at that moment, we basically just, we wanted to react so fast that we basically just leverage. It was more of a switching content than trying to replan the media that we had, so we basically, we chose to act the fastest we could. And that would be, just switch the content, to include more basic messages and more, basically, informational messages, right? So then creative messages, so that's the shift that we chose to make at that time. So we could react fast or faster. Now I think moving forward, like I think in-app and mobile and OTT and all these channels, as I mentioned before, they became very, very important to our plans, and we're now really happy to see the results actually.
Great. We got some more questions here. So this is more centered around data and some of the things that we've been touching upon. Is what are some exciting new sources of data that you're aware that might help Popeyes identify how high value audiences?
Look, I think it's we've been partnering with a bunch of vendors. I think some are more some pretty new concepts and vendors, but I think the ones that we've been really working closely together is to understand, people's behavior, like as per, we can get that information from credit card, we can get that information from base location, we can get that information from their companies that basically have a big database of people loading their receipts. So we know exactly what people bought, so in the database, so we can understand source of volume. We have a new tool that we're exploring to understand, Google reviews, what's popping up in different regions, different places. How do we respond to those guests? How do we interact that feedback into our restaurant operations, into our marketing, into how we talk to people, other than the traditional ways of collecting data? But I think it's pretty amazing to see how many data points actually we are collecting currently. I think which actually one of the main initiatives that we have in the company as a whole for all our brands is basically creating a whole data strategy that we can feed all different data points and create something more meaningful and useful. Because I think that's at least in my opinion, that's the risk of having too much data points, is that you don't know what to do with that. Like, so we don't want to run into that risk.
Can you never have too much data? And speaking with that and looking at the personalization standpoint, how do you use that to inform not only your TV strategy, but your CTV strategy and beyond, including digital strategy? How much is the personalization factor? And like you just mentioned, there's so much data. How do you start to narrow that down and really pinpoint what is the most valuable? What does that process look like?
Yeah, look, I think, and to be completely open here, Jim, like we're not there 100%. Like we're all learning this, right? So I think we're in the process of learning. I think the approach that we take with our media agencies and our teams here is the classic kind of like trying to segment, try to create cohorts, and try to understand, different patterns of behavior that we can leverage and find some insights, that can really be relevant to grant a specific execution for that channel or that audience. I think that's how we've been tackling this. But again, it's early stages. I think we have a bunch of work to be done and to improve this. But I think that's how we've been doing.
Very cool. We got a couple other questions here. So one is from one of our attendees. Do you expect your business to benefit less from the impulsive nature of QSR purchase, or do you see that returning? So more of a planned out scope as opposed to just being impulsive buying?
I think I think the impulse nature will get back. I think not to the levels that we saw before. I don't think we're going to go back to that levels, pre-pandemic. But I think they will come back because it's just the nature, right? So people will be more out there, and they will be, you can possibly, at least I can myself, plan every single meal and every single step I take. So we try to plan it out at our best abilities. But you're always going to be in that situation that you just need to grab a quick bite, on the way to point A or B. So I think that's going to come back for sure. I don't think it's gonna disappear. And we need to be prepared. I think this phase of this past 12 months, they've been very, in my opinion, they've been very rich in building those connections with guests, right? So I think all that brand connection and relevance that we created with guests, I think they will last long. I think they will last long, and they will probably inform, if you stop on restaurant here, or if you wait 2 blocks to stop in the restaurant, that you have a higher affinity.
Yeah, definitely. I think we all miss that organic foot traffic and just being able to have that decision tree, or whether we are going to eat out or go back to the office and eat. So someday we'll be back there. We got a couple more questions for you. So one of the things, what principles have your teams learned about authentic communication during this time, and how have you adjusted the messaging and tone? And does it vary by channel?
It does vary by channel very much. I think, as we learned, and I think even, I don't remember now when, but, we saw those memes that were saying how people talk on LinkedIn on different channels, I think it does change by channel for sure. I think it's a really the tone of voice and the approach, and the environment is completely different, right? By channel. I think that the past year just made us, I think the whole industry, just realize that there were a lot of very important topics that people were not considering talking about, defending, having a point of view. And I think the whole industry now is more aware of those topics, and really not only aware, but it's caring and taking care of those things, which I think it's what's been informing our conversations here. Making sure that we don't just do advertising for the sake of advertising, that we do, advertising with purpose, with a good intention, and we don't do anything wrong in the execution. So that's how we evolved our thinking, and I think we're gonna continue to learn and continue to evolve. I think we see our brands as live human beings, right? So you don't have your personality for your whole life, right? So you evolve, you change, you mature. That's how the brand does as well. So that's what we're going to continue to do.
Yep. Well, you have a few different sandwiches out there now. What is the next big sandwich? You have the spicy chicken, you have the Cajun flounder. What are you guys cooking up right now?
Well, so we have a lot of cool stuff coming up. I cannot disclose any of them for you right now, but our culinary team, it's a pretty robust and best in class culinary team, to be honest. Those guys, they rock. They create some products that sometimes we go to the test kitchen and we're like, oh my God, like, what, what is this? Like, we can't stop eating those things. So, but it's, yeah, so we've been working very, very hard to bring more exciting news to the country.
That's good. Got to be a great perk of the job being in that test kitchen. We're all super jealous. We're all super jealous of that.
It's not bad. I cannot complain, to be honest.
Yeah, and just in wrapping up here and looking at that and working in the test kitchen, how does that feed into your, your limited time offers and your seasonality of different food and sandwiches? Does that come into consideration when you're building out, new sandwiches?
Yeah, it does. It does. I think we do a lot of we have a whole category team, which is basically looking at different, platforms and the future of them according to consumer behavior, according to market size, according to a lot of things. So we identify which products we feel like are part of our core offering, and which products are part of, like, peppering some different, excitement, fun stuff that will go in and out to the menu, just to bring more excitement to our guests. But yeah, so we factor those two things. So we're always constantly looking at new permanent offerings and also LTOs that can complement our menu.
Awesome. Well, hopefully the test kitchens are sending some to your house while you guys can't be in the office right now. So I know I'm hungry. I'm assuming everybody else is, but I see Izzy's joining us again. Bruno, I just wanted to say a big thanks. I really appreciate your time. It's always great speaking with you, and really looking forward to seeing what's next for Popeyes overall.
Appreciate it, Jim. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Izzy, and the whole Brand Innovators team to inviting me. And it's a pleasure. It's great talking to you.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you both, Jim and Bruno. The customer experience is so key. So it's interesting to hear about how Popeyes goes about making it special for each one, and what the future holds for those experiences, especially as it relates to in-store, which I know everyone's excited to have come back. So thank you both for your time and for your conversation. We really
awesome.
enjoyed
Thank you, Izzy. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys. Bye-bye.
Be well.
So next up, I'm really excited to welcome to the stage Heidi Zach, the CEO of Third Love, and Eric Schoiket, the head of agency sales at Autogen. Welcome, Heidi. Hello. Hi, Eric. Oh, just remember to unmute yourself. There you go.
Sorry about that. I know that after this things a day I do. But how are you guys doing? Hey, Izzy. Hi, Heidi.
Hi.
Good. How are you?
Good. Psyched to be here.
So great. Well, I'll hand it off to you, Eric, to take it away.
Awesome. So Heidi, why don't we do a few intros, you and I, obviously you first. I do want to say it's interesting putting on, I felt like I was, at South by Southwest, I'd normally wear like a t-shirt and shorts or jeans. So I felt the need to dress up in my my little office here at home. So pardon the non-South by Southwest look.
I have a hoodie on, so I'm cash and you're dressed up, and that's how it goes.
You're ready. Someone really smart, like my wife said, better to look good than as the host or moderator. So I dressed up for you. Anyway, Heidi, why don't you want to introduce yourself to the thousands of people watching, and talk a little bit about who you are, Third Love. I can talk after you briefly about Autogen, but tell us about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm the co-founder and CEO of Third Love, and Third Love, for those of you who haven't heard of it, is a direct-to-consumer lifestyle brand for women focused on elevated essentials. We started with bras and underwear, and we've been expanding of late. And we really have three pillars that differentiate ourselves from the broader industry. The first is more of sizes, and by that I mean half cups, 80 bra sizes, and a real focus on fit and quality product. The second is our fitting room. So we have fitting tools that allow a woman to get size to buy the bra online. And then the third is really a brand that hopefully most women can feel or see themselves being a part of. And that's something that obviously we've created in the industry, and now the industry's evolved. But those are our three pillars.
Yeah, thanks, Heidi. I mean, I did a lot of reading about you and your company. Spoke with my wife about it. I love what you guys are doing. As a guy, I don't use the product. neither my wife or I have even worn a bra in the past 12 months. So, it's good to do a lot of reading about you guys. You're incredibly successful, and I love what the company stands for overall, as you guys put it, with inclusivity and being a women-made brand. So I definitely just want to say congrats to you guys. I mean, there's something obviously very good going on at Third Love. Brief introduction for me, and then we can go into some questions. I run our agency and brand sales at Autogen. We're a next generation DMP. We've got like a different take on what the DMP used to be. There's been really zero innovation on the DMP side in the past 5 years. So, we're changing that as we speak with an innovative suite of products, trademarked, and we're helping to build really the future of cookieless identity with those products. So we call ourselves sometimes a data agency. We partner with thousands of publishers like Condé Nast, Warner Music, Universal Music, Penske Media, for example, and we act as a monetization engine for them, for their valuable data, and also obviously a strategic media partner to brands and agencies, so they can use us as an audience activation platform on all of this clean first-party data that we own. So I will stop there because this is about you and your awesome brand. But I guess to start, you began or started Third Love, founded it in 2012. Like, where was the inspiration from? For instance, you started out as a women's bra and underwear company, but what would you say you guys are now?
Yeah, so I mean, the original inspiration just came from what the market was back then. And so if we can all go back in time, oh my God, like 8+ years ago, a lifetime it feels. D2C didn't exist. Direct to consumer wasn't even a term yet. And there were a few startups that were female led. I can think of like Rent the Runway and Birchbox, and that was kind of it. And there weren't really vertically integrated online brands. Warby had just launched. And so the landscape was really different. And in bras in particular, I got the question a lot like, oh, were you like really into lingerie or something like that? And I was like, not at all. I was just like an average consumer who bought bras and underwear, once a year or whatever it was. And I was still shopping like at 30 years old or whatever in Victoria's Secret. And one day I walked out of the mall with the bag, and I took the bag and put it into the bag I was carrying because I was embarrassed to be shopping there. And I had this aha moment of like, why am I spending money, at a company with a brand and product and experience, none of which I liked, right? And then did some research and really realized there wasn't anything in the market. There were no online bra brands, right? And so we were one of the first to enter, and flash forward to today, we're building out beyond bras and underwear, and the market has changed dramatically, right? So the world is completely different than it was in 2013, 2014 when we first launched, and for the better. It's better for everyone, consumers and the like. But yeah, the world's really, really, really evolved over that period of time.
Yeah, I mean, so I love that because you took yourself as the example, said, I don't know, am I comfortable holding this bag? Do I like what, this company is? Do I even like their clothes? Does it fit me right? All of that type of stuff. So I guess fast forward, when you started the company, who is the Third Love customer? Like, who is she, on a daily basis in her life? Can you talk about that a little?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first kind of core demographic that we captured tended to be like the working professional woman. And I think that was sort of who I was and kind of what we were building for. And then we naturally attracted that kind of tight cohort. Our first million customers, probably were mostly made up of that. Flash forward to today, it's actually way larger than that. I think twofold. One, we're the #1 bra brand with millennials, so online bra brand. And so we all know what that demo is. So that's really exciting. But beyond that, we have a lot of customers of all ages. And in fact, we're really a multi-generational brand. And this is very unique because I think most brands do tend to lend themselves to a certain age cohort for the most part. It's just generally happens. We have 3 generations wearing Third Love. We'll have like the grandmother, the mother, and the granddaughter all wearing Third Love, right? So with quality, with a focus on fit and comfort. Every woman cares about that. And so we've really seen our target audience and demographic expand both younger and older over time.
Yeah, so it's like, it's not one size fits all, but it's one size fits all. But like, so as far as, you know, being a lifestyle brand and kind of, you know, augmenting the company to, you know, what it started as and what it is now. I mean, are you guys exactly, and I know that's too exact to say that word, are you where you want to be as a company?
We're just getting started. I mean, that's the nature of the startup. I think a lot of people start a company and they're like, oh, 5 or 10 years, I'll be doing X. And then you're 5 or 10 years in and you're like, wow, I'm literally just getting started. You know, so we have millions of customers, but there's, you know, 100 million women that, you know, could be wearing and should be wearing Third Love, right? So we have a long way to go to reach that. So yeah, as a lifestyle brand, I think it's really getting beyond our core bras and underwear and having other offerings. And it's what our customers are asking us for. They want lounge, they want sleep, they want underwear, they want wireless bras, they want all kinds of other things. And so it's natural for us to expand like similar companies have done. I mean, you know, Victoria's Secret, for better or for worse, like built and still is the largest seller of lingerie in the US and has successfully sold many product categories outside of bras and underwear. So again, I think there's just a lot of opportunity to service the customer and we're known for fit and quality, and standing behind that is something we can definitely deliver on.
Yeah, and to me, in doing a lot of reading and speaking with you this week, I mean, it's more than, to me, fit and quality because of what you guys are as a company and what you represent. I mean, inclusivity is very important to your brand overall, and obviously in this world, you know, and that goes from the models you feature on your website to the tones of coloring within, you know, the clothing and underwear that you do sell. So, I mean, for instance, you brought up Victoria's Secret, right? You famously ripped them in a New York Times full page article on some of their poor choices for their fashion show. Talk about your view of inclusivity in Third Love and what that kind of moment meant to you as far as what Victoria's Secret, I don't know if they stand for that, but what they did in during that time and not featuring certain types of people in their fashion show.
Yeah. So I think, again, it's like if we look at the landscape today, including Victoria's Secret, it looks very different than it even did a few years ago, right? And so when we were starting out, we were sort of pushing what the norm was, pushing what the baseline was. And yeah, we had bras of different shades of naked. We had a wide size range, really trying to service, you know, the larger cup, larger band customer, where a lot of brands historically ignored the extended size or plus size part of the market, or they were only plus size. And you know, we set out to say, we hope and we'll try to be a brand for as many women as possible over time as we can. And so that's what we did. We put our heads down, we launched 80 sizes, we launched our t-shirt bra in a lot of different shades of naked. And then basically, we got to a point, and Victoria's Secret, the CMO, the prior CMO who quit after this event, he did an interview with Vogue. And I woke up one morning and I had a bajillion texts on my phone and people were calling me. And I'm like, what's going on? And the title of this article in Vogue was, "We're nobody's third love, we're women's first love." And obviously a dig at us. And the article referenced us a bunch of times, but more than that, he said things like, we would never feature plus size models, in our fashion show. We tried it 10, 20 years ago, it didn't work, or nobody liked it, or whatever. And all these other things that just were, to me, radically wrong. And also not the way women think, not the average woman. And things like, oh, the fashion show, it's like a woman's idea of like a fun Sunday night to watch that. I'm like, really? That's what women want to watch? Like, I think a lot of men watch it. I think some women watch it, but it's maybe not what it used to be. Right. And so it was a moment, and we decided to write an open letter, and we took out a full page ad in the New York Times, and it was an open letter to Victoria's Secret, and I signed it, and it was basically like, you said this, we believe something totally different, here's what we believe. And it created a ton of conversation and put us on the map for sure. And so, before that, we weren't trying to go after them, we were trying to do something really different. And that was a unique moment in time where it felt like the right time to like have a voice and offer an alternative to women and men. I mean, that's the crazy thing about this, is that so many men reached out to me about that open letter, like shockingly, like dads, like I was reading this with my daughter at the breakfast table on Sunday morning, and husbands, et cetera, like men were as happy about the letter as women were. And to me, that was like one of the coolest elements that came out of that letter, was how many types of people got behind it.
Yeah, I love that. And I have a daughter, she's 9, that type of stuff matters. When Kamala Harris is being sworn in, these are the moments in time that matters. So I love that you did that. Was it even a choice? Did you even like harp on it, or did you just go?
To be candid, my co-founder, who's my husband, who's a male, was like, we need to do this. And I was like, oh my God, but it's like so out, like, when you start that dialogue, you worry about like the what ifs. And so he really encouraged it. And then we just went for it. I mean, we turned it around in 24 hours. So it wasn't a ton of time to really think about it. And it's funny, we didn't really think about what would happen after, we just did it. It was in the moment.
Yeah, I love that. So no, I mean, it's cool to hear. That struck me as super important. So I love that. Anyway, so the switching kind of subjects here, I also found something that, I found as someone, in the kind of the services industry, right, in advertising, you think about time and how many orders you get, or is there enough time in the day to do this? And I was reading something that caught my eye that, for instance, you guys carry about 80 sizes of bras, for example. And so this is double the industry average. A few years ago, I think you introduced like 24 more sizes at one time, and you had to put 1.3 million customers on a waiting list. Is that a problem or a dream?
I think it's a dream. I do think when you're launching new product, you having a little bit of scarcity and excitement around new product launches or new size launches is a good thing. And so certainly there was a lot of pent-up demand for those sizes. And we knew that because of our Fit Finder, because when we don't offer a size that a woman needs, we take that into account. And that's how we create new sizes. We use the data to inform what sizes we develop next, or what products we develop next. So it was very targeted that those women were on the wait list because we knew they were asking us for bras, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I wonder if my account management and client services team would think it was a dream to have 1.3 million orders. I know my CEO would, but I'll talk to him about that after. So I guess, you touched on data, and I was definitely going to go here. Look, I'm in the data industry as an aspect of advertising. It fuels everything we do. We see page behavior. Our code is on all of our publisher partner pages at every piece of their domain. So we understand what a person is reading, what they're clicking on, how much time they've spent on a page, what they're hovering over, where they go to next, all that stuff. Can you talk a little bit about like, how is data informing your decisions? I mean, you probably have millions of data points on feedback or buying patterns, specific markets. So what role, I guess, does data play in the world of Third Love?
Yeah, I mean, I think data is hugely important. And then there's also the qualitative and the art. I mean, we're a brand, we're a product company. So it's completely, you have art and science mixing together every day. Every kind of decision, nothing's purely data and nothing is purely not data, because there's data around almost anything. So, through the fitting room Fit Finder, we have 18 million women who have done that at this point. That's a massive amount of data around preference and fit issues. And then when you take that and you layer on customer, to your point, customer purchase patterns, what women buy in what order, how they shop our site, how often they interact with customer service. All of those things come together to create more segmentation and more personalized journeys we know if you buy a certain kind of bra, what bra you're most likely to buy, or what category you're most likely to buy the next time, you come to us. So that all plays in. And then I think you balance that with what are the key messages at the right moments of a customer's journey. And that's been something we've spent a lot more time on recently. And we're seeing a lot of.
When you say the customer's journey, are you speaking about in their everyday life where they travel on the internet or their device or however they use it, or do you mean on your site?
I mean, just in the life cycle of Third Love, right? If we acquire an email and she does fitting room, what, and she says certain things, what kinds of emails or texts are we going to give to her in what order? And assuming she engages with us and becomes a customer, how often and what are we talking to her about and what's relevant to her? And so all of that kind of plays into like journey mapping and customer mapping for us. And I think there's just a lot more opportunity actually for almost every brand out there to do a better job at that.
Yeah. Personalization is absolutely king or queen. It's just unbelievable as far as like how things have changed. Specific brands that I fall in love with that I want text from, whether it's a sale or the size that I'm missing. So cool. That's good to hear. We've got to talk about it, right? Quarantine, right? So everyone wants to know, how has this changed with, the women that are visiting your site and really everyone kind of staying at home, being quote safer. What do you see from the customer base? More, less, different? How would you explain what's going on over the past year?
Yeah, I would say last year in 2020, we really focused on efficiency and profitability. And from just that focus, we naturally relied on our repeat customers more than in the past. And that was time. And so it was an interesting time because even though people were talking about like no one's buying fashion and things like that, we actually saw, especially our repeat customers, gravitate towards product launches. I think people were looking for happiness and entertainment. There was a yellow bra we launched last summer that I was like, oh man, we're never going to sell this thing. And it we sold out in 4 weeks. And it just showed, I don't think there's any one only customer mindset. And certainly women are more into comfort. That being said, this year, it's very different. I mean, we're now in lounge and sleep. We have a lot of wireless bras. We just launched 2 over the past month, more coming. And we launched a new campaign. So we launched a new campaign called Your Boobs Deserve Third Love, and it's funny. And I think that for us was when we thought about what were we going to do this year to acquire new customers and continue to build the brand. We wanted to invest in a campaign. We wanted to do something very different. And if you think about the world of bras, what do brands generally sell? One of 2 things: sex or sexy is one, or like extreme comfort / not that exciting, maybe not that pretty. And one thing that no brand really sells or leans into is humor. And so that's been something for us that we've really put a stake in the ground for. We have over 500,000 views on our Your Boobs Deserve Third Love long form content on YouTube, and it's resonating really well. So exciting to have a different way kind of to talk about what women's issues are with their bras and those relationships that they have.
And that's the one where literally the woman has a relationship with her bra and is hugging it, kissing it.
Well, she falls in love. So, you first see her and she's on a date and you think she's on a date with her partner or somebody. Yeah. And she's telling the bra that it's letting her down, or telling telling somebody that she's being let down. And when it pans out, you realize it's a bad bra. So she throws her drink on the bra, and then she finds a good bra, which is Third Love. And then she, leans in to say, is it too early to say I love you? Because women do fall in love. If you have a great bra, you continue to buy it forever. And it is really like that. It's taken a little far, but it is truly, that is the relationship women. It's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah. No, it makes a ton of sense. I love that. I mean, look, this isn't a hat, right? It's a very personal piece of clothing. So, it better fit well. That's why I love what you guys did with the half sizes. I can only imagine, I compared it with you to jeans, right? My length is somewhere between like a 32 and a 33, and I always have to get them hemmed no matter what. And it's a pain in the ass because you get your new pair of jeans and you want to wear them, but I got to bring it for a $10 hem somewhere, and I got to wait another week to wear it. And it's like, my jeans didn't cost X, they cost Y because I have to make this change. So I get it, in a different way. So obviously DTC is a massive trend. It's probably one of the hottest spaces in our world right now. So how I know you said at the beginning, like DTC 8 years ago, it's very different, didn't really exist like it does right now. Like, what is the difference now? And maybe it's over the past year compared to 3 years. How do you see this space, competition, kind of a loaded question, but like, how does Third Love evolve in the DTC space, and how is the DTC space evolving? That's a lot.
Yeah. No, I mean, but it's a good question, and something that I think I spend a ton of time thinking about. I mean, if you go back to when we started to really take off, say 2015, 2016, we were advertising mostly on Facebook. Instagram, you couldn't advertise at that point, right? It wasn't a platform where you could do that. And I remember at that point, we started testing podcasts, and they were really effective. And I remember telling one of our investors, like, oh, we're doing advertising on podcasts. And they're like, podcasts? Like it was like not even on the radar of a channel, right? So if you think about how much the world's changed, and with all the streaming services, et cetera, it's ever changing, right? Marketing, and you're referring to, your company as well. Like the world of marketing and digital marketing is constantly evolving. And so you want to ideally you're staying ahead of it, right? So if I think back, a few years ago to today, I would say that we are doing a lot of the same things, but spending money in a different way on those different channels. And for us, because we're continuing to build a brand, a lot more of our investment is in channels like Spotify or, OTT and linear TV, and with continued investment, of course, across other digital advertising as well. And so I think it's just a constant look. You're asking what we're doing. I mean, we're testing, we're iterating, we're trying different things. It's not just about, the interesting thing about this question is, right, it's never just about the channel or the platform, it's about the content. And one doesn't go without the other. So you could say, oh, well, whatever didn't work for me. And it's like, yeah, but was your targeting right? And was your content right for that audience at that moment on that specific channel or platform? And if you can't wholeheartedly say yes, you actually don't really know if it's effective for you. So there's a lot that, marketing's complicated.
Yeah. So, I mean, measurement, right, goes with how you market, where you market, why you're doing it, who you're reaching. I mean, are these tools in-house? Do you use an agency? How would you explain, what that looks like for you?
It's a mix. I mean, generally what we'll do is we will a lot of times leverage agencies if something's new for us, a new channel, or we don't have the expertise on our team, we'll leverage an agency, really try to get some learnings, and then eventually bring it in-house. Most of the time we see a lot more success over time with bringing it into house, and marketing is a core competency. So if I really think about like, what do we do different at Third Love than other companies? One is physical product, and the other is marketing. So that's core to us. So really important we own that as much as possible.
Yeah, smart, efficient. I like it. And then I want to talk about something obviously that's close to heart with your customers. Talk to me about like customer loyalty. I mean, it's such a massive part of any brand. How do you ensure it? How do you grow it? What are the pieces of Third Love that allow for better or best in class customer loyalty?
It always goes back to the product and the experience. As we all know, because we're all consumers, you tend to repeat purchase from a company that delivered a product or service or experience or all of those things that was good for you and hopefully great, right? So I think none of us are anything without that quality. So I always go back to that. That's first and foremost. And then second, it's how do you continue to engage, right? Who's your audience? What do they care about? Like, how do you provide that content and connection? For us specifically, we also launched a loyalty program maybe 2 years ago now, that's been pretty successful. It's called Hooked. And, we have different things like on your anniversary or birthday, you get a free pair of underwear with your order. So little things to surprise and delight and keep someone engaged over time. I think there's a lot more we could do on loyalty. But again, it really depends on how you're going to invest your time and money. But it's all about the experience, because if somebody has a great experience, they refer you, right? And whether that's verbal or through a true referral program, doesn't really matter. It's really word of mouth is hugely important and in any space.
So, and then do you find, obviously word of mouth, but so, you guys have your proprietary fitting room. How are you getting, I guess there's advertising, right? And there's social and there's feedback and people are talking to their friends, as well as the loyalty program. For people with such a personal product, right? Is it tough to get them into the fitting room for the first time?
Not really, yeah, of course, there's always a bounce, a certain amount of people who bounce on, the first question. But the super interesting thing is if you put in the answer to the first question, almost all of you'll get through the whole thing. And so what that tells us, and it's an interesting question because we just relaunched our Fit Finder as Fitting Room. And so the Fitting Room has 3D animation. It has a lot more questions related to style and life stage, and other, probably at least 10 more questions than our Fit Finder had. And one of our worries internally was like, when we switch over to this, are we going to see a drop off because we're asking her to spend another? And what's interesting is we haven't seen a drop off at all. So again, once somebody is engaged, they're willing to have that conversation because they know they're going to see something better at the end, right? If it's a recommendation, the expectation is you give information and you get something out of it. And we definitely provide that with style and size.
Yeah. And then finally, it's sold on your website. You guys, I also like that you do the, you will send people what they're ordering so they can try it on. What works better, buying it through you guys or pointing them to, a Nordstrom's or a Bloomingdale's? What do you prefer? And do you do?
Yeah, so we don't point outward, obviously, right now. I mean, certainly I'm sure there are women who do our fitting room and then do take that and purchase other places, which is also totally fine. We're happy to provide that service. But the goal is really to provide context. So one of the things, with a quarter of our customers being half sizes, if you get one of those recommendations, there isn't another brand you can go to that's going to have that half cup. So there just isn't another option. So we focus a lot around that education at the end to say, here's what we gave you as your size, and here's why. Here's why the size is 70% of the time, the size is different than the size she thinks she is. So we have to explain that and give her context and comfort in the new size. And so a lot of it is education, and that's a huge part of our value prop that's different than others.
So they're saying, oh, great. I was trying to squeeze into something or something was too loose, and now you've kind of perfected that. Yeah. It's interesting that, other companies aren't doing that. So kudos to you guys. Obviously that will bring in a lot of new customers, which it already has. I would love to field questions from, the crowd if there are any, or we can keep talking. Brand Innovators, do we have questions? Okay, I guess not. Do you, I guess, Heidi, then the final question for me would be, what's on the horizon for Third Love? What's coming up? Anything big and exciting? You want to break news here? Up to you.
We've had a lot of newness over the past month and a half, and I think our sales are really reflecting that momentum, and which is really, really exciting. So I already talked about the new product categories. And we'll continue to launch a lot of new product this year. And that's very different than how we started. I mean, we originally started as really focused and saying, we're going to focus on bras and underwear until we sell millions of them. And we really did do that. It was very, very narrow. And now it's a time as a brand with our community, with our customer base to expand. That's one thing. And then, yeah, continued interesting partnerships. I mean, like I said, your boobs deserve third love is everywhere. And then how does that continue to evolve and stay fresh as we launch into new categories? So just a lot of new moments. And then I already talked about the fitting room. So a lot of these things, including kitting, where you can buy different products together and we give you an additional discount, have been really working well. So just, I would say, continuing to doing what we're doing, but at a more rapid pace with launches.
Okay. So the questions are rolling in. So based on what you just said, I'll start with this one. I mean, how do you see your customer base expanding? I mean, it sounds like you can reach anyone and everyone because there is something for everyone at your company. So how do you expand upon that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is the product. So if you think about what certain demographics may wear, whether it's age or size related, it's really thinking through that and just making sure we have the right product mix to reach slightly younger women. So if you think of the millennials, you want to kind of go slightly younger. It's probably a slightly lower price point, maybe a more unstructured product on average. And then if you think about going older, what do they want? Maybe more support, more coverage. And so to me, it's more of a product question. And then when you have the products, the customers come. But yeah, expanding kind of up and down from what I would say the core is.
Okay, cool. Here's a really good one. I like this. As leaders, you're always developing your abilities. What skills would you like your marketing team to develop this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest things that we're doing today and with this campaign that I talked about that we've never done before is integrated marketing. So when I say integrated, I mean literally across every channel. And so we have a new head of integrated marketing who's phenomenal. And when we had this campaign, she really took a step back and said, how do we leverage this 2-minute, 40-second video into 6-second snippets, 15, 30 across every channel, organic, paid, and what does that look like? At what moment with what pieces of content? And so I think that to me, integration and then right message at right time, which we're kind of talking about, those are like the big things, meaning every time we produce an asset or a piece of content, we should leverage it as much as possible. And then two, who and when and what, like just kind of marketing 101, but hard to do at scale.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm learning a lot about that now. We have an in-house creative studio and just hired a great guy who is our chief creative officer. So it's interesting seeing that in our studio and then, working with some of the clients to do that. Cause quite frankly, I've never, looked at that aspect of advertising and bringing great data and great in-house creative together. So that's awesome to hear, because what you've done with your content, it's a new look. I think it's so cool. It is funny. Yes, I watched it. Just one more question for me. Having a purpose-driven element to your business, which we talked about, whether, fighting civil injustice or climate change, et cetera, is important to obviously the Gen Z consumers. How has this shifted the way your company considers purpose-driven marketing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to everyone. I don't think it's just Gen Z at this point. I think people care about the brand, they care about the founders, they care about why the company does what it does and all of the things. I think it's very important. I mean, we're a company, the mission statement we set out with in 2012 was to help women feel confident and comfortable in their everyday lives, all women, and by all, sizes, shapes, shades, ethnicities, backgrounds. And so that's core to us today. I mean, if you think about what we have that's different and supports that, we're the largest donor of bras in the country. We've donated over $40 million of product. We also have our TL effect where we support female founders of color. We just picked our second winner and I'm mentoring her and she's getting a grant. So I think giving back to the community is hugely important to Third Love, to our team and to our mission. And I think that's core to also why customers like our brand and our company.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Emily. So Heidi, I think we can end there, which is an awesome place to end. I just want to say thank you. In the few times we've talked, I've learned a lot from you and your company. And I think you guys are doing an unbelievable job. It was an interesting subject matter for me to talk about, but I absolutely loved it. So thank you and congrats to you guys.
Thank you. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you so much, Heidi. I'm such a fan of Third Love. It's like my favorite company. So was so fascinated to hear from you. And Eric, you did a great job of moderating on a subject that you're new to learn about. So we're so thankful that you both joined us today and really appreciate it.
Thank you.
For the rest of your afternoon. Well, hello, everyone. I'm taking over for Izzy on the Brand Innovators team to serve as your MC for the rest of today's program. Amazing program that we just heard from Heidi, and we're super excited to announce our next panel. So we're going to be hearing from Rahul Chowdhury, the head of marketing at RB, and moderating his session will be Ted Smith, the head of enterprise sales at Audigent. Hi, guys. Welcome.
Hey, Emily. How are you?
Good. Glad to have you back. Welcome.
Hi, Emily.
I'll hand it over to you guys. We're really excited to hear from you.
Thank you so much. We'll see you soon. And thank you for all of you who have stayed on here. I feel like, the South by Southwest is in the air here. And of course, we've had a double header now with Audigent. My colleague, Eric Schoikit, was just on the prior conversation. So I'm certainly excited to join the stage here with Rahul Chowdhury, with respect to the remarkable stuff that they're doing over at Reckitt Benckiser. So, Rahul, great to see you again. How's your day today?
Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Brand Innovator, for having me here. It's quite exciting to be part of this. It's a very gloomy day out here in New York, but I still would like to pretend I'm in Texas somewhere.
Yeah, I didn't know what to wear. I didn't know whether I should be wearing like the Texas tuxedo, whether I should be wearing like Chris Sacca, should be wearing like a cowboy shirt. So I resolved towards something somewhat similar, trying to stay on theme. But you look great.
Thank you.
So I know that we wanted to kick off things. I know you had some interesting visuals that we can share. But I think just before we kick in, let me do a quick intro for both of us. I'm Ted Smith. I'm the head of enterprise sales for Audigent. As Eric noted before me, so Audigent is a first-party data platform. We're focused on the monetization of first-party data from some of the leading publishers out there around the globe. And we take this data and make it actionable across the digital marketing landscape. So advertisers such as Reckitt Benckiser can apply the data from everything to CTV across various platforms for their performance marketing campaign. So appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion with Rahul here, and excited to have this discussion with everybody. So Rahul has an amazing background. Last 8 years you've been with Reckitt Benckiser, specifically on the Lysol brands and some of the hygiene brands over there. So excited to kind of dig into this conversation with you.
Same here, right? And just to kick things off, right, I would probably share my screen. Just to also give a little bit of an overview to everyone on what to expect. I have a very interesting topic to speak about, which is disrupting from inside. And I just felt that I probably capture my my thoughts probably in a few slides, so that it's a good start of a discussion. But also you have a few takeaways when you walk out of this room today on what the experience is. Let me start off with a very quick. So I'm Rahul, as Ted mentioned. I come from a very traditional marketing background for probably for around 5, 7, 8 years, and then increasingly moved into the digital space, and have spent the last 7, 8 years being in digital marketing, digital commerce, getting a lot into analytics insight kind of space. By profession, I actually started off as a computer engineer, and that's driving my passion in technology. And then off the lead, I've just been blessed to be with a really lovely family with one son, a dog, and my wife she's just amazing. But folks who do not know what RB is, we are a CPG company, and we are better known for our brands. So Ted, you mentioned Lysol. It's been quite a humbling, satisfying experience for the last 1 year, being a part of this brand, but also playing such a big role in today's world. But other than that, we also have a few more iconic brands like Airwick, Finish, Mucinex, Mr. Mucus, with an amazing character, Enfa. So that's me in a nutshell of where I am. Please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. So where have I been? I've been in this rustic world, which people call sometimes the wild, wild west. And I've been trying to build a team out there and have had quite a lot of success, but also have had very amazing experiences that I thought was very relevant for marketers who are listening today, but also for business leaders who are looking at where would the future be and how do we navigate this road. So the way we are structured, for the last 3 years, I've been working as a part of a startup organization somewhat. And when I say startup, it essentially means we are responsible for our top line, and then we are responsible for our net bottom line. So it's pretty much like every year we go in and we say, okay, this is what we want to do. And we ask for resources and we get whatever we think the management thinks that our plans are worthy of. But it is a very brings a very entrepreneurial culture into the whole way of how do you drive a business. We have been able to grow the business 6 times in the last 3 years. But for me, the most important and most satisfying thing is building a digital native team from scratch. And it's around 15 members big, but it's more about how every 6 months you'd find an opportunity and you'd go after it and you'll resource for it and then you'll deliver it. And it's
Can I ask, when you talk about building that team, is that building from internally or is it finding outside?
It's everywhere.
Or is it everything?
It's everywhere. It's everywhere because resource is really a shortage in today's world. At least till pre-COVID, where digital was something that CPGs played around a little bit, but we really went invested. It was always an interesting project to find the right resource for the right team. Even the skill sets needed and the talent needed would vary and keep changing over the last 3 years. But it was what I feel amazed is being able to bring the right people to the company, bring the right people to the role. And the thing which underpins everything is having a highly agile operating model. People are speaking about it, business has been speaking about it, but I still don't think everybody fathoms what it can deliver and how much pain it takes to really build an agile operating model. So what I thought would be great is just sharing some of my experience out here with the team. And I promise to make it short because I know that Ted has a lot of different questions that he would love to know from me. And then I'm sure that people in the audience would also have to. So there is a simple 5 lessons I learned. And I try to capture them out here, right? One is this whole concept of Avengers, A+ Avengers. The second is about hearing your consumers and hearing them here, which when here means immense where you are at that moment. The whole concept of evolve and pivot, that's pretty key to startup. I'll try to tell you what a bigger corporate and how did we manage it. And then it's all sharpening, what I call sharpening your pencils, your ammunitions that you take to work every day. And then the last one is around owning your culture. So the first piece, building a team of Avengers. This is a piece that Ted, you referred to around how do you assemble that rock star team. When I don't use the word Avengers just for the glamour part of it, but I use it for everybody in the team, particularly in the digital world, have unique skill sets. Like somebody could be a search expert, somebody could be a content expert, somebody could be an analytics expert, somebody plays media like they're playing music, right? And it becomes an art for them. Essentially, you need to be able to understand what should be your team structure, what do you need, and where you can find them, and then you need to assemble them. Once you bring the team together, as we have all seen in this amazing 23 series of Avengers or Marvel comics, you need to nurture them because many of the times they don't know what role they need to play. Even they don't know how do they all come together. You need to keep them motivated and focused. And it goes without saying that it isn't an easy job. It isn't an easy job of having highly talented people with unique skill set, but bringing them together and making them work. There's a lot of ego. There's a lot of relearning, unlearning, and how do you work as a team. And essentially, as a leader, that's the biggest value you can add in is ensuring how can they work together.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I noted to you that I often made the analogy between Super Friends, which is a little bit more of a dated reference than the Avengers. But I think that when you build a team, like it's always interesting to think, do you find people that are multidisciplinary, people that can wear lots of hats, especially in a startup, there's that need. But at some point you need expertise and specialists and to understand how those different talents work together. So it's interesting to me how you consider, like, as a leader, how do you manage that balance between the different disciplines that are necessary and the expertise that's also critical, right?
Yeah, I've been wrapping my head around. I've shifted positions on this a couple of times. When my HR asks me, do you need specialist or do you need generalist? And sometimes I have swung the way where I felt like, I think generalist is what a startup needs, right? But then you swing up the other way when you really need to deliver on few things. The skill set to build that takes years. It's an art that takes a lot of years to build in. So I'm now in the place where I believe it's a mix of both. But what you bring up is a very important, the final piece is the career path of all of these talent. Like you just don't want to bring them in and they getting stuck, but how do they evolve as professionals? And how do we as leaders build a career path is also a very interesting piece, right? So that's what I call nudge them towards their purpose. And I have had, I've had the satisfaction of seeing all of my team members evolve, some towards where they wanted to go, some towards where they decided they want to go back down a general path, right? But that's like my one big piece, and we can slice and dice this in all different ways as we move on through the slides, right? Towards the Q&A. The second piece is around hearing. Sorry, I don't know how to take this up. It should go up. I would like to believe. Let me try this screen again. I don't know. We probably have to live with this. So the second piece is around hearing consumers hear. And there are two words for me that are important. One is hear, H-E-A-R, as in listening to them. And the other one is bringing them within your organization. For me, this piece, and I think for every marketer, this piece really blew up during COVID. It was as if on March 8th, we all, as marketers, we all didn't know what to do because we didn't know what the world is. We didn't know where the world existed. We didn't know all pain points, right? What are the new pain points? What are people talking about? And that was a moment which made me realize is, imagine a world where you do not know anything. How do you build capabilities to listen and hear, and then build things around that to meet your purpose, meet your brand's purpose, meet your business purpose? There were a lot of things that we did, and analytics and insight is something that people say is good to have. But in moments like this, it's the differentiator of how quickly do you know what the consumer needs? How do you quickly know where the gap is? How quickly can you build a proposition and then get it out there into the market? We had our own experience of leveraging a lot of the analytics capabilities that we had built over the course of the last 2 years, but just turning them around and say, hey, can we use the same knowledge that we have in a different direction to tell us more about what's happening around us? And it was pretty successful very quickly. So I would say that from being completely blank in March, we had a comprehensive strategy by May with a record time of 30, 45 days. This is, by the way, this is one place where you'll have to bring in partners from outside. You as a brand, you as a business cannot know everything. You'll have to play the network game and understand from all different partners how to bring things together.
I would say with an organization as big as yours to operate, within a 40-day window during that critical time period during COVID, I mean, that's about as real time as it potentially gets.
Yeah, and I wish, I first of all, hope we are never in a situation like that where we're completely blank. But if anytime there is a need that we don't understand, the whole idea is, can we do this much more faster? I get inspired a lot by a lot of the smaller brands and a lot of the digital native brands who do this every day. And my challenge to my team and my challenge to myself is, how do I get faster than them? Evolve and pivot. This is something that we as bigger corporates fear doing. We do not know how to do that well, but the risk of giving up is so much more that we do not look at tangentially pivoting. as a smaller business who had the opportunity to grow multiple folds, we could not have done it without taking things up, seeing how hard we can push it, how far we can push it. And if it does not work, move focus to something else very good. And the spectrum could be new consumer groups, new brand extensions, new events, new brands, new customers. And we have tick marked all of these buckets in all multiple different ways in the last 2 to 3 years.
I was going to save this as a question later, but maybe this is an opportune time to actually address this here. Are there, there's that common term of failing fast within the startup world. I'm curious, when you think about evolving and pivoting, are there any prime examples you can think of where, you failed fast and you learned and you pivoted really quickly, or areas in which you saw that happen in real time?
A lot, right? And the question is, what's the scale of failing fast, right? There are A/B testing in some sense. It's a fail fast kind of mode, but it's not business changing. It's a very fine tuning of your execution strategy. But then fail fast in the bigger standpoint is you launch different products in the online world, see whether they work, understand within 12 weeks whether there is what we call spark, whether there is any spark that you think you can now make it into a big fire. And then if there is, let's move it to the second round of blowing it up. If not, then let's put into something, put our time and focus into something else. So there are enough examples probably in the air care category where we have been trying to disrupt a lot, because you also need a category and you need an industry where the consumers are more receptive to such different kind of things, right? For example, if you take this into pharma, I would like to guess is that there isn't really anything called failing fast. The failing fast that happened is what happened for the COVID vaccine, but that's probably the fastest you can get. But well, like it goes.
The failing fast happens in the R&D phase, and that I would presume, at a different stage. But that point that you bring up with regard to the scale of failure and the timing of it and kind of the measurement, I think is really critical about it. I think that's a good distinction.
Yeah, as one of the things which I learned, and I probably this is also a lot of Shark Tank, watching a lot of Shark Tank, is as a business leader in a startup, your biggest value that you add in is, other than the team that I spoke about assembling, is allocation of resources. And allocation of resources is where you start continuously nudging, understanding, and trying to reallocate your resource into something that you think would be much more bigger. And even though for the team, it looks like a project, at the back end of it, you are processing it as, hey, can we fail faster? Can we move our resources? One of the challenges that we faced, and I think every bigger corporate faced, is the legacy and the little bit of dynamics of how things are seen and how you have to navigate that, right? In a smaller startup, you have a board, you have a VC, and you work with them. In a bigger one, there are these complexities of different groups and stakeholders that you have to manage.
That's right. Yeah, I come from the publishing industry, initially, which for many years was talking about that same sort of evolution towards digital in some ways, and that understanding of legacy versus where you can and need to be innovating is an important aspect of understanding that allocation of resources and when to allocate those resources, right?
Very true. Yeah, resources is such a key. It's short, but the shortage makes you use it much more better.
That's right.
I think this is the second last one, which is all about sharpening your pencils. We did a lot of work with new startups trying to understand how should we operate. I spent a lot of time with D2C brands, with new companies who are trying to form. And one thing which I realized is the path to success for each of these, what we call unicorns, each of these emerging brands is very different. Each one of them have a secret sauce. Even if it is the Dollar Shave Club viral videos, if it is the way Glossier went in and built what they built based on just the blog, it's very difficult to replicate, right? And as me, I used to keep thinking, and as our team, what is our secret sauce? What differentiates us? Like it's not traditional media buy. It's not, people call it performance marketing. All of that is great. Those are tools. But what is it that differentiates and make us win more number of times than less? You will fail, but what is that? And how do you do it? That's why I call it sharpening your pencil, right? And it is valid for the team, it's valid for us as individuals also. As we look at our own career, we said, okay, what really differentiates us? How do we own that thing and just get better and better and be able to do it at a bigger scale?
So what is it? Will you share, what was your secret sauce? Anything that you share that could be not so secret?
For us, I think our secret sauce was speed. One of the key things that differentiated us was, that you said, right, that being from completely blank, being let's just shut down our shop, to coming back with a clear strategy, and not only from thinking standpoint and from a strategy standpoint, but also to execution. You have to be better. And that was how do you make it? It's a lot of different things, right? It goes from people, culture, to capabilities that we build in-house. Where do you think that you need to leverage your own capabilities? Where you need to build bridges, a lot of different things that come in together.
Yep, makes sense.
And then the last one, I think we referred to it, right? It's part of the secret sauce. It's about shaping your culture. And again, one of the other things that we learned is the culture of a startup is envious for brands and companies like us. We envy how free idea thinking happens in a startup, right? But that is all because of the culture. And for me, it's like everybody in that team owns the culture. It's not owned by anyone in those kind of organizations. For us, it was about how do we replicate as good as much as we could in some sense. And I'm a very big proponent of this point, is that your culture is who you hire, who you fire, and who you promote. Because essentially you do not set it up. It's the team who sets it up, and they all follow practices. They follow, people follow people. And that's where it sets up, right? So the whole point of, we need to co-own and we need to be protective about the culture that we have within our organizations, even if it's an internal startup. We need to look at with a lot of details, what standards are we setting up as leaders, and what standards are we promoting unknowingly and knowing? And then how do we deal with success and failure? The last thing, however, in culture, that people sometimes look very outwardly, is they think about it as just, oh, it's a group dynamics. But no, I see it as rock and water. While the rock has a road, makes a road for the water does shape the rock. Like whatever we do with the team shapes me, and it has shaped me so much in the last 3 years, starting from my leadership style, starting to my ambiguity of how do I handle it. How am I as a person? How patient am I as a person? And that self-realization is very key, because like we all say, the startup is like a bud. It blooms and it has its own cycle. What you need to realize is that you also grow along with that, and you need to be able to grow along with that. If not, you become an outdated person within the team, which is very different. So I won't say that I have completely knocked it. The self-realization path and process is a long one. It takes time, but I definitely realized how important it is. And the last thing that would be of this whole culture is just having fun. Something which we do not do enough. We get buried under the presentations and the decks that we build again and again. So that's my thing. I think I just wanted to just leave everyone with these 5 things. If I could go back to it, right, is the whole point around team, hearing your consumers and being smarter than anyone else in hearing your consumers, evolving and pivoting based on as quickly as you can, sharpening the ammunitions you have, and owning your culture. I do know when even I built the slide that it was very basic. It looks very basic, but hopefully I could give you a little bit more flair to what it involved.
Yeah, and I think that's it's incredibly interesting. And the devil's always in the details and in the execution when it comes down to it. And each time you do it, there's something very personal to it, and it also lives in a different ecosystem to some extent. And I think this sort of leads into my first question was, so I mean, you have your team within the e-commerce group and within the hygiene group, but then there's other multiple teams, within RB that are also sort of startups. So I'm curious, when you talk about the culture that you've created within your pod, let's call it, like, how is that distinct from a cultural standpoint from the others? And how do you guys learn from one another? And how do you see that shaping the overall group?
Not as much as I would say I would like to, right? That's the that's a challenge between focus and synergy. We as an organization, or we as a team, believe that focus would drive us a little bit ahead for the last 2 years. And there was that run where we said, let's just get our heads down and do what is right for our business. In the last few months, actually, COVID has made us realize there's a lot of synergy also which we can bring in. And so the next path of growth for us as a team and as a company is going to be bringing in more synergies by joining hands, by understanding what people know, because you can never know what the whole world knows. You can only be a page in that. And so it's always beneficial to benefit from what everybody else does.
Well, I suppose it's a little bit like your team of Avengers is also a broader group of other Avengers as well. So, you have leadership above you that is also helping to make sure that, while your head's down and focused on your goals, everybody else is working cohesively against the master plan to some extent, right?
Yeah, and I've heard and I've noticed that center of excellence becomes one of the solutions that companies deploy. We're going through a similar transformation within RB, and I'm trying to understand the pros and cons both sides, right? But I don't think there is one simple solution for each one of them.
Yep, that's interesting. A quick pivot, on conversation to some extent, but we're a data company as Audigent, and I know that as a marketer, especially working with e-commerce, there's a lot of data goes into that. And I was speaking with another CPG marketer, a pretty notable one recently, and he told me that as a marketer that they consider that they don't have a relationship with their customer at all. And I thought it was so strange, partly because I feel like I have a relationship actually with that brand. And certainly with Lysol, for instance, and especially in this past year, I feel like I've got, a very close relationship with the brand. But I'm curious, like, how you think of that, because I know that typically the retailers own the point of transaction. And I think that that's what he was speaking to when he said that, they have the data. How do you think about that and the opportunity with e-commerce to take some of that relationship?
Yeah, I have never been more optimistic about where the world we live in as a marketer, right? Completely. The world we live in traditionally has been a lot more dominated by the retailers who own the last mile with our consumers. So it's something of a B2B2C, right? And so for me, it was always felt like you have a wall and you have a door, and you pretty much open the door and hand over, and the transaction ends there. Where I think the world is now is you have small
windows, and you have windows with curtains, right? So you do not get the full view. And I don't think we need a full view, right? Because if you have a full view, then it becomes a privacy issue, right? But you have a silhouette, and you can try to understand what's happening, right? And that also makes it interesting because your interpretation has a lot more value. If everything was clear, then you don't need marketers. You say, okay, that's happening, and let's do it. But as marketers, if you can really start bringing in understanding, and you bring in the art of understanding what it is, you have a big competitive advantage. So for me, I have been super optimistic, and I've seen this change in the across all different industries and across RB also, the value of data, consumer data. I think where we're going to go is a little bit undecided, right? There is one model, which is very much what we see in very digitally developed countries like China, Korea, where like the stats is amazing. Like more than 50% of their whole retail business today in this year is going through online, which is mind-boggling. Even being a person in this field, I never thought I'm going to see that day. But if that's true, there's a lot more things which have happened there to make it work, right? And that's one model. But then the other piece is what's happening in Europe when you start looking at GDPR and compliances and the kind of restriction, right? I see the value in both. I think we as a society and we as an industry will have to find our mid path, and then do what is right and make it work for the business and also for the society.
Yeah, I think there's a balance when you consider, components around privacy and also like the power of marketing when it comes down to it. There's an opportunity to market to people more on a cohort basis, and to compel people around your brand, where at the same time there's other opportunities to create kind of micro funnels, I think, as you've noted, like where you can actually be really driving the sales in those different scenarios.
Yeah, going back to my excitement about this marketing, like it has never been more interesting to see those funnels as you talk about, right? It's like, yeah, we moved beyond TV, but even now in many organizations, you used to have one funnel, but now for the same thing, you're having micro funnels, you can have micro events. It's just so many more touch points, but that's the fun part of it. If you can master it.
Yeah, you bring up TV, which is hot, surely, and CTV has had the opportunity to grow significantly during this past year from a CTV standpoint. Enough that audience segmentation, measurement, things are starting to be able to be played within that field that typically weren't really realistic. How are you thinking about CTV at this standpoint? And have you been doing a fair amount of testing in that realm?
Yeah, I've been blessed on that in a little bit. One of my big part of my business is on Amazon, and Amazon has been a big leader in driving that change just because of the ecosystem that they have. And from that standpoint, we see the value of it. We see clearly the value of it, right? We started off with a few more testings, but now the last year has been a lot about scale up. And it's also, we're starting seeing scale up not only in the kind of investment, but also in the kind of ideas that we thought we can see through TV, right? Through a connected TV. And what are the levers you have in that space to even start influencing, right? Because your traditional digital marketing of programmatic assets and all go away. It's a TV mindset in a very different place, right? I think the future for that is the smart TVs, and when you'll be able to click on those TVs to buy. I was just reading about, I think it was, I don't know, I could be missing it up, but one of the big TV giants, right, are talking about being able to buy online, right? And it's a matter of time. When you watch something, you see something, and you can go down that road, explore that idea as much as possible, come back and watch your show again. But it's all going to be happening in the next 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, that might even, the way that things are operating, it's not Moore's law necessarily at this point, but I think that you talk about the advances in CTV, I think it's, it might be faster than 3 or 4 years. We don't know, I think.
Yeah, and the point that I'll probably, you bring up a good point, Moore's law, right? I like to believe it's not Moore's law that we should be equating it. Like Moore's law was saying the same chip and just how much more compact and how much more processing power it was, but it's a single dimension. The fun about here, it's a snowball effect.
That's right.
The growth and adoption of CTV is, yes, about how the interface is, but it's also about how commerce as a platform grows. How is the experience when I buy in general online? It goes about how video and how do we look at creating messaging in a short 6-second, 15-second video. So all of these are developing in different axes, and all of them come together, converge to really explode one particular dimension. So it's a multifaceted.
Yeah, well, CTV is also related to this device that I have in my hand, also the laptop that here we're speaking on, and all these devices are connected to the opportunity to speak to people. And
yeah, let's think about from Disney Plus. If I can start buying Disney merchandise through Disney Plus, how much more crazy it's going to be.
That's right. One other thing I wanted to touch upon was the idea of these retail media networks that have been launched. And we'd have a little bit of time here to discuss before we get some questions, but quickly wanted to get your take on what you think the opportunities and challenges are in working with the Walmart Connects, the Roundels, the developing Kroger Precision groups and stuff. It's an interesting relationship, and there's great opportunity, I think, to be driven from them. Correct?
Oh yeah, it's for the first time I feel, and I really applaud and appreciate the retailers bringing us in and saying, hey, let's together speak with the consumer. Right? Going back to the initial speak we had, it wasn't there. It's like, I know my house well. You know what you do outside my house. Just keep doing both of this. It's the first time we're saying, hey, let's all get together, sit across and do what's right for the end consumer. So it's, I live and breathe that. I have been living and breathing that space for a long time. I can only tell you, there are three different things that I noticed out here. There is an acceleration of just the number of retailers coming up with these capabilities, right? Till a few probably years back, Roundel was there, Kroger was around there, Walmart was trying to get their act together, and they were still going to somebody else. And then suddenly, even pre-COVID, you start seeing these three people coming in, and post-COVID,
Macy's has launched one somewhat recently.
Walgreens has launched one. Yeah, yeah. Like so the challenge for us as marketeers is we could barely manage YouTube, we could barely manage Google relationship and Facebook relationship, right? And that was over and above everything else. Now, how do you work with so many partners? What does a JBP look like? How do you staff people to talk about all of this? How do you take one big idea and really flow it across all of these different partners? So that's an acceleration, right? There's an amplification in what they can do themselves, right? Their capabilities. Again, I think Amazon leads the way, but all others are watching Amazon and they really want to leapfrog. But what can retailer consumer data, the knowledge that they have, the touch points that they own, what can they do better? That capability has got really amplified, right? It was very nascent before. In many of the retailers, it's still nascent, but I'm hopeful that it'll get better. But that's the second piece around it. And the third, which I think the biggest disruption is going to happen inside store now. While we have gone down this journey and there are people who are, the percentage of commerce going through online is going to be great, but people still want excitement. The experience of shopping is different when like the kid in the candy store is an expression which exists because there is a different feeling to it, right? And it's the same feeling we have when we go into into probably like a sports place, right? Or we go into an apparel place. How and why and how it will get redefined is something that I'm looking forward to, right? As brands.
That's what's so interesting. I mean, coming out of COVID, especially when you think of we'll be that much more interested in the physicality and things, or that opportunity to be live and present with certain things, where at the same time there will have been great advances from a digital standpoint. So that interrelationship between the two becomes really exciting, right?
There is so much retail space. All of these offices are going out. There's so much retail space going to be available within the stores, by the way, also, right? If the traffic is going down, and it has been going down, it will go down. Then what do you do with the retail space? Do they all become mini amusement parks? I don't know. If they do, then you're talking with consumers in a very different mindset, because then it's not bottom funnel. It's a very different mindset. You have the opportunity to really start talking within the store, top funnel. So I don't know how, when, where, but my excitement when I look at something like Walmart, Roundel, for example, right? Target has proven that a store within a store is a concept. So if you look at their Disney relationship, you're starting seeing digital coming in. Yes, you stock merchandise. Yes, you have a specific area, but you bring in digital. Like, where is the next movie's trailer going to be seen there, right? And then what do you think will happen out there? And you can just keep imagining.
That's right. That's interesting. Any marketers that you think of that you've seen that you're particularly excited about? Any sort of examples of particularly innovative thinking, maybe outside of your category, that you think are great examples of that?
I always have a few, I would say, inspirations. Some of them are old data. They stick with me, even if, and they have been with me for the last decade or so. And some of them are just what brands are doing, right? So I classify them in three different, again, buckets. The first one for me is just, I hats off to Unilever and the team there, but how they have been defining purpose is just amazing to me. I got blown out when I saw Sketch, the first Dove campaign out there.
Yeah.
That for the first time, as marketeers, really said that I can speak with the consumer beyond just talking about product. And that happened long time back, right? But that opened up the door, and now every brand has a purpose. So they were quite a pioneer there. And then what they did recently, where they removed the word normal. I was having conversations with colleagues, even some of them in Unilever, and I was at some place, like, who was sitting there thinking that this word should be removed, right? What was that? I just want to imagine what was that that discussion going around. But when you go a few layers down, you say it's how deep it is, right? And that's when you start living and breathing your brand, and you change things, which changes the core of the brand.
Well, you realize I mean, the creativity aligned with things that are drawn from data or insights, or ways in which we're finding that balance, that art
and the boldness,
right?
The boldness, right? I was like, while it's right, I was just making a joke here as men. I do not know any way else to describe my hair, right? So if I go in and you now remove the normal hair, I would be spending 5 minutes just thinking which other hair type shampoo should I be using, right?
Right. Yeah.
So, but that's quite a big bold, right, step. So that's one genre of it, right? The second genre is there are a lot of people who have been able to change organizations from inside at a much bigger scale. And I one of the person I follow very closely is Sandeep, who is in Mars. He's the Chief Digital Officer in Mars. I've heard him a couple of times. I just got inspired every time I hear him because the challenge of changing the corporate is so much more difficult, right? You can build a house from scratch, great, but taking a house that you have and then trying to change it and flip it is very much more different. And then the third one is just new brands who inspire me every day on what they do, right? And there are more than enough examples, starting from Harry's to Casper and what all. So that's Hey, Emily, I'm sorry. Have we gone into a completely different discussion?
No, I love, it's always nice when people are able to recognize other brands that are doing good work in the industry too. So no, I love all those examples and definitely agree with you. But thank you both so much. This was amazing. And we're so happy to have you join the program today.
Thank you so much. Now, I know we didn't have a chance to address any audience questions. I didn't see the widget pop up though. So I presume we were just good chatting as we were.
Yeah, no, sometimes we're like, we'll just let them go. And you guys had enough obviously to talk about. So yeah, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. And we hope to have you both back again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you for everyone for inviting us here. And I apologize, we couldn't get to the questions, but have a good afternoon.
Great South by Southwest. Enjoy.
Exactly.
Bro.
Ciao. Bye.
Great to see you. Bye.
Bye. Well, what a great session. And we're excited to continue on the afternoon. We've got a few more amazing panels coming up. So we're really excited to introduce our next speaker. We'll be hearing from Nick Hammett, the head of marketing strategy and innovation for Mountain Dew and energy portfolio at PepsiCo. And moderating will be Amanda Shepley, the head of brand partnerships at Outfront Media. Love the background you got there, Nick.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Sorry, I know I'm supposed to go to my more official background here, so I can.
No, it looks great. Keep it.
I was going to say, I would leave it. I'm a fan.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Cool. No, that's awesome. Well, I'll hand it over to you guys and pop back in at the end, but looking forward to it.
Great.
Thanks Emily. First, a big thank you to Brand Innovators for hosting us today. And thanks to everybody who's listening in. Excited to be here chatting with my new friend, Nick. Nick, good to see you again.
Good to see you too. Thank you for having me here.
Of course, of course. So let's jump right in and let's start with you telling us a bit about yourself. I'd love to hear more about your role at Pepsi, your extensive background in CPG, and of course, where we're talking to you from.
Yeah, sure. So right now I currently lead the marketing strategy and innovation for our Mountain Dew business at PepsiCo. And I couldn't ask for a more exciting, fun, just, amazing marketing job to have. It's been such a privilege to work on this great brand. I've been with Pepsi for about 8 years and had a number of different roles, commercial facing roles, innovation roles, just across the organization, and really kind of understanding, all the different ways that Pepsi brings to life their brands, whether it's on the food side or on the business side. Prior to that, I worked at Unilever for about 8 years. And again, there I had a wonderful experience in, mostly on the personal care side of things. So working on fantastic brands like Axe. And I kind of tuned in for the last few minutes of the discussion prior to this one. They were talking about Dove, and that's a brand that's near and dear to my heart, having worked on that for a couple of years at the very beginning of my career. But right now I'm in kind of rainy, dreary Larchmont, New York, right outside New York City, and enjoying the entertainment here because outside it's a little bit drab.
Yeah, I feel you on the weather. I got a little too overzealous for spring last week with the 70-degree weather. I too am in New York, and so I've got neon fingernails, and they certainly don't match what's happening outside my window right now. So I think that we're all. I'm bringing my own sunshine.
Yeah,
but I think that we're all getting excited for spring coming around. So, so thanks for that. Super helpful, very extensive background in CPG, which I'm sure has helped you in your role here with Pepsi and Mountain Dew, especially being on innovation and being on one of the brands that is kind of on the forefront of innovation and having fun. So the theme of the event today is what's next on the digital horizon. But before we get into what's next, I'd love to talk a little bit about Mountain Dew's heritage, because this was a surprise to me when we talked last time. You mentioned the history of Mountain Dew and where it came from, and it's something that I had never thought about nor had known. So would you be able to share like what's Mountain Dew's origin story and how do you stay true to that today?
Yeah, I think it's understanding where Mountain Dew comes from is critically important to understanding the brand, because it has this fantastic, authentic backstory that, you know, brands would die to have. You know, you can't make some of this stuff up. So it was actually developed in the 1940s in the mountains of Tennessee, primarily as a mixer. So people were mixing their whiskey drinks with Mountain Dew, and you know, from that origin, it just had this very truly unique taste that everybody in the area wanted to kind of participate in. And so, you know, that those elements have kind of kept with the brand as it's grown throughout the years. It's truly unique. It's often imitated, but it just lives in its own category of one. And kind of this level of authenticity, this level of being kind of unique and you know, a little bit different and standing for kind of a very differentiated perspective has kind of carried with the brand all the way through, and is what our fans absolutely love about the brand. And it's kind of a defining aspect that they get excited about and that resonates with them. And it's just been critical to the brand.
Yeah, one of the things that we talked about when we last spoke is that notion of uniqueness and how most of the other brands and flavors have a counterpoint. So you've got your Pepsis and you've got your Coke, you've got your Sprites and you've got your 7-Up. But Mountain Dew kind of stands on its own. And because of that, it has that loyal fan base, people that are ravenous for it. So out of that rich history and that authenticity grew this extremely loyal fan base, which is lovingly referred to as Dew Nation.
Absolutely.
So can you tell us a little bit about them, who they are, where they are, and what platforms you use to reach them?
Yeah, I mean, Dew Nation is why we're here. You know, it's why I have a job. These are like, this is their brand. Like, you know, everything we do is for this group of just, you know, crazy passionate, crazy loyal fans that live and breathe this brand in a way that, you know, is unlike anything else I've seen. They're primarily located in the heartland. I mean, traditionally, that's where we stemmed from, as I said, Tennessee, and kind of expanded out from there. So it has a very heartland focus to it. But honestly, over the years, we've been growing in non-traditional coastal markets. You're seeing kind of this level of passion and loyalty kind of expand out from there into some of the bigger marketplaces in the U.S. You know, but they are absolutely kind of the essential heart of this brand, and making sure we stay connected and understand them and listen to them and talk to them and engage with them is kind of one of the keys of the success of this brand. You know, the way that we've been doing it, I mean, historically, there's nothing that can, you know, can replace getting out, you know, and getting feet on the ground in these places and seeing, you know, where they live, where kind of Mountain Dew is you know, absolutely central to the culture. Obviously, in the COVID landscape, that's been a little bit more difficult. I haven't gotten on a plane in a long time. So we've had to kind of rely on other methods just to stay connected with this group. But thankfully, we have a number of really great tools, whether it's social listening. You know, we have this group that we call the Green Room, which allows it to kind of subset of hardcore Mountain Dew drinkers and allows us to engage in conversation with these guys and kind of bounce ideas off of them, understand what they're thinking and feeling. And, you know, it can be as big as macro trends and seeing how they're kind of reacting to what's going on in the country's landscape. Or it can be very specific stuff. Hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Or what flavors resonate with you? So that's been critical. You know, we also lean into key influencers. We, you know, try to talk to them at a one-to-one level through our social handles. And then other areas we reach them, we have this thing called Do Nation HQ, which is really kind of a database of, or kind of a loyalty program of Mountain Dew drinkers. And again, it's another way that we connect with them and engage and ensure that we understand what is meaningful to do to them, so that the things that we do, the way that we kind of come to market is absolutely, linked back to these guys as our core consumers.
Yeah, the green room was so interesting when you were telling me about that, because since you do have this very committed, loyal base, you're able to tap into them and kind of bounce ideas off of them and see what's going to resonate, what's going to work, what's not going to work. And, back in the earlier days of marketing, back when I first started my career, it was this notion of having these very kind of sterile focus groups that, you didn't really get to know people, and you didn't get to engage with them in the same way, in the more real-time way that you can now through the various platforms that you had mentioned before, whether it's through Reddit or through Discord, but having this more real-time connection with your fans and using them as like a sniff test, like, hey, this is something we're thinking about throwing out there. What are your thoughts on it? Getting that type of feedback, and then ultimately giving your consumers what they want. And then feeling like it's a win-win and it's a partnership. They've spoken, you've listened. So I thought that the green room approach was really cool, very modern, and really caters to this loyal fan base that you have.
Absolutely. And I think, this is their brand. And PepsiCo in general is a very consumer-centric organization, but Do Nation is probably at the extreme end of that. And we need to, we do everything that we do, we're doing for this group. So it makes absolute sense to kind of engage with them, really understand and have them co-create with us. Because they have this passion. They're the reason we exist, and Green Room is just one of the ways that we do it. The other thing is I'm sitting here in New York, and New York isn't what we'd call a heavy Mountain Dew market, and so it's absolutely critical if we're going to be successful to kind of get out of our world, whether virtually through things like the Green Room or actually going out in the marketplace to really understand the importance of this brand to this core consumer. I think when I first came to PepsiCo, one of the things that absolutely just blew my mind is how different, the supermarket landscape is in these various markets. And if you go into Minnesota or Wisconsin, like, you would think that some brands like Coke and Pepsi really didn't exist all that much, because you have this massive kind of stretch of green, and Mountain Dew is the predominant soda there. And then you go to other parts of the country and those roles are reversed, and it's a sea of blue, or there's red going on there, and there's not that much Mountain Dew. And so it's really important to kind of get out and understand the environment in which folks are interacting with your brand, and how the brand plays a role in their lives, because it makes us so much better at developing the right innovations, developing the right marketing and communications programs, and really understanding what is going to resonate with this audience.
Yeah. And it seems like we're going a little off script, so I hope you don't mind. I'm a type A, so I prepared a script, but okay. It seems like you guys you've tapped into that localization in a way that a lot of other marketers were forced to do over this past year, because the situation within the country, based on what was happening in terms of sheltering in place or lockdown, or what was happening with the pandemic, really challenged marketers to go from a one-size-fits-all approach to speaking to people and communities in a more localized way. And it sounds like you guys have already been doing that. You understand where your consumer, where your fan base is. So you learned those lessons early on, and you can't just go out with a one-size-fits-all approach. You really have to talk to your consumers in a much more targeted fashion, in a way that's going to resonate with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, like, I give a lot of credit to our marketing leadership, because we actually have a setup where we have a lot of really strong, great marketing talent out in the various markets that are really understand what's going on at the local level, and can help kind of take what we know about the brand at a kind of macro level, but bring it to life in such a locally relevant way. And so that this model has allowed kind of a level of consistency, so it always feels like it's coming from the same brand, but can be really tailored into kind of the local nuances that says, hey, you know me, you understand me, you get me. And so, the teams that are out in the marketplaces and their counterparts of mine, they're fantastic. They bring that knowledge to the table that make every one of our marketing programs that much better. I mean, one of the greatest examples we have is in Mountain Dew, kind of in Dew Nation as a whole, living in the outdoors is such an important kind of aspect of our core consumer's life. But that means so many different things depending on where you are in the country. It can mean hunting, it can mean fishing, it can mean hiking, it can mean snowmobiling. I mean, it all varies on where you are. And then on top of that, there's seasonalities that kind of vary throughout the year. Having people that really truly understand that and can kind of understand what is going to be the right way to take this kind of macro message of, hey, Dew celebrates the outdoors and brings it to life in the best possible way is critical for it to land authentically. And thankfully, we have these experts out in the market that really can help drive that message home and partner with us to ensure that this really kind of lands in the best possible way.
Yeah, you've got boots on the ground that can really speak to those local audiences and make them feel heard and valued, which is so important. And I think that you're touching on a notion of something that would potentially get to farther down when we talk about trends, but this notion of personalization at scale. So, you guys are a national brand, clearly. But how do you get some of that more personalization with people in a scaled fashion? And it sounds like you're able to do that through these localized marketing teams who really kind of get down to contextual relevance and context and substance within those markets. So really exciting stuff from you guys.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now back to the script. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about some of your recent work. So we know where you came from, we know who your fans are, but let's talk about some exciting projects that you've worked on. Yeah. So we'll start with Major Melon, although I'm surprised that I don't see Major Melon in your background. We didn't talk about Frostbite. So
yeah, I rotate them. We go through so many, we have such a wonderful portfolio of flavors, and honestly, I have the best design team in the business that kind of creates these just fantastic images and kind of characters for our flavors, and so I got to do them all justice just to kind of mix things up. So
I love it. Not playing favorites. Good for you.
No. Major Melon's been up there, but we've got Frostbite, we've got Maui Burst, we've got some amazing flavors that kind of keep us engaged in our Zoom worlds.
Okay, so perfect segue. So when we spoke last week, you said that flavors and seasonal products are a major growth area and a source of innovation for the Mountain Dew portfolio. What drives that?
So, I mean, flavors can work in a variety of ways for us. So for our core drinkers, and the majority of our business are the folks that drink, the green bottle, the one that everybody can immediately associate.
The OG, the original green.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, it's such an amazing, fantastic product, and these guys love it. But for core drinkers, flavors actually are an augment to their existing kind of consumption occasions. So when we launch flavors, we're able to actually get an additional moment in their day where they don't kind of walk away from their OG drinking. They will add on a Major Melon, a Code Red, or one of our LTOs, into their mix, which is fantastic because that kind of helps drive the growth of our business. On top of that, the flavors provide a level of accessibility to folks that maybe don't kind of lean into our core business as much as others do. So they, maybe the core green isn't for them, but they might come in through Major Melon with a watermelon flavor, through Maui Burst that has a pineapple, through Code Red, which is our cherry flavor. And so these flavors drive a broader level of accessibility to the Mountain Dew brand, enabling us to talk to different people and engage with them in a different way. The other thing that we like to do a lot is our kind of limited time offerings, our LTOs. And we create these almost Dew holidays throughout the year, tapped into the passion points that Dew Nation has. So, summertime is a huge passion area for Mountain Dew. And it also is the season that we bring every year our biggest LTO, which is called Baja Blast. And people clamor for it year round. Every year they beg, hey, can you keep this, make this a permanent flavor? But part of the magic is the anticipation that, it's gone for a while. You can't get it very long. But when it comes back, people go bananas for it and buy truckloads of it and stock up and try to almost like buy enough to make it last the entire year round. So, we tap into these passion points, and we've created these kind of holidays that we've calendarized throughout the year to bring new news, to bring excitement, But one of the things we have to do is we got to make sure that they stay fresh, because you can't just repeat the same thing over and over again, because people get bored after that. So while the holidays themselves may stay the same, some of the flavors change. Like Halloween probably is the best example of it. You know, we've got this flavor called Voodoo. It's a mystery flavor. Every year we change up the flavor. So folks are trying to figure out, what is it? You know, what is it? What candy is it going to be this year? We purposely make it a little bit ambiguous to drive discussion. So people will have people passionately saying it's candy corn, no, it's Swedish fish, and they'll go back and they'll try it again, and they'll argue back and forth on this until it gets revealed towards the end of the Halloween season. But every year they anticipate, all right, what flavor is going to be this year, and am I going to be able to get it right? So it really kind of taps into that core consumer love that Do Nation has for the brand.
Yeah, I love that. It's reminiscent of the mystery Dum Dum lollipop that is like that. It was like a clear color, so you could never really associate what is the flavor with the color. Yeah. So I can only imagine that the best way to guess the color of the flavor of the Voodoo is to drink it with your eyes shut. Don't let that your visual sense be a cue to what it tastes like. And then I'm sure that all of your Ravenous fans have a very sophisticated Mountain Dew palate, so they're able to kind of hone into those nuances.
You would think, but the debate still rages on. I mean, like, it's one of the best parts of that season is we tune in on Reddit or Discord or any of our other kind of social areas and just watch the debate go. And like, people that are, first of all, showcasing their Mountain Dew credentials. So like, look, I know the brand better than anybody else. And I say it's candy corn. Somebody else is like, well, I got equally good credentials and it's Swedish fish or Starburst or something else like that. And they all enjoy it. It's all in good fun, but it just builds that and showcases that passion that Do Nation has for this brand.
Yeah, the subreddit for Mountain Dew must be wild, and I'd love to see people's Mountain Dew credentials.
Absolutely.
So speaking of the Major Melon launch, you told me it was huge, that it had outperformed all your projections and that you guys were having a hard time keeping it stocked on the shelves, which sounds like some of your seasonal products as well. So great problem to have for sure. What can you tell us about that launch? What made it so successful in your eyes? And did anything differentiate it from some of your previous launches that you think drove that success?
Yeah, I mean, Major Melon's been such a tremendous success. I mean, like, we always get excited about our babies, our innovations that we kind of shepherd through, and we all want to see them do well. But Major Melon has just been such a tremendous, growth driver for the business. It's the biggest CSD innovation this year. And it has just outperformed on all expectations. But some of the things that make it unique is this is the first new permanent flavor introduced since 2010. So 11 years where we haven't had a new flavor that would be available 52 weeks of the year, in every store. So it's a big deal to be bringing this on in a permanent fashion. And, a lot of work went into kind of discovering, all right, what is the best flavor for this opportunity? We've done a lot of consumer research. We're tapping into flavor trends. But the things that we wanted to kind of ensure happened with this flavor to try to set it up for success as best as possible was, you wanted a flavor that was going to resonate with Do Nation. I mean, they are our core, as I said before, we do everything for them. But you also, when we're looking at flavors, you want to bring it to life in a way that only Mountain Dew can. Like, you don't ever want this to be confused with a Crush or a Fanta or these other great flavor brands, but Mountain Dew is different. It kind of revels in being unique, and you want to make sure that is clearly coming across. So even though you might take a familiar flavor, we've got to develop it in a way that feels like it looks and tastes, and your interaction with it could only come from a brand, from Mountain Dew. You want it to be unique and surprising enough to really grab folks' attention, but you also don't want it to be so unique and so kind of novelty oriented that people aren't going to want to drink it over and over and over again. Because there's some things that are really cool and like, wow, that tastes awesome. Or I mean, even our Voodoo variant we were just talking about it's candy based.
Right.
People are going to want to drink year round 24/7, but in the window of Halloween makes total sense.
Occasional, right? Yeah.
For something that's going to be out there permanently, we want it to have that kind of drinkability that people are going to want to tap into year round. I mean, the thing that we're really excited about though is there is a natural kind of linkage between watermelon and summer, and so we haven't even hit the warmer months yet. So if it's doing this well right now, I can't wait to see what it's going to do when we get into summer. So anyway, those were kind of the aspects that we kind of looked at as we were building out the flavor profile. Watermelon as a flavor itself resonated. It kind of ticked all of those boxes. The other thing that has made this launch really unique is, we've seen in the soda business, zero sugar be such a growth drive. I mean, folks are just looking for ways that they can, still get the same level of enjoyment and excitement and refreshment, but maybe not, get as much sugar into their bodies as they did before. And so this is the first time we've ever launched a flavor that's available right out of the gate in full sugar and regular sugar variants. So that has broadened the potential for this flavor, because it's opened up to a whole group that otherwise might have stayed away because they just said, look, I love the idea of it, but I'm trying to cut back on my calories and my sugar. And then I think that the final piece that has made it such a big success is a lot of work that's been done by my counterparts on the communications team. I mean, the way that this came to life and was launched at the Super Bowl, the biggest stage in the country, in a very unique and do-centric way, has just only added to the excitement and to the engagement on this fantastic flavor.
Yeah. Let me ask you a quick question about zero sugar versus diet. It seems like there's been a trend to get away from diet for certain brands, maybe because they're targeted for certain people, or their consumer base is a certain type of consumer that wouldn't really want to drink a diet soda. Do you have both the diet moniker and zero sugar, or have you just transitioned completely to zero sugar?
No, on our core green business, we still have diet, and it's a critical pillar of our business. It's available in the silver label, and we have a diehard passionate group that love this brand and love this particular product and buy a lot of it. And so when we're looking to kind of come out to zero sugar, we were looking to people that the diet word just doesn't resonate with them. It kind of takes them down a path that just doesn't appeal to them. And you've seen it across a number of different kind of competitive sodas, where something, when it's reframed and rebranded as zero sugar, is just accentuating in a different way, and it drives a greater appeal to an audience that otherwise might not have wanted to kind of get engaged with Mountain Dew.
Yeah. Okay, so we've talked about Major Melon, great launch, huge success. We're not even in summer season yet, so it's going to be even bigger then. So looking forward to that. But something else that you've recently ventured into is new territory, not only for Pepsi, but also for CPG in general. And this was really exciting. Tell us a little bit about Game Fuel. What drew you to the DTC world, and what have you gained from a data and audience insights perspective in doing so?
Yeah, I mean, Game Fuel is such a interesting and fantastic product. I mean, just as background, it's a functional drink that's been specifically developed with gamers to help improve gaming. So it delivers alertness, it delivers accuracy, which are two very important characteristics when you think about kind of spending time in front of video games and really kind of being precise and engaging and just living that gamer lifestyle. So this was something that was critically important to that world and very authentic to that world. So as we looked for ways that we wanted to develop and grow this business, putting in a heavier emphasis on e-com seemed to make a whole ton of sense, because when you think about the gaming occasion, for the most part, it's done at a residence or someone's house, or it's not something that's an on-the-go type thing. It is a little bit on mobile, but the group of gamers that we kind of are focusing on, the hardcore gamers that grind for 10 hours a day, like that is in front of their console and usually at home. So having something like leaning into a channel that really kind of delivered the product in bulk right to the door, right to where the gaming occasion exists, made a ton of sense. And so as we kind of thought through, all right, what's the best way to bring this to life within the e-com space, having a direct-to-consumer site that served as kind of the center of gravity for the brand, really just, it felt right. It allowed us to really engage and build a very gamer-first, platform that really resonated with these hardcore gamers. As a result, we're also able to start to kind of pull in our own data and leverage that first-party data to really help us better understand the landscape, better understand if our innovation is working, be better at our media targeting. I mean, like, the data can lead to so many incremental opportunities there. So it's really been an exciting launch. We really launched in mid-December, and we're still kind of looking at it more as like a test and learn opportunity, but ranging from how do we leverage influencers to what are the right kind of packs to have on the site. All of that can now be informed almost instantaneously through the data that we're getting on the back end, which in the CPG world, is revolutionary. I mean, I know there's tons of D2C business where this is the norm, but usually like we get our data once a week from IRI and we all kind of huddle around it and try to figure out what's happened in the retail world over the past week. Now I can log in and look at the back end and see what's happening right this moment, in which part of the country, what products are working, all of this kind of rich data that you can then take in and use to become better at delivering what consumers want.
Yeah, you guys must be the envy of the rest of the Pepsi portfolio because you actually have a handle on that first party data.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is as we build this out, how can we then take the learnings and spread them across, the rest of PepsiCo, and so that people aren't starting from scratch the way we did when we started to build out this direct to consumer site. Whether it's how it operates in the back end to the way that we've leveraged the data that worked versus where it didn't work, and even refining our targets. While Mountain Dew is absolutely playing in the gaming space, some of our other brands across, whether it's Frito or our energy brand Rockstar, or some of these other brands that are absolute critical parts of our portfolio, also play in the gaming space. So our learnings on who the gamer is and what they do can be absolutely used and transferred over to those brands for their benefit.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Very exciting. Like definitely the new frontier, I think, for a CPG brand to get that treasure trove of first party data and then be able to action against it. You said in more near real time. So that's great. All right. So we've talked about. One second, I got a window here that I can't get rid of. I'm like, where am I? Okay, so we touched on Mountain Dew's history. We heard about the birth of your fan base and some super successful launches from this past year. So let's come back to the theme of the summit, and that's what's on the horizon for Mountain Dew. I'm sure everybody wants to hear what's next for you guys. So the word innovation is in your title, and this past year has shown us that necessity is the mother of invention, and our skills as marketers and media partners were really put to the test this past year. We had to find new ways to listen, respond, and be extremely agile in order to react quickly to an ever-changing situation that varied so much from region to region, place to place, and time to time. So what have you learned about your brand, your fans, or even yourself as a marketer over this past year that's helping to shape innovation and what's on the horizon for Mountain Dew in 2021?
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody has responded to this pandemic differently. And I think that's one of the kind of key things is there is no one size fits all answer. There is no, okay, we're doing this, now we're going to do, exactly this. I mean, you're seeing it kind of manifest in different ways where, there's a large chunk of the population that is leaning into the indulgent space, that wants these simple pleasures, these treats to just give themselves a moment, because everything out there is hectic and rules are changing, and it's been tragic what's gone on. So if people can just take this moment to have a break and just have a moment of peace with an indulgent treat, that's something that we've seen kind of take off from a trend standpoint. The flip side of that, health has been central to everything that we've talked about over the past year, and there's a ton of people now are saying, I got to take better control of my health, which means making different choices in how I eat and I drink. And so there's focus on the zero sugar side of things and on the different kind of benefits that ingredients can provide. And you're seeing people kind of be much more choiceful about what they are eating and drinking to try to take better control over their health to avoid, future downfall or future things that may come their way. So two same kind of stimulus, but two very different responses from the consumer base. I think one thing is universal is that there's an ongoing need for a break. And so the importance of humor has never been kind of stronger. So you see that coming to life in a lot of the communications that we've been doing recently, where humor has played a central role in just getting people to take a moment to stop and smile. I mean, I think the work that my counterparts in communications came up with Bob Ross is a perfect example of that. And just taking a break and just enjoying, he is the most zen, peaceful kind of persona ever, and kind of linking that with an indulgent break with Mountain Dew. I mean, it's funny, and it's just, it allows people to kind of, not feel stressed for a moment. Exactly. Flexibility absolutely continues to be critical. So, I think the last year has proven nobody understands what's coming around the corner. So you just build contingency plans and then flex when it happens, and, live in the moment a little bit, enjoy the ride, because, you can't change it and you never know what is going to come next. So I think we try to build that into everything we do on the brand side of things. As far as what we're looking at in 2021, I think, looking for ways to continue to surprise, delight, engage, and do the right thing for our core users and for Do Nation. And I think, while this isn't something that my team owns, I think you just saw the announcement with the launch of our energy drink, Mountain Dew Rise, and the partnership with LeBron James. I mean, how amazing is that? The team on that ran that has done such a fantastic job. And it's just another way to kind of lean into a space that is absolutely right for the Mountain Dew brand and bring it to life in such a fantastic fashion. So there's a lot more exciting things on the horizon. I can't give them all away here, but the one continual thread you'll see is, how is this right for Do Nation? How is this going to continue to make their kind of be relevant in their lives and just build upon the passion that they have for this great brand?
Yeah, I love that, because it sounds like you're balancing the need and the want to appeal to a wider audience, but at the same time, not sacrificing your core in doing so. So I think that if you're able to marry those two things and do that well, like you have as a brand, then you've got a really powerful thing going. So kudos to you on that for sure. So the other theme is TrendWatch. We talked about what's new on the horizon, or what's going to be coming up on the horizon. And the next thing is TrendWatch. So I've got two questions for you. And the first is, what marketing or media trends do you think that we can say goodbye to from the past couple years?
I mean, I think the biggest one, I'm sure this has probably come across in a number of these kind of fireside chats over the past couple of days, is, the ease of tracking and the ability to know more about the consumer than they would really want us to. I think, all of the privacy stuff that is kicking in, whether it's, the iOS 14, whether it's some of these, all of the kind of implications of that, consumers are getting much more control over what information they do and don't share. And so being able to rely on that as a key driver of how we innovate, how we target, how we're doing that trend is gone. I think, going back to what we were talking about earlier with D2C, it makes getting that data and having people opt in and proactively share those characteristics about themselves with you is so important, because the richness of that and the ability to then leverage that to get it right, because that's all we really want to do, is we want to get it right. We want to make sure that we're connecting. That's going to be critically important. But I think that's the biggest kind of trend that had dominated things for so long that is now kind of going away, just evolving, and it's going to take on a whole different life.
Yeah, you're reading my mind, because I made some notes to myself and said that those were the two big things that I thought. That's a one size fits all marketing approach, but the PII information and the trackable, being able to track consumers, you get such a richer engagement from somebody who's opted into something. So for years, marketers and brands and all of us have just been kind of following people around, whether they knew it or not. And I think that the fact that some of that is clamping down, but now you have more opportunities for people to volunteer, to raise their hand, say, yes, I want to give my information to this brand because it's meaningful to me, because I like their products. For whatever reason, you've got such a richer engagement there, and you can gather so many better insights that are going to help you and your brand build. So I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing for brands. While it may be hard right now at first for marketers and brands to find people and to get into those insights, I think in the long run, we're going to have better relationships with our consumers. So that's a good thing.
I do think so. I do think so, because they would have known that they have chosen to be part of your world. And so then at that point, you also know that the engagement that you're going to get, the output that you're going to get from them is going to be that much richer, because they want to be able to be included. They want to be able to share their opinion. And, we, on the Do brand, we work really hard to try to kind of foster as much as we can one-to-one connections. I mean, obviously that's not scalable, but little bits and pieces within Do Nation to really showcase that we want to be engaged with. We want to understand what's important to them so that we can, go about and bring to life the best products, the best communications, the best things into their world. And so I think we've got a whole group that's focused on fan engagement and trying to kind of foster those relationships. And I think, in isolation, you wonder, is this driving enough impact? But when you start to see aggregate it all together and see kind of the stories, and then watch somebody that you may have engaged with start talking about it proactively, to somebody else you might have engaged with, and watching the ripple effect go beyond that, it adds a level of credibility and authenticity to your brand that, it's hard to buy with media dollars. And I think that is exciting, and it takes time. It absolutely takes time to do, but it's essential to kind of remaining relevant to this, core nation.
Well, it's that advocacy that really, like you said, you can't put a price on that, because that's what helps your business grow exponentially. And it's where your brand is building its brand based on the people that are the loyalists. So building out that advocacy and having a brand that has such an authentic fan base, it's hard to achieve that for other brands. I'm sure people that that have a brand that just don't have that type of engagement or that loyal of a fan base. So you definitely have something unique on your hands with that.
I'm lucky. I say that I'm absolutely lucky to be able to work on this fantastic brand. I mean, if you can't have fun, if you can't be motivated, engaging with this great crew and building products and communications for them, then something's wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So last question from me. What trends are you excited about, or are you keeping your eye on in terms of marketing media to help further innovate for Pepsi and Mountain Dew?
I think specifically from an innovation standpoint, one trend that we're just continuing to kind of keep tabs on is this blending of categories. So you're seeing, well, to use an example, you're seeing something like sparkling water now start having caffeine in it. And so there's an energy aspect to that. You're seeing protein get added to a lot of different drinks. You're seeing various functional benefits and things that are originally were kind of on the fringe side, like nootropics and other things, starting to kind of blend into the world of mainstream. And so watching that and understanding, how is that relevant to our world, or is it relevant to our world? Because it absolutely is relevant to the beverage landscape, but you've got to put Dew Nation at the center of it and understand, is this something that's going to be meaningful to them and expected from our brand? And so that's something we're keeping our eye on as we look beyond 2021.
Yeah, I got to tell you, the liquids category overall has definitely taken off over the past year. I feel bad for anybody that's in food, because I think that consumption is mainly liquid driven at this point.
Absolutely.
I guess that's our time.
Yeah.
Emily popping in, pulling the hook.
Pulling you off stage. But thank you guys both so much. I know I just pop up at the end and I'm like, it's time. But it's nice because when you're having such a great repertoire back and forth, the time flies. So we love that. And thank you both so much for being here. This was, a great conversation. And I find it so funny how your backgrounds are so starkly different, because Amanda's is so calming, and then we have Nick's with the app. I was just noticing that we're like, these are both fun backgrounds in very opposite ways. So yes, thank you both so much. And we're so appreciative that you joined, our event today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank
Nick, great to see you again. We'll be in touch.
Sounds good. Take care. Bye.
What a great session. And we're super excited for our last few fireside chats of the day. So next up, we'll be hearing from Phong Peterson, the Chief Marketing Officer at Simple Tire. And this session will be moderated by Jesus Ramirez, the Vice President of Strategy at Tallwave. Hi there.
Hi there. How's it going?
Good. Glad to have you both here. We're great. Thank you so much for joining us. We're really excited to hear from you guys. So I'll hand it over to you and not waste any time.
Perfect. Thank you. So, hey, Phong, how's it going?
Hi. Good. How are you, Jesus?
Good. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
So thanks everyone for attending our session. So I'll kick it off. So just a little bit about me. So my name is Jesus Ramirez. I'm the VP of Strategy and Innovation at Tallwave. and I'm here with Fong Peterson, CMO at Simple Tire. I think I'm really excited about this conversation. We're going to cover quite a bit of topics, everything from the direct-to-consumer space to building a great brand and customer experience, to looking at new consumer behaviors and how that's driving new opportunities for brands, and then what's on the horizon. What are some of the things that are coming down the pipeline and that we should all be excited about? But so there's a lot to cover here. But maybe to start, Fong, you have such an amazing background. I'd love if you could share a little bit about your personal journey, your experience, and your background for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So I usually start my background at, I started in college at Hamilton College, which is a small liberal arts school. And I love small liberal arts because I think it helps you understand all the different types of connections you can make across a lot of disciplinary disciplines. And so that has been a really great background to then jump into finance, which is kind of odd as a marketing person to start in finance. But finance was a really great way to start my career because I believe that it's really important to understand kind of the fundamentals of what makes a business model work and how do you make businesses profitable. After a couple of years in finance, I decided that I wanted to be the person who kind of was like making the decisions on how to drive revenue and drive growth in the business versus kind of analyzing it and trying to inform the decisions. And so I decided to go to business school with the intention to transition into marketing. And I was able to go to Procter & Gamble after attending Wharton. And at Procter & Gamble, it was such a great, fundamental like start to a marketing career. It's the classic CPG where you learn all the branding and marketing fundamentals, such as like driving, learning consumer insights and how you use insights to drive communication and message strategy, but also new product development. You learn how do you bring all that to life in a creative idea and, amplify that through a brand campaign. And then last, you learn how to partner with all the other people within your ecosystem, like your retailers, to really drive growth, not just with you, but with your retailers to drive growth in the market and the category. So after several years at Procter, I left just because I had the opportunity to move closer to home and closer to my family. And so we went to Boston, and I actually, looking back in the switch, it was like a really odd switch, candidly. Like I went from CPG, brand management to commercial insurance. So jumping from consumer packaged goods to commercial insurance and the insurance financial services industry. And then not only that, doing B2B marketing. And so, looking back, I didn't realize how drastic of a switch it was until I look back at that. But it was a really great experience because it was still taking a lot of the frameworks I learned in brand management, but just applying it and thinking about it differently. And then B2B marketing, there's a lot of richness in B2B marketing that I don't think as a CPG person, as a BC person, a business to consumer person, you would know until you do that. And transition to that. So having that stint to learn B2B marketing in a very different industry kind of like made me realize there's a lot more out there to learn in marketing and thinking about how you apply marketing tactics and strategies across different disciplines and industries. From there, I, maybe late in my career, I realized, wow, there's digital advertising that's out there. And maybe I should learn a lot more about it because it really was when DTC was starting to pick up a lot. And we were testing a lot of direct-to-consumer products in the financial service industry space, insurance space. And so from there, I was able to get my hands dirty and go into a startup incubator within Liberty Mutual and start learning how to do AdWord campaigns. What's SEO? How do you think about email and deliverability of email? And fortunately, then was able to jump as CMO of Birch Lane at Wayfair, which was a really nice, really rounded out my skills because I got to still work with the business owners to understand how do you create the brand strategy, the creative, how do you think about a lifestyle brand like what we did at Birch Lane, then but then also own the performance marketing side and own the ad spend efficiency and also the top line growth. And so a couple of years there was a really great place to really figure out how to put all the pieces together and think about that as a holistic CMO.
Yep.
And then lastly, like, I joke, my husband's a early adopter of Simple Tire. So when Simple Tire was coming around, it's like, you should take a look at this company. It's got a lot of things going for it. You might not expect, and really fell in love with the founders, the culture, what they were doing, and realized that it was another place to really hone in on that holistic CMO skill set at a smaller place where you can actually like build something and then scale it. And we're at the right time to be able to do that.
That's fantastic. Yeah, thanks for sharing all that. I mean, I think what I find fascinating about your background is just the diversity of your roles and the well-roundedness of your roles, just given all the different types of businesses that you've worked on. And it's interesting because there's certain things that are commonalities across all industries, like focusing on customer and those sort of things, or like the importance of brand. But then there are very, very big differences, if you go, say, from B2C to B2B. And so it's interesting that you have that experience across all of those. So that's fantastic. So for those in the audience who may not be familiar with Simple Tire, can you tell us a little bit about the company? I think there's some really rich history with the company there. And share.
Yeah, Simple Tire was started in 2012 by two brothers, Andy and Josh Shalofsky, who saw a new way to think about how do we improve the tire buying experience for the customer in a tech-driven way. And so they partnered with Kenny Pratt, who's our CTO, to think about a new business model where, customers right now, what they realized was customers don't really see the selection of tires that they can get, when they just go to a brick and mortar. And secondly, the range of prices you can get with that selection. And so this was when, DTC was starting to pick up. They said, what if we can do this, deliver this in a way for the customer and simplify the process a little bit. So they have selection, they have the value, they have an easier way of selecting the tires and being able to deliver them in this e-commerce way. And so the team, built that model, built that network of, connecting all the suppliers together and then having an interface through e-commerce to be able to provide that for the customer. I would say in the last couple of years, to evolve that even more, it wasn't just about providing the selection of tires and the prices, but actually then thinking about how do we provide a better customer experience in the whole tire replacement journey. Tire replacement isn't probably the most exciting thing someone looks forward to when they have to do it. And it's quite of a daunting task if you think about, when you realize you have to solve the problem. And so they realized not only can we actually help select tires, but actually how do we create convenience out of it and do an all-in-one solution? So recently we were able to build our network further and have installation partners join our site to be able to then let the customer be able to find a place or find the tires, be able to select the tires, purchase tires, and book the installation and pay for all of it online, which is starting to create that convenience in the customer experience that I think is really important, especially for something like replacing tires.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best experience to replace tires, and I love. It sounds like there's two really core aspects of what you're building. One being the convenience factor, and then two being the transparency factor. Transparency around pricing, selection, just information, and a certain amount of education that's involved, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you think about, we've been doing a lot of consumer research recently, and when someone understands that they have a problem, that they actually have to replace their tires, you start asking yourself a lot of questions. And one of the things I think is convenient with online is that you actually could do it at your own pace. So, if you're not ready to tackle it today, you can take your time to do it versus when you go to a brick and mortar, you might feel a little more pressure to make those decisions quicker. So you can take your time to figure out how you want to create, solve the problem. You get more, you can research a lot of information online the way you like to research it. So you could You can find the right shop for you that might be closest to you. You might find the right availability of the tire that you're looking for. You might not even know what tire size you should have for your vehicle, which is like actually the first part of the process, which is a little daunting itself. And so having the ability to do it online, I think gives the customer some of that, helps lower the anxiety a little bit, because then they're able to control the experience more.
Yeah, that's fantastic. One thing that's interesting is that Simple Tire is a part of this growing trend of companies that are moving from, what I would say is sort of a traditional retail sales model to a DTC model. And we're seeing this, with mattresses, appliances, even cars, right? And so I'm curious, what are some of the unique aspects and challenges of a DTC model that may not exist in traditional models?
Yeah, so you mentioned several categories, and even on virtually not from Wayfair, it's like furniture was another big one, as well as like thinking about it, because a lot of people like to see it in person and touch it and understand the dimensions. And so the first thing I think you think about in terms of going from traditional to DTC is that it's just a new process. Like, we're so used to going into a store and like looking at things, right? So the idea of just starting a whole new process, it's a new habit or new routine and habit that you have to figure out how to tackle.
Yep.
So that's the first challenge. And when you have something unfamiliar, the question is then how do you try to make it more familiar so it's not so daunting? So for example, like I mentioned on Simple Tire, we actually just released our Simple Snap feature, where I mentioned it's really difficult to find your tire size. You don't even know what a tire size is. You're trying to figure out where it is on your tire. So we actually created a product where you can take a picture of your tire that will identify your tire size. And then ultimately you could just upload the picture and it will get your tire recommendations. And what I love about that feature is that everyone kind of knows how to take a picture on their cell phone, right? And so if you just have to point your phone and take a picture where all the numbers are on the tire, and then it will just automatically tell you what the right tire size is. And like, these are the recommendations we say that you should think about for your vehicle. It's taking something familiar that you're used to and trying to make it a little easier and simpler to adopt the new process. And so, you think familiar and trying to figure out how to connect certain familiar steps to it is a way to be able to help grease the wheels in trying to adopt a new habit or a new routine. I think the second piece is there's a lot of anxiety around a new process. One of the things we learned in our process was, when you have a multiple players in the experience, like the installer, us, and the customer, there is this question is like, do I know if all of it's going to happen seamlessly? And so we found communication is really important to lower that anxiety, that everyone's on the same page, everyone is brought along for the ride. And so you realize communication, a part of the customer experience, is really important to alleviate some of the anxiety that people might have on a new experience doing something online, like buying tires or mattresses or house or whatever it is nowadays.
Yeah, that's interesting. This notion of the anxiety, maybe not knowing sort of the full picture. One of the things that I was thinking about is when, up front, when you're making a decision about something like tires, what if something goes wrong? That's probably inevitably one of the questions that people are thinking about in this experience. And so there's ways I imagine to mitigate that up front so that those things aren't a concern, right?
Exactly. So, obviously, like easy returns is like the way. What I love about, to your point on like some of the experiences I've had, and then how do you think about connecting the dots and what you experience in your current role? When I was at CPG, you always think about the product itself. Like, what are all the different components to make the toothpaste experience better? So it's, so what's the basic function of a toothpaste? What do you want the experience to be when people are actually brushing their teeth and feeling the foam, the feeling of the mouth when you're done with the toothpaste, or you're brushing your teeth, for example, the experience of your white teeth, for example. There's all these things and components you think about from a product experience. And it's very similar when you think about just the overall DTC experience. How do you have all those pieces fit together to make it an overall seamless experience that someone doesn't even think about? So those worries or anxieties of, oh, will the installer know that I'm supposed to show up, for example? Like, how do you make sure that the experience for them, that they don't have to have those questions? The other piece too, what happens if I don't really like the tires? What do I do with them? You just have to think about all the different components that you need to build an entire process and in your product to make sure it is like the experience that you would want to experience as a customer.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I think there's it's an interesting challenge to try to sort of anticipate some of those challenges along the way and address them early on. That's great. So one thing that, in our conversation, one thing that I really appreciate that you mentioned, and it sounds like this was very intentional from the very get-go, is that Simple Tires really trying not just to build a great business, and certainly it is, but also trying to build a great brand, a recognized brand that has lasting power and is recognizable. And so obviously, a lot about building great brands with your experience at P&G and Wayfair and Liberty Mutual. And so how do you think about building great brands and not just great products or even great businesses? What's the difference between the two? And what are some of those components that you need to focus on early on?
Yeah, so it's interesting because there's the three components we talked about. There was brand, product, and business. And they're actually, they're tied closely together in very different ways. And so I've been trying to figure out how to dissect that a little bit. When you think about a brand, the brand starts off with the product, right? So when you think about the brand is tied to a specific product, and what you try to do as a brand is try to elevate the brand to something a little more than just something as a functional benefits of product, but actually elevate it more to make an emotional connection with the customer around a certain higher order benefit, or even something like your brand vision. And so I think that's the aspiration of a lot of brands, is how do you get a person who associates your brand with a certain product that you might have at the beginning, but then how do you deliver, obviously you have to deliver the product benefit has to be consistent in what the brand's going to stand for. So there's some consistency there that you have to make sure that's there. But ultimately then how do you elevate the whole experience or the idea of brand a little higher or more? So then you create that emotional connection, and that takes time. I think that takes time. It takes, it also from a product point of view, it takes not just thinking about the product experience, but actually all the experiences before the product. So you kind of have to think about this halo effect of what the experience is. It's not when you actually use the product, but it's before, it's after, it's when you see the product on shelf. And then what's interesting about the business side of it with the component, the business model enables some of that product or customer experience then to elevate the brand. So if you don't have a sustainable business model, if you're not, allocating the right resources, then you're never going to be able to build a better product, build a better customer experience, and then ultimately spend money to build the brand. So the business model itself needs to be able to, you have to have the unit economics right for the business model to be able to then fund and grow and nurture the product, the customer experience, and then the brand. And lastly, what I think is really exciting, you've made it as a brand, I say, is like when you're able to even think about, the business and the products evolve over time. It's not like it's static. And so then the question is, how's the brand stretch its equity and grow as the business grows and as the products grow? So I use the example like, Amazon, for example, it started off as just an online retailer of books. It probably was just associated at one point with books. But then as the business model grew, as it stretched its equity, now it stands for something completely different than books. And so that over time, that takes time, but that's where actually I think there's a challenge with brand builders, because what you're trying to do is create consistency of what people think of your brand, but then your business is stretching and growing. So then how do you ensure you keep the consistency, but then able to push it in places and ways that where your business model or where your expansion of product lines go into? And then ultimately, how do you elevate it in a way where it's not even just about the products, but it's about, an emotional connection on something more, like, Apple with innovation, Nike with just do it, or just like perseverance in some ways, empowering through things like that. that has nothing, you know, those brands have a lot of equity that they've been able to stretch and build over time.
Yeah, it's almost like I think one of the things that resonates is this clarity of message that you need to have around your values, around your vision, and how the brand needs to represent something other than the product itself, and the product or the service really becomes sort of like one of the manifestations of the brand, right? And so
Yes.
you see this over and over. I mean, I think like a really good example of this is Disney and Disney Plus. They came out and, you know, they have theme parks, and then all of a sudden they launch a subscription service, and it immediately takes off because what people are buying is the brand, and not necessarily the product or the service,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, and it's the experience that the brand elevates in those different ways that they are able to do it. It's pretty incredible. And even that, like I think to myself, like with kids too. Now that I have kids, I think about certain brands like Lego and Crayola. Like they have such a higher order, I think, brand in terms of creativity, imagination, education, but they're able to your point, have it manifest through these great products that, you know, these kids are, you know, my kids are always wanting, because it's like their way to express themselves too. So yeah. I think it's pretty amazing when, you know, and that took years. So it's pretty amazing how, you know, collection of leaders who are able to keep the ship steered in a certain direction, but then add an element to it to evolve with generations. It's really impressive.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I'm going to shift a little bit and maybe talk about your customers and your partners. So the way your model works, and you've mentioned this a few times already, but there's actually 3 parties involved, right? Mm-hmm. So there's 3 parties that you have to take into account. You have your customers, obviously, but you also have your suppliers, and then now you have your installers, your installation partners. And so in essence, you have sort of a multi-sided marketplace here. Mm-hmm. And I imagine that you have to keep them all happy. And so what unique challenges does this represent? I mean, like how do you provide value and a great experience for all of them simultaneously?
Yeah, what I love about my role is that, you know, my role not just owns, you know, brand and performance marketing, but actually owns merchandising. So, you know, channel strategy, pricing, and promotion. So it really is like thinking about how do you partner with all these different people and have all those components work together to make it a win-win like relationship with them. And so, you know, the nice part is we all have, you know, I keep going back, we all have the same goal in mind. Like suppliers want to make sure they deliver the right tire to the customer, right? And installers want to have an amazing, want us and the customer have an amazing experience, and vice versa. What I love about Simple Tires, when we think about our brand purpose, it's how do you take something complex and make it simple? That doesn't just resonate with the customer, that actually resonates with our suppliers. So how do you think about your brand, not just on like what's forward facing with the consumer, but how do we make sure our brand is expressed through all of our partners as well? So how do we simplify and make it easier for our partners to work with us is actually a really important part of our brand. And having that, having a similar, I would say, like brand purpose and promise to all of our partners, including our customers, I think really helps us be able to make sure that we're kind of embodying the same spirit across all 3. Yeah. With that said, it's just how it manifests itself is just a little different on how we think about working with our suppliers and what simplification, easy working with us means, or versus, and also our installers and then our customers.
Yeah. I love that. It's your brand values have to resonate with all 3 parties. So you don't have sort of different ones for each.
Yeah.
For each. It's one that resonates across all 3. I think that's fantastic. You know, with this idea of having installation partners, you know, if you think about the entire customer experience that you're involved in, from the very beginning where it's, thinking about or researching or even just recognizing that you need to replace your tires, all the way through to doing the actual installation. And like you said, there's probably several steps after that to just stay sort of top of mind and to continue to deliver an amazing experience. But there are parts of that process and that journey that you're not in complete control of, right? Mm-hmm. When you pass off a customer to an installation partner, you don't have maybe as tight of control as you do, say, on the online experience. And mm-hmm. so how do you drive a really consistent and cohesive brand experience across channels or parts of the experience that you may not own entirely?
It's a great question. And I think a lot of DTC brands in our situation probably feel this, have the same challenges. I think the first thing is really ensuring that it's like, again, we all have the same goal. We want the customer experience to be great. Obviously the installers want the customer to have a great experience because we just gave them a lead. They got a new customer but they might have not had in the past. So clearly they have the opportunity. And we've heard this from installers. They appreciate, they're like, you just gave us lead. It's our job to do a really good job because then we can have that customer experience and make it a win-win for both. And ultimately they want to see if they can maintain that relationship with the customer in the future. And so they, understanding what we all both bring to the table and what we have this common goal for, I think is important. And then the second piece is just a lot, what we found is it goes back to my B2B days. It's like really about relationships and making sure that, the installer, the installation partners and ourselves, they see that we are in a partnership with them. So how do we actually drive more value for them on our site? So how do we make sure their digital presences are better? How do we make sure that we are representing their shop in a way that they want it, like they want the customer knows they specialize in certain services, et cetera. We're actually working very closely right now to evolve that experience further and make sure that we're doing that. That's, work to be done that we're doing. And so I think that's a really important part of the overall experience, and also just being a good partner to them to make sure that we have that end-to-end relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. And it sounds like, and we talked about this a bit, that there is a continuous process to learn, not just about the needs and the pain points of your customers, but then also the pain points and needs of your partners, and continuously evolving the experience and the functionality and the things that they need to be successful, right? And really you're supporting, in essence, an ecosystem, and you have to be continuously evolving the value that you're providing to each side of that ecosystem continuously. So that's fantastic. One of the things, and I think you mentioned this, which I like, this notion of values-based alignment, and almost like driving an emotional outcome or aligning on an emotional outcome that you're driving for your consumer as well.
Yeah,
is great. So I know we're about 10 minutes out. I want to get one last question in, and then I think we're going to switch over to Q&A. So one of the things that I think could be interesting, and this is more to do with what comes next. So as you continue to evolve Simple Tire, the brand you're offering, how do you think about creating other parts or other products, or involving other products, making other products available? Is that part of the roadmap, or how do you think about that? What comes next? What do you offer as a part of this platform?
Yeah, I think it always starts with customer and consumer research. So I think it's, innovation is a really important part, because we know that the environment's changing constantly. And so you want to really be up to speed with what's the consumer thinking today, what are their needs today, and then hopefully understand the pain points, even kind of predict what could be the needs in the future. And so, I think every brand, is constantly in that innovation cycle, I would say. And it starts with the research. And so for us, I think we'll continue to start thinking about that and figuring out what are the pain points that, customers have, even with our current online experience. Maybe there might be some pain points, or, in the future, what are like ancillary, experiences they might have, and be able to do that. So more to come, but we're just like, we're continually trying to figure that out for the customer.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I think we're gonna switch over to Q&A. So there's a couple of questions that are coming in. One of them is, oh, this one's interesting. So what's it been like to join a brand new company in the middle of a pandemic?
There's a lot of people that I've met have done this. I actually, my team, I think on my team, 2 or 3 people have joined as well during the pandemic. We were growing so quickly as a company. And so it's really interesting. I would say one, you realize it's pretty seamless in some ways to get up to speed with technology nowadays. Like, honestly, it sounds weird to say, oh, you just shut one computer down, go from one company, and then you open up a computer and then you're at the next company. It's not as like, seamless. It can seem seamless like that, but it hasn't been. I would say the hardest part is really connecting with team members and like trying to connect, particularly with our leadership team, like me with my leadership team, and then my team members. And so that's probably the hardest part. And we joke, we're like, we haven't even met each other in person, and it's been a year. Some cases for our people in our company, it's been a year. I think the nice part, though, I will say is, making sure you take the time to make that connection and meet people, like get to know people and try to create those bonds. So you try to do happy hours, you try to do all these new innovative ways of like connecting and bonding through virtual games. For example, we just had a virtual game night, a whole company, last night for St. Patty's Day. And so I think that's been helpful, to do that. But the camaraderie, you still can figure out how to create camaraderie, I think, even though you don't see each other. It's just a little more difficult.
Yeah. One thing that's been interesting is the need to be intentional about all the communication, sort of the onboarding, just continuously, creating these moments where you can have sort of informal get-togethers and things like that. You have to be very intentional about it. So one other question is, how do you think about what comes next? And this is either in the DTC space or just a marketing space in general. What are some of the things that you're seeing in terms of trends, things that will, that perhaps are picking up, starting to get some traction, but maybe bigger things in the future?
Yeah, it's a great question because, sometimes you have to make time for it, I would say, to like sit down and think. Like, that's the hardest part is like you're online, you're trying to just get things going. And then you're like, maybe I should take a moment to sit down and think just like more broadly and like next year, a couple of years out. So I actually have to do it. I think about it actually now in a couple of ways. One, the marketing end. So there's this whole, as a marketing person having a passion for marketing, like there's this whole space of like, how do I think about the future trends of marketing, like digital advertising and marketing? How do I think about content? Like my big thing right now is content strategy. How do I think about digital content strategy end to end? How do I learn more about it? And so there's this whole, like, I would say from a functional point of view, there's this whole space of how do I think years out? And then there's this business sense of like the tire industry. How do I think about, what are the trends and marketplaces in the tire industry? And how do I think about long-term, how that is? And so it's actually, it's exciting, but it's actually kind of like, how do I put the pieces together and think how they cross over? And so it is difficult to do because it does require you to get outside what you do normally day to day and actually have that external thinking, like external viewpoint. And so you kind of have to be, I would say you have to be curious. I think personally, you just have to be curious and passionate about what you're reading and doing to be able to think about what's next, and taking the time to do that. So it's a lot of I would say it's just a lot of content reading, like subscribing to a lot of things and just reading it, and then meeting. For me, it's just meeting a lot of different people too, like networking, meeting people, keeping the connections you had in your, it's a lot of your networks. I can't tell you how many people I now tap into my own network that I haven't maybe talked to in several years, but hey, they're in a different space or a different place. It's like, hey, let's just connect so I can hear what you're up to, what you're thinking about. those are actually really important as well to make the connection and like to get that perspective from someone else to see what they're seeing and thinking.
Yeah, no, that's great. And it's interesting. I like how you put it. There's a functional and then there's the business. And
yeah,
even when we talked, one of the things that you had mentioned was this notion of just the experience. So what are some things that, in terms of the experience, that are changing? And that can be looking at your own industry and things that others are doing.
Absolutely.
That can also be looking at other industries as well.
Absolutely. Like the whole DTC business model, I think itself is really interesting, and thinking about how, I look at Wayfair, how do Wayfair think about tackling and how they evolved their DTC model and what they're doing now versus how other companies might be tackling similar challenges, might have made a different business decision or different choice based on, what they believe is their core values, what their differentiators are. So there is, even in between that, there's this whole to your point, DTC business model aspect that you want to read up on and learn about from other companies.
Yeah, that's great. That's great advice. So one other question is, what strategies and tactics do you see Simple Tire using to support the installation partners?
It's actually, it's like classic B2, I go classic B2B on communicate, like, it's at the end of the day, it's a relationship. So I would say it's just calling up the installer, like it's like building the relation. It sounds weird because you think it's so, different and new, but in reality, it's like classic, relationship building and making sure there's a strong partnership. So it's having connection, frequent communication, trying to figure out how you add value in all those relationships, and how do you provide that value. It's also like just learning more on what they want, like what your partners want, and how do you build potentially something what they want. It's like at the end of the day, they are sort of our customers. So if the process that we are using today together isn't necessarily seamless or easy, okay, then how can we fix it? Like, how do we make it better? And so, I think that's a really important part, because like I said, one, your brand is not just for the customer, but it should be in the whole ecosystem. And two, if you don't make it, you have to make it as easy and seamless as possible with your partners. So they're going to want to work with you versus work with your competitor or do something different. Or maybe it doesn't work out and they realize I need to go do a different type of model that works for me better. And so it's even a choice for them to think about what like, do they even want to play in the DTC space with other players or us? So that's a really important part, is like, how do we think about like simplifying it for them as well?
Yeah. This is maybe building on that question. And I know we're kind of running up. I was going to ask one last question, but I don't know.
Go ahead, ask your last question.
Well, I was just curious, given that your installation partners are sort of bound geographically, how do you think about adding new installation partners so that you don't sort of oversaturate a region, or is that even a concern? It's never a concern.
No, I think, at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the customer has access to their choice of who they feel comfortable picking, based on like making sure we have the information available to them to make sure they can make the right choice. And so, one of the things we want to do is do that. So I don't see boundaries on who we will work with. Now, obviously we want to make sure that they have a great customer experience. And so therefore there is this, trust that you have when you create that partnership, that that person's going to create that give that experience to the customer that we would hope to have. So there is a partnership there that we would have make sure we have to maintain.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, I think we're up.
Yeah, thank you both so much. No, it was so great hearing from you. I feel like Simple Tire is doing a lot of really cool stuff. I was just reading the other day about the visual tire search technology, which is so unique and interesting. So we were so happy to have you join us. And thank you, Jesus, for being such a great moderator. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Jesus.
Have a good rest of your afternoon. All right, everyone. Well, we're on to our last session of the day. We're very excited to be hearing from Roxy Young, the Chief Marketing Officer at Reddit, whose session will be moderated by Karel Cooper, the CMO at Live Intent. I see we have Roxy on. Hi, how are you?
Hi.
So glad to have you here. I feel like the past few months have been Reddit all over the news. So we're so honored to have you on our virtual stage today. So I'll hand it over to you guys because I know our audience is looking forward to hearing from you.
Awesome. Thank you, Emily and Roxy. Good to see you again, and super excited about our discussion today about bridging the gap between consumer and business marketing. And why don't we do some quick intros before we dive into the discussion. For those of you out there who don't know me, my name is Karel Cooper. I'm the CMO at Live Intent. And if you're unfamiliar with Live Intent, we offer a people-based marketing platform powered by the email address where we provide solutions to help brands and publishers acquire, retain, and monetize their audience within email newsletters and beyond. As the CMO, I am responsible for all things marketing and how they connect to the company's overall mission and values and beliefs. And I've been there for 6.5 years. Roxy, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here and really looking forward to this conversation with Karel. And I think that it was just so fortuitous that we met, because I was in a meeting last week talking about this really fantastic product for personalizing email, and the name was escaping me. And then a few days later, we met and found out we were going to be paired up for this session. And so it couldn't have been better timing. But my name is Roxy Young. I'm the CMO at Reddit. And for those of you guys who are not familiar with Reddit, Reddit is a platform for interest-based communities where people can dive into topics that matter to them. And these can be topics spanning from pets to plants to politics to parenting, anything that people are interested in, there's a community for on Reddit. The mission of Reddit is to bring community and belonging to everyone in the world. And I've been at Reddit for almost 4 years. In April, I will hit my 4-year anniversary. And in my role at Reddit, I oversee consumer marketing, business marketing, marketing sciences, communications, as well as our in-house creative team. And Karel and I thought it would be a good opportunity to talk a little bit about consumer marketing and business marketing and how we bridge that gap. And I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And congratulations on your anniversary coming up next month, right? Yeah. So let's definitely dig in. I feel like you sit, Roxy, in a unique position, having the responsibility of consumer and business marketing. And so if you could just take a minute and just explain to the audience, what does marketing mean at a company like Reddit?
Yes, this is a great question. And I get asked this question all the time. And as a matter of fact, a few weeks ago, I was, sitting outside and someone asked me what I did. And I said, I work at Reddit. And they said, well, what do you do there? And I said, I work in marketing. And they said, why does Reddit have marketing? It just markets itself. Like, do you even really do anything? And so it's a fantastic question that I would love to dig into. So when I joined Reddit 4 years ago, I was the only marketing person. So I walked in and I was a team of one. And honestly, people ask me that same question, what should marketing look like and what should it be at Reddit? And I had to start thinking about how can this function add value to a 15-year-old brand that has largely grown organically. And so the first thing I did is, I started looking at all the different areas that need marketing, that need to be positioned in the eyes of a consumer with a tangible benefit. And so the first thing I did was started building out the business marketing team. And the business marketing team, they are focused on growing the number of active advertisers that use Reddit to reach these passionate communities by enabling our sales team and reaching marketers through scaled, cost-effective channels. And then on the other side, I said, well, we've got this consumer product that millions and millions of people are using. And the role of the consumer marketing team is to help increase the number of people that are finding value by using Reddit and reaching them in scaled, cost-effective ways. And so I started building out the business marketing team and the consumer marketing team. And each of those teams has unique North Star metrics. So for the business marketing team, their North Star metric is increasing the percentage of advertisers who are considering advertising on Reddit. So if we go out and we talk to a brand and they're looking for ways to connect and reach their audience, we want a higher and higher proportion of them to say, yeah, I'm going to turn to Reddit. And we need to market our advertising platform so that we can get into that consideration set. You know, it's no secret that the market is largely dominated by these big platforms, Google and Facebook and Instagram, and Reddit is a fantastic place for brands to reach really passionate audiences. And we have to market that product and let those advertisers know what value they're going to get from engaging with our ads platform. And on the consumer marketing side, it's a little different. You know, on the consumer marketing side, the North Star metric is increasing the percentage of people who say that Reddit is a relevant product for me. You know, it's not just enough to say, I recognize your brand. In order for people to be using the product on a daily basis, and Reddit is the kind of product that you can find value every single day, the role of consumer marketing is to figure out ways in which we can increase the percentage of people who say, you know what, there's a community for me on Reddit. This is a relevant product for me. It starts to become a daily habit and something that they're finding value in every single day. And in my role, I spend a lot of time thinking about these two audiences and how we can bridge that gap between what we're saying to consumers and how that translates into value for advertisers.
Right. So and Roxy, on that point, obviously from a digital perspective, right, media is always evolving, right? The digital landscape is always changing, and those changes have an impact on both of your audiences, right? The consumer as well as the advertisers, right? So in thinking about 2021 and looking ahead, looking down the line, 9, 12, 15 months from now, what's top of mind for you as a CMO?
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of things that are top of mind for CMOs, and I'd love to touch on one that you can't open any of the trade outlets without seeing a headline related to some of the upcoming changes that are happening with third-party cookies and the ability to capture an IDFA unique mobile identifier. And so I think one of the things that is really perplexing the industry right now is how do we continue to make advertising personalized, effective, cost efficient in a world in which there's this new lens on privacy and what that means in terms of our ability to have individualized view of a consumer across the internet as they make their journeys across the internet. And I think it's rooted in the right place. I think everybody has become much more aware of the importance of consumer privacy and consumers really owning their digital identity, but it is definitely shaking up the industry in terms of many of the things that we've taken for granted in terms of how we can track and measure the effectiveness of our advertising.
Yeah, it certainly is top of mind for me, and the one thing that I probably think about the most too at Live Intent. But let's go a level deeper, right? How are you thinking about solving for some of these challenges that face your consumers and face your advertisers as well?
Yeah, I think at the macro level, as I think about this for Reddit, this really aligns with Reddit and our values. And so when these changes started to be announced, I think we were actually pleasantly surprised. For those of you guys who maybe aren't familiar with Reddit and how people engage on Reddit, we're one of the few platforms that doesn't require you to share a lot of personal information. I don't need to share on Reddit that my name is Roxy Young and that I'm in my 40s and that I live in California and that my job is in marketing. And on Reddit, you can come onto the platform and you don't have to share that kind of information. You can use an anonymous name, and the way that you engage in the communities is based on your interests. And so we have always believed that privacy is a right and that users should be the masters of their own identity. And so these changes are very aligned with our long-standing thoughts and beliefs around consumer privacy and respecting it. On the consumer side of the business, I shared a few minutes ago that the role of our consumer marketing team at Reddit is to increase the percentage of people who believe that we have a relevant product for them and find value, daily value in using Reddit. And the good news is that a lot of our marketing dollars to do that, to move that metric, are really top of funnel, more brand marketing dollars to shape and shift those brand perceptions. And so we're not dependent on lower funnel marketing, but it is definitely part of our mix. And we do need to be cognizant of what these upcoming changes mean to our tech stack that we've built and our ability to accurately attribute somebody who's coming in through a paid marketing channel and then their corresponding long-term value for Reddit, so that we can make sure that this is a cost-effective investment for us. And then on the business side, so when advertisers are asking us, what does this mean? For Reddit, the way that an advertiser reaches their appropriate audience has never been through an identity-based targeting. It has always been through an interest-based approach. And I just shared, I'm Roxy Young. I live in California. I'm in my 40s. But on Reddit, I look very different. On Reddit, you can see that I've been in communities about dogs because I recently got another dog during the pandemic, and then I've been fermenting and baking things like much of the world. I've been in finance-related communities, as have a lot of people on Reddit. And so advertisers right now come to Reddit and target people based on their interests. And so this isn't a big shift for us in terms of our ability to deliver a strong value back to advertisers. And that being said, we do plan to comply with all of the changes that are happening in the industry and request consent when appropriate. But we don't believe it's going to have a significant impact in us being able to deliver a highly relevant audience for advertisers that's based on these interest related communities that people are visiting.
Gotcha. And from a marketing perspective, what about positioning, right? Even though you just explained, sort of how Reddit does some of the targeting, I'm sure that when announcements are made or when advertisers read something in the trades, they will pick up the phone and call and say, how does this impact our working relationship? How does this impact how I access your inventory? So curious to know how does Reddit handle that from a positioning perspective?
Yeah, definitely. What we will share with advertisers is that we will be following all of the appropriate rules in terms of capturing consent. We will be integrating with the new networks that are out there to do attribution. And so much of their day-to-day shouldn't be interrupted. And as a platform where an advertiser can access a valuable audience, we're doing everything that we can to make sure that it is seamless and easy and compliant for them, and don't expect any significant changes in terms of the ability for them to reach the right people, and the value that audience is going to give back to them. And then, on the consumer side, I don't actually know how much consumers are following this story. It's really interesting that, in the advertising world, this is all anyone can talk about, which is, what happens with the deprecation of the third-party cookie. And if you just ask an average consumer, I don't know if they're actually following this story that closely. But as these changes start to take place, and this shifts and moves more towards a consumer-facing story, what I expect is that consumers will be really happy that their privacy is being taken seriously, and that there's more attention being paid to consent and usage. And I think especially on Reddit, which is a platform that's always taken privacy really seriously, I think our users are going to be really happy that the industry is moving in this direction and feel confident and safe in continuing to engage on Reddit.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. And so we've talked about some marketing. We've talked about some sort of community building and the consumers that come to Reddit. I want to talk a little bit about the monetization strategy, and obviously, again, knowing your customer, knowing the advertiser, super important. How do you go about helping advertisers solve their problems, or not their problems, more so solve, help them achieve their goals, I guess is the better way to put that.
Definitely. So, I've been sharing that Reddit is so unique in that we have such a strong signal, because people are going into these communities, and by going into these communities, it's almost the equivalent of typing into a Google search box. Everybody says this is, Google has such a powerful signal because you're typing into a box and Google knows exactly what you want. And on Reddit, people are going into a community, and that's a clear indicator that something is relevant and important for them. And so we were, I think that the panel before us was talking about tires. I just happened to, buy new tires for my car. But if you're in an auto community, that's a clear signal that you're probably in the market for a car, or maybe you're just an enthusiast, and that's the right person to reach. We don't capture information about people like some of the other platforms do. And so we have to rely on how people are visiting and engaging with our communities. Some things that we share generally as we're engaging with advertisers is, this is a place to reach passionate communities, and our outward facing tagline to advertisers is that Reddit is where passionate communities drive action. And I think that many of the events over the last several weeks has showcased that. And we characterize our audience as emerging adults. half of the audience on Reddit is under the age of 34. Unlike some other platforms where they have a heavy penetration of teens, we're one notch up from that. So you are entering this phase where you're curious, like you're curious about something. Maybe you're thinking about how you get into college. Maybe you're thinking about setting up your first savings account or buying your first car, or maybe you just have an interest that within your geographic limited circle, nobody has that interest. Maybe it's robotics or something like that, and you're going to find that community on Reddit. And so that's the value for an advertiser, is these passionate communities, and it's generally this emerging adult who's seeking to better understand some question, some topic that's relevant for them. And some of the things on the consumer side that we're thinking about is, how can we continue to deepen this understanding of where we have opportunities to increase the number of people who are using Reddit. Reddit is a lot of discussion-based threaded conversations. It requires reading. So are there ways in which we can continue to evolve the way in which people can express themselves through images, through video, through live video, through audio? There are segments of the population that maybe don't want to read a lot of text or threaded conversations, but they'll engage in things that are more visual. We recently launched the ability for people to express themselves through an avatar. So you come onto Reddit and you don't have to share your picture, but until recently, we didn't really have a way for you to even just express yourself at all. And so when we rolled out avatars and we gave people the ability to express themselves through this character that they could dress and adorn in certain ways, it was a way that they could express themselves, which is just another dimension of appealing to consumers so that they feel more comfortable engaging on the platform.
Yeah. You're giving people a way to, like you said, continue to engage on the platform, spend more time on the platform, and talk to other folks that are on the platform as well too. And so why wouldn't advertisers want to be in that area as well too, right? So.
Yeah, people on Reddit are spending over 30 minutes a day in these communities, and it's a fantastic place for advertisers to reach these passionate communities and to share their messages about their products or their services. And we've done lots of research that just shows how engaged these audiences are. They're spending 4 times more researching, and because of that, they can make a decision around a purchase 9 times faster. And so it is a great place for an advertiser to be.
Well, speaking of making a decision about a purchase, you did remind me that I got to get my tires changed as well too. So thank you for that. I want to talk about
research it on Reddit. You can research it on Reddit, and they will tell you that those communities will tell you the pros, the cons, and their personal experiences. But it is amazing. Like anytime I am thinking about making a purchase that's more considered, I go to Reddit. I go to Reddit, and there will be real conversations about people making this same deliberation.
I want to talk a little bit about the evolution of marketing, because when you and I were preparing for this session, we talked about both of us having 20 years of experience, professional experience.
Yeah. No. That's not 20 years. I just turned 30.
Oh, well, both of us have a number of years of experience, right? But what's interesting about it is we both took very different paths to the CMO role, right? And so wanted to get your thoughts on how the role of a CMO has changed over time.
Yeah, this is something that I feel like I think about all the time now, because I've been in the industry for so long that things have they've come full circle. I mean, it's kind of like fashion where, something that was out of style is now in style. And I remember when I started my career, and this was back in 2000, digital marketing was in the very early stages. We were just building out teams where people were buying keywords on Google, and creating banners and running them across the internet. And I would say that was the very, very early stages of this quantitative shift in marketing. And I would say the 10 to 15 years that followed that. So, 2000, all the way into the early 2010s was me observing marketers turning into growth hackers. I don't know if that term was as popular nationwide or worldwide as it was on the West Coast, out in Silicon Valley, where I built and have spent most of my career. But I do remember, like, at some point having this identity crisis of, is marketing going by the wayside? Is the growth hacker the new marketer? These very, very technical, skilled people who were phenomenal in terms of digital marketing and the metrics associated with it. But if you were to ask them, like, what's the core message? Who's your core audience? What's the reason to believe in the value proposition of your product? Like, they may not be able to answer those questions. And so I definitely remember a period of time where I was kind of feeling like, am I in the right industry? Am I in the right place? Like, do I need to become more technical? Do I need to become more mathematical? Has this category, is this function, completely gone? And then what I would say is from 2015 forward, so over the last 5 to 6 years, I've really started to see the pendulum shift back to this more balanced approach, where the fundamentals still matter: the product, the price, the place, the promotion, the positioning, and I think a lot of that is fueled by brands having the ability to know what customers are thinking about their product 24/7. Like, you can go on to Reddit, you can go onto Twitter, and you can see people engaging with your product, talking about your product. And so I think that has helped contextualize real people using your product for a real reason. And everything isn't all about this aggregated data set of numbers that you're looking at and trying to hack your way, to the next million users. And so that has actually been, comforting to me, just to see the industry start to shift back as digital marketing has just become more mature, and it is one part of the mix, and glad to see that we have not lost sight of just the fundamentals of what marketing is and how it adds value. It's understanding your customer, understanding how your product is serving your customers' needs, and then using the right messages and the right channels to influence usage, perception, and all of those things.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be a good balance there. And I have one more question I want to ask, and then I'd love to open it up to the attendees. So anyone that has a question for Roxy, please go ahead and start to submit those questions. The next question I have for you, Roxy, is along the lines of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And really, what role does marketing play in amplifying the company's values, beliefs, and cultures, along with the product as well too, and how that sort of all gels together?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I'm so glad you asked it. And just in light of everything that has been going on and continues to go on with even some of the most recent events of this week, it's something that is very top of mind, for me in particular, and for the person who is at the helm in terms of how we communicate our values as a company. And so I'd love to talk about it across our three key audiences. So the first reason that it's important for me as the leader of marketing is Reddit wants to continue to attract employees. And it's so important for us to be able to share with our current employees, with prospective employees, what we stand for, what we believe, and that needs to align with their beliefs. And so now more than ever, people aren't just going to work to get their paycheck. They want to know that what they believe is aligned with their company, where they're spending their time and their energy. We have platform values that guide our communities, and they include things like remember the human. Remember that at the end of the day, there are humans that are using Reddit to engage in these communities that represent their passions and their interests. Privacy is a right, as we talked about. We're not going to ask you to provide things about yourself that aren't comfortable for you, and keep Reddit real. Like, there's lots of topics that provide a lot of value for people that you maybe can't talk about in all aspects and facets of your life. The second reason this is important is we've talked a lot today about advertisers and attracting advertisers, and that's Reddit's core business model. And now more than ever, advertisers want to know that where they're putting their dollars is a place that is aligned with their values and their beliefs. And our sales team, who's out and engaging in the market, needs to be able to communicate back and share our values with advertisers, so that they can feel confident that this is a place that they should be investing. And I would say now more than ever, we're seeing really interesting questions, advertisers asking things like, what's the composition of your board of directors? And, how is that influencing where you guys are going and the future of Reddit? And it's great to see them ask those questions. And then lastly, attracting consumers. We want Reddit to continue to grow and be valuable for millions and millions of people. And one example of this is in 2020, we had a choice of how we spent our marketing dollars. And what we decided to do was a campaign called Up the Vote, where instead of just talking about Reddit, we put a message out there around voting. And we said, if you can vote on Reddit, because that's what people do on Reddit, they vote things up, they vote things down. So if you can vote on Reddit, you can vote in the real world. And as we thought about how we wanted to spend our marketing dollars, we really wanted them to have an impact, a societal impact, and decided to use it, to hopefully support the greater good with that message. And so it's very important from a marketing perspective for diversity, inclusion, and belonging to be front and center in terms of how we're thinking about things to attract employees, to maintain and grow relationships with advertisers, and to continue to build our product and our brand.
Awesome, awesome. We have a couple of questions here, so I'm going to go right to them because I know we're coming up on time here. So a couple questions. The first one is, what traits do you think are most important to have to be a successful leader?
Just an easy one, you know. An easy one. Yeah, you know, I've been asked this question a lot recently, and so maybe, you know, during the pandemic, people are doing a lot of self-reflection and thinking about these kinds of things. And one of the things that I've been sharing is get comfortable being uncomfortable. And, you know, that's kind of a convoluted way of saying, you have to be able to deal with change and embrace it. And, you know, we just talked about how much the industry has changed over the last 20 years, that it's almost become full circle. And, you know, if you are in a marketing role or in a marketing leadership role, I think handling change, and really embracing change and being comfortable, being in these uncomfortable situations, is a key characteristic that will serve you well. And instead of getting stressed and anxious, it will be an opportunity for you to learn, grow, and kind of ride a new wave.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, one of the things that I've learned to do over the years as a leader as well is to make sure that I'm truly listening to the people on my team and to people throughout the company, and not listening just to respond, but listening to really hear what the feedback is and to have a level of empathy. I think that's super important.
Yeah, definitely. I think now more than ever, as everything has moved into this virtual environment, you know, I've started doing, you know, experiments where, you know, we go to sound only, and maybe it's a call, and on a phone call, you are really listening, like you're just sitting there and you're, you know, really listening. And so I've definitely seen just, you know, a shift in techniques to stay connected, to be an active listener, to be an empathetic person. And yeah, I mean, everyone is in just such a unique situation right now. I'm you know, dialed in from the spare bedroom. So this year definitely brought that to the forefront.
Yep. I saw Emily pop in. Is that the warning, Emily, that our time is up? You're on mute, Emily.
I got in a minute early there, and I was like, whoa, not ready yet. But I actually had sent in a question that I'm curious to get your thoughts on, Roxy. You know, obviously Reddit prides itself on, you know, users being able to openly communicate and, you know, giving that ability to create these communities.
Yeah.
So how do you ensure that there's, you know, like a positive sentiment among consumer perception of Reddit with these, you know, subreddit cultures sometimes can have, you know, negative connotations. So how do you guys kind of combat that?
Yeah, you know, I think every community is unique. And if you ever are on Reddit, you can see that communities about cats don't allow pictures of dogs and vice versa. And that every single community on Reddit you know, has a culture unto themselves, and they need to. And it's not, you know, it's not our role at Reddit for every single community to act in all of the same ways. One of our brand values, we have 4: candid, self-aware, brilliantly absurd, and eclectic. And one of those brand values that we've used quite a bit recently, as we've been pushing out consumer marketing, is this brilliantly absurd tone. And what that enables us to do is it enables us to present our brand in a way that is authentic and is real and has a range that represents the breadth of our communities in just a fun way. And so I think there are so many different communities on Reddit. Each of them have their own unique aspects of them. And we want them to stay unique to who they are. And then as a top level master brand, it's my job to present that eclecticness and that absurdity in a fun way. And I think that we've been relatively successful in trying to strike that right tone.
Yeah, definitely. I know if there's, any unique niche community, you can find a group on Reddit and find your people, which is always nice.
Yes, you definitely can.
Well, thank you both so much. What a great way to close out our session today. Really appreciate your time and so glad to have you for our program.
Likewise.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Well, thank you everyone who tuned in at home. Today was, another great installment for our TrendWatch Summit. And tomorrow we'll be having our final day that'll be highlighting leaders in the diversity, equity, and inclusion space. So we're going to be hearing from speakers from Capital One, Hallmark, SAP, Pinterest, EOS, Facebook, Ulta, Unilever, and many more. It's going to be a fantastic program.